National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, multi-motor, high, scene, 18 Gabriel 4, overhead, northwest.
Rise along, under the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up the blue. Rise along.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific Coast against attack by enemy planes.
Rise along. Night and day.
23 hours.
Our USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 8th edition of Eyes Aloft includes the great American story of loyalty. You'll hear the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen in a musical salute to the Navy. The presentation of the weekly Gold Trophy Award. True stories of observers and filter center workers. And here is your popular Eyes Aloft narrator to take over the ship, Gayne Whitman.
At the tone, Eastern Daylight Time. 23 hours, 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
3 hours.
Let me ask you something.
1 minute.
How would you describe loyalty? Well, just take a second and try to answer that in your own mind.
At the tone, Eastern Daylight Time. 23 hours, 2 minutes. Exactly. Universal Time.
Well,
3
friends,
hours, 2
here
minutes,
is the way one
5
man
seconds.
interpreted loyalty. His name was Robert Rake.
Observatory
Robert Rake lived on a farm
At the tone,
a few miles
Eastern
out of
Daylight
McMinnville,
Time.
Oregon.
23 hours.
It was a good
2
farm in
minutes,
the heart of the fertile
15
Willamette
seconds.
Valley. On the Rake farm, there were
3
grain
hours,
and hay
2
and
minutes,
also livestock.
20 seconds.
All that meant work. One Saturday night last
Observatory
January, Robert
Master
Rake's
Clock.
farmhand
At
came
the
to him.
tone, Eastern
Well,
Daylight
Mr. Rake,
Time.
I'm
23
leaving you
hours,
tonight.
2 minutes.
You all
30
right, Jim?
seconds.
I hope you'll be able to pick up some other hired help
3
in
hours,
town right away.
2 minutes,
You need at least
35
one other man to help you run this place.
Yes, I know,
U.S.
Jim.
Naval Observatory.
You know, it's hard to get farm help now.
At the tone,
Men are going to
Eastern
Portland and
Daylight
Vancouver
Time.
to work in the
23
shipyards.
hours, 2 minutes.
That's where I'm heading
45
for.
seconds.
Make some money for a
Universal
change.
Time.
Well,
3
I
hours,
suppose I can't
2
say.
minutes, 50
Jim,
seconds.
I wonder if you could sort of stay on
U.S.
for
Naval
one more
Observatory
week.
Master
I mean,
Clock.
till I
At
hire
the
me a new
tone,
man.
Eastern
When I
Daylight
make up my
Time.
mind to
23
do
hours,
something,
3 minutes.
I better do it,
Exactly.
Mr. Rake. I wouldn't be much good
Universal
working
Time,
for you another
3
week. I'd
hours,
be itching to get
3
into the
minutes,
city.
5 seconds.
Well, you see, Jim,
U.S. Naval
I haven't
Observatory
exactly
Master
been
Clock.
feeling well lately.
At the
I
tone,
noticed the other
Eastern
day when we
Daylight
were
Time.
moving that hay
23
around the
hours,
barn,
3
you
minutes,
kind of got worn out
15
awful
seconds.
fast.
Yes,
Universal
it's my-
Time, 3
No,
hours,
never mind.
3 minutes, 20
I'll
seconds.
make out here some way. Well, come
U.S.
on up to the
Naval
house and I'll
Observatory
pay you
Master
wages
Clock.
today.
At the tone, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Universal Time, 3 hours, 3 minutes.
Well, I'm much
35
obliged.
seconds.
It's been a pleasure working for you.
U.S.
And
Naval Observatory
Mrs. Rake, you
Master
sure put out good meals.
At the tone,
sorry to have
Eastern
you leave,
Daylight
Jim.
Time.
Hey, he's going to
23
work in the
hours,
shipyards
3
in
minutes,
Portland.
45
I don't know
seconds.
who's going to run the farm
Universal
pretty
Time.
soon.
Well,
hours,
I'm going to go.
3
I'm
minutes,
going to thumb my
50
way into the
seconds.
city. Oh, and
U.S. Naval
Mr. Rake,
Observatory
Yes, Jim?
Master Clock. At the
you better
tone,
take it kind of
Eastern
easy.
Daylight Time.
Don't work too
23
hard.
hours,
Yeah, he
4
does have to
minutes.
be careful.
Exactly.
I've been telling him.
Universal
Now he
Time,
has more
3
work
hours,
piled on him.
4 minutes.
Well, I'll be
5
all right.
seconds.
So long, Jim. Drop in and
U.S.
say hello if you ever come
Observatory
through this
Master
way.
Clock.
Thanks, I will.
At the tone, Eastern
Bye,
Daylight Time. 23 hours, 4 minutes.
Oh, dear, this
15
just
seconds.
seems like the last
Universal
straw.
Time.
I hate to ask
3
you,
hours,
Minnie, but
4
till I can get
minutes,
somebody,
20
you
seconds.
might have to help me with the chores.
U.S.
Well,
Naval
hell, but
Observatory
we have
Master
to hire
Clock.
somebody right
At
away
the
for the
tone,
real heavy
Eastern
work.
Daylight Time.
You can't do
23
it.
hours, 4 minutes.
Bob, I want you to
30
go
seconds.
see the doctor tomorrow.
Universal Time, 3 hours, 4 minutes.
Anyway, I
35
won't have time
seconds.
for a few days.
Well,
U.S.
one
Naval
thing
Observatory
sure, you're going to
Master
have to
Clock.
drop those night
At
watches at
tone,
the observation
Eastern
post,
Daylight
Bob.
Time. 23
Now, I
hours,
insist on
4
that.
minutes.
No, Minnie, I
45
can't
seconds.
stop that.
Universal
We're part of the
Time,
community.
3 hours,
and
4
we have to
minutes,
accept our
50
share of the
seconds.
responsibility.
Well, all I can
U.S.
say
Naval
is plenty of people
Observatory
around aren't
Master
given
Clock.
any help.
At the tone,
You could lay off
Eastern
temporarily
Daylight
at least.
Time. 23 hours,
You're
5
going to need
minutes.
rest and
Exactly.
sleep night.
Minnie,
Universal
I'm
Time,
going to keep
3
right on
hours,
at that
5
observation
minutes,
post.
5
They
seconds.
lead me there.
later, Robert Rake's wife did persuade him to see his doctor. When the doctor learned of all the work and the long hours that Mr. Rake was putting in, and after an examination, he served an ultimatum.
Mr. Rake, let's face this thing squarely. Yeah, I've faced the situation. But what can a fella do if he can't hire help? Which is more important, keeping up your farm or going on living? Yeah, but if I don't keep my farm operating, what will I live on? I don't like the sound of your heart today, Mr. Rake. You need rest. Plenty of it. You can't keep up at this pace. Now, I don't want to unduly alarm you, but I'm very serious about the warning I'm giving you. You're just going to have to take it easy. Well, I'll watch out, Doctor. I'll try to take it a little easier.
But Robert Rake kept on going. January passed, and February. On the night of March 5th, Robert Rake got up from a short sleep, dressed, and got himself ready to go over to the Carlton observation post to take his regular midnight to 7 a.m. watch. He left Mrs. Rake sleeping. Outside of the house, he heard the cattle down at the corral, restless. He went down.
There must have been a bobcat sneaking around, making them nervous. I see that all these bars and the gate are up solid.
Bob, is that you?
What? Minnie, I thought you were up to the house asleep. What you come down for? It's cold tonight.
Bob, what are you doing?
When I come out, the cattle sounded nervous. Came down to look around. Must have been a cat or something.
Now, Bob, let me go take your watch at the post tonight.
Why, of course not, Minnie. You go on now and get back up to the house and get to bed.
Oh, you never stop work anymore. I'm so worried lately.
Well, now, don't. Now, you get on inside. You just got on your slippers and the ground's cold and wet. You'll catch pneumonia.
Don't you worry about me. Bob, you only got about 2 hours sleep tonight. I wish you'd let me go take your watch, please.
No, Minnie, honey, thanks. It's something I always want to keep doing as long as the little post keeps running. I mean, well, it's just the way I feel about it. Now, you run along. I'll take the car and drive on over to the post. See you in the morning about 7:15.
Yes, Bob.
Good night, honey.
Good night, Bob. Good night.
On the night of March 5th, Robert Rake arrived at the Carlton observation post a few minutes to midnight. He took over, and the other observer went home. He settled himself to pass the night, to listen, wait, watch for the approach of any plane that might pass over his post. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. And then, at about 23 minutes after 2 that morning, the weary heart of Robert Rake stopped beating. The angel of God came and took him to guard another post, a heavenly post on high. Funeral arrangements had to be made. Mr. L.H. Klein, chairman of the Yamhill County Aircraft Warning Service, long-distance 4th Fighter Command Headquarters in Portland, talked with Lieutenant Robert Clark, ground observation officer of that area.
Lieutenant Clark?
Clark speaking.
This is Lou Klein down in McMinnville. I have some unfortunate news, Lieutenant.
Oh? What's that, Lou?
One of our most loyal observers passed away last night while standing guard at the Carlton Post.
Oh, no. Who was it?
Robert Rake. Heart gave out. It was just a case of overwork. Some of our observers tried to get him to take a layoff, but, well, he wouldn't.
So he died on duty, just like any true soldier.
Yes, Lieutenant. I called to ask if it isn't too much, do you suppose the Army could provide a guard of honor for the funeral?
Give me the day and hour, and I'll have officers and soldiers there to dip the colors, Louis. Robert Rake has been a part of the Army protecting this country. He's entitled to the last rites of the Army. Yes, a military guard will be there.
afternoon of March 7th, 1942. A drizzle of Oregon mist fell on the bowed heads of several hundred friends out at the cemetery. There, beside the grave, as the casket lowered, an Army color guard slowly dipped the stars and stripes, the flag of the country that Robert Rake had loved and had served to his end. Robert Rake had been a living symbol of loyalty. May his life inspire others to dutifully carry on the task of helping to guard the land we love. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces pays tribute to men and women like Robert Rake.
Each week, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen join our Eyes Aloft theme song with a fighting song of some branch of the military service. Tonight, they complement the Navy. Listen to Eyes Aloft in medley with Fighting Sons of the Navy Blue.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One by land and two by sea was once the sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. We've got the will to fight for what we know is right. Allegiance to a cause that's true. From California to the rugged rocky coast of Maine, we're fighting sons of the Navy Blue. The ship of state sails on with battle flags unfurled. The stars and stripes come into view. We hold the beacon light of liberty for all the world. We're fighting sons of the Navy Blue. Beware, you pirates and buccaneers, we'll sail wherever we please. Take care, or Uncle Sam will never rest until he's won the freedom of the sea. But if it's war they want, we've got just what it takes to make democracy come true. We've got the ships, we've got the guns, we've got the courage too. We're fighting sons of the Navy Blue. By land and towed by sea was once the sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Since we first presented the thrilling Eyes Aloft theme, we've had hundreds of requests for copies of the song. We're glad you like it. And here is Ken Carpenter to chat with our musical director and the composer of our theme, Gordon Jenkins.
Well, Gordy, I go around half the time humming that tune to myself. It really has a catchy melody.
Well, I've dreamed up lots of melodies in my day, Ken, but I catch myself humming Eyes Aloft myself. You know my humming.
Yes, I do. Well, seriously, Gordon, how'd you get the inspiration for those swell lyrics? You wrote the lyrics and music both, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a solo job. As far as getting the inspiration for the lyrics, I think all any songwriter would have to do is to go out some night to some isolated little observation post, stand around and look up the sky and listen for that possible plane.
You did that, Gordon?
I went out and visited several different posts before I wrote the song. I wanted to get the spirit of the observers who were doing this tremendous job, and I visited a filter center, too. The people who are carrying on this job really were the inspiration.
You know, I like that line, one if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry.
Well, that's a little bit of early American history work, then.
Oh, I see. How about that modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the skies?
Well, 150,000 of them are doing that right now on our Pacific coast.
That's right, but what we want to know, Gordon, is when is the song going to be published?
Well, I don't know, Ken. Do you think enough people are interested in buying a copy?
Well, we get a lot of mail, but then I know it takes a lot of sales to justify publication.
Well, I'm not interested in making any money on this song. As a matter of fact, I own no rights to the song now.
Yes, I heard what you did this week.
Well, since the 4th Fighter Command has accepted it as the official song of the Aircraft Warning Service, I've signed over title, all rights, any profits that may result from its possible publication. That's the way I want it to be. Is other people are donating their services. What I did is little enough.
All right, now, Gordon, we're going to say thanks to you for writing such a swell song, and then I'm going to explain to the folks about the rest of your plan. How about it, people, a good hand for composer Jenkins? Now, we're asking all those who are interested in securing a copy of the song Eyes Aloft to drop us a penny postcard. Now, understand, your card is not an order. We merely want to find out how many people would like to be able to go into their local music store and buy the published song. If enough of you respond, as we have every reason to believe, then we're almost positive the song will be published and distributed. And here's the really swell part. All profits from the song will go to build one or more observation towers for communities who have poor post facilities and deserve help. If you're interested in the song Eyes Aloft, just drop a postcard to Eyes Aloft, care of the radio station to which you are now listening. But do it right away. All right, now, Gayne Whitman, let's get on with the show.
Once again, we present one of our features, the McKinley Diary. Excerpts from the little notebook written by observers at the McKinley, Oregon Post. A post located in the geographical center of the Pacific Coast area. A post which seems to typify the spirit of the Ground Observer Corps. Indian summer has come to the little valley mountain. Mornings are crisp, days warm and languid, early evenings serene with a soft, low-hanging haze of fall. Through the valley, there is a feeling of peace and contentment. Peace? Oh, but the people of the valley know better. They know that the nation is at war, and that they are an integral part of the nation's war. In the valley, many a service flag hangs from the farmhouse windows. A new flag will go up soon now. For last Friday, P.S. Easton, one of the original observers of McKinley Post, went to Portland to take his oath and become a member of the Army. Mr. Easton served in the Aero Squadron in the First World War. And here inside the little unpainted post building, see, here on the table, is the now famous diary. We'll turn a page, find the last entry made by Mr. Easton. Here we are.
September 21st, 1942. Monday, 1 a.m. Goodbye. Tonight, I am spending my last long watch at the observation post. For soon I am leaving to follow the urge of the call that entices me most. My friends will cheer and my enemies jeer at the impulse that drives me along. And only time can tell if I'm right or if perchance I am wrong. The men and the women who watch through the night, the observers who watch through the day, are certain their country is still in the right and will win in the ultimate fray. But soldiers are needed to strike at the foe, are needed for patching the plains. But I must respond to my country's call, though leaving my loved ones' pains. I am hoping that someone will volunteer to watch through the hours I've filled, lest an enemy flight bring destruction and fright to hearts that soon may be chilled. My sorrow at leaving my own loved ones, I only am able to tell. Tonight, I am spending my last long watch. So McKinley Post, farewell. P.S. Easton.
Now for our last true life story of the evening. It is the night of July 14th. The observation post atop a brick building located on Land's End, the rocky promontory that juts itself into the turbulent ocean waters at the entrance of the Golden Gate. Two observers, Sal Argento and Bill Stappenhorst, were on duty. The night was cold, densely foggy. Foghorns wailed their ominous calls into the night. Suddenly, At exactly 2:30 a.m., the two observers were surprised to hear the rattle of machine guns down below them and toward the beach.
Hey, what's that noise, Bill? Why, it's machine gun fire. Oh, and they have a cop. What you mean, Carl? Machine guns. Maybe the Japs are flying in to attack San Francisco. Hey, maybe that's it. We got a report right away. Oh, they're coming in by boat, I guess. They established a beachhead right down below us here. Yeah, we could be mistaken about this. I don't hear any airplanes. Oh, we could be mistaken, yeah, but I don't think so, though. Make that report, Bill. Yeah. Nobody's just to go around shooting machine guns off in the middle of the night without meaning some business. It's the Japs, I bet you. Yeah, I think that... Hello. Army Flash. No, wait. What's the matter, Bill? Listen, operator. This is 23 Duke 91. Now, this is something special. Machine guns down below us on the beach. Let me talk to an officer. No. We aren't reporting an airplane. Yeah, transfer my call. Well, what happened? You going to talk to an Army officer? Get him? Oh, good. Yeah, this is different. You can't tell some filter operator. Machine guns, high, heard, northwest. Hello? Yeah. Okay, Lieutenant. Yeah, I'll tell you all we know. Tell him we hear machine guns. Well, Lieutenant, we're sitting here, and we hear all of a sudden the machine guns start shooting. Tell them it's a commando raid. They're landing down on the beach, maybe. Now, Lieutenant, we think the Japs may be trying to establish a beachhead right down below us. Okay. Yeah. Now, we'll stick right here. Yes, Lieutenant. Goodbye. What did the Army say, Bill? Well, let's check at once. Hey, you listen to that. It's a machine gun. Yeah. It's closer this time. Hey, maybe one of us should have slipped down over there and try to see what we can see, eh? No, Lieutenant ordered whoever was on duty here not to leave the post. Oh, we got it. That sense we wouldn't have both go. Oh, I take it this time. Hello? Yes, Major. Were they just to shoot again? No, we don't want to make any mistake. Positively, we hear a machine gun twice. Last time, much closer. Maybe they're coming up the cliff now, huh? Yeah, you bet. We stick right here on duty, Major. Okay, Major. Goodbye, Major. Who was that? I don't know. It was some major, he says, some head guy. He says they get right on it and investigate. He says we turning in the only report so far. Well, Sal, I think we're going to see some action. Well, maybe we hear it, but maybe we don't get to see or nothing. Doggone a fog. Hey, you hear? Yeah, what think about that? It's a machine gun, all right. Doggone a dirty little yellow Jap. I like to get my hands on them myself, I tell you what. They come here to shoot at America. Dirty little yellow Jap.
In the next few minutes, the phone in the observation post was kept busy. Immediately, Army intelligence called for a report. Quickly following was a call from Navy intelligence. Less than 15 minutes later, the observers, Carl Argento and Bill Stappenhorst, heard the voices of men in the distance, heard the arrival of equipment, but through the fog, they could see nothing.
By golly, that Army, she got here quick, eh? Yeah, you're telling me. Hey, let those Japs know who is trying to act smart. You hear that? A cannon. You telling to me, huh? Give them everything down there, soldiers. Our boys are starting to blast into those little yellow bellies. Oh, they're only over here just a little way. Yeah, maybe we'll get a shot right through our observation post. Well, let them shoot. We hear everything and see nothing. Now, let them have both barrels, Army. You take care of them. 4 minutes after 3 a.m. Gotta remember that hour, so I tell my grandchildren I hear first the shot of Jap attacking the United States. That dirty little yellow Jap.
Not once did Carl Argento and Bill Stappenhorst think of leaving the observation post unattended. They knew their duty, and they remained, taking the phone calls that came rolling in for more information. At 3:55, all of a sudden, emergency lights flared up on the rocky hillside, but the fog was almost impenetrable.
Hey, Bill. Look down there. Can't see much, but it's much better with those lights on. Yeah. Well, where'd the lights come from? Well, how should we know? The Army bring them, maybe. Hey, look. A lot of men running around. By golly, they know what they're doing, all right. They sure go into action fast, Bill.
All through the night, Stappenhorst and Argento remained faithfully at their posts. Finally, a murky dawn came, and at 6 a.m., they were relieved by the next watch.
Hey, you fellas hear what happened tonight?
Oh, what happened, Saul?
The Japs to try to land right down below us here.
Yeah, we made the report. The Army arrived, and there was a bunch of trucks and guns.
Are you two guys dreaming?
It's the truth. We didn't see any Army trucks or guns.
Well, they left and went to some other place, I guess.
You birds aren't trying to give us a scare.
Hey, look, I trust in my heart. I'd shake your hand. I'd do anything to make you believe the Japs tried to make a raid on our landing tonight.
We called the Army, I tell you. They were here before we could hang up the phone almost.
Well, I'll be doggone. Looks like we're right in the middle of things. Hey, maybe this aircraft warning service was kind of needed after all.
By golly, I go home and see my family so they won't be worried about me. Come on, Bill, let's get the car and go back to the city, eh?
You don't want to walk down to the cliff and take a look, Sal?
Well, if that army of ours is down there fighting, they don't want us civilians getting in the way. We better not get too curious. Come on, Bill, let's go back to the city.
Back in San Francisco at about 7 o'clock, Bill Steppenhorst pulled the car up alongside the curb on Market Street to let Sal Argento out. Paper boys called wildly.
Hey, wait 1 minute, Bill. I'll buy a paper. Maybe tell all about our raid, eh? Hey, boy, paper. Hey, over here.
Hey, bring this in.
What's it say, Sal?
Hey, look at this headline. Patrol boat ashore.
Yeah, but what about the Jap raid?
Here, let me sit down a minute and look.
What? Well, that's a flashlight picture of the boat up on the shore.
Oh, it says Land's End. That's where we were. I mean, that's where it was. I mean, it's...
Now, hold the paper still, Sal. Let me read. In fog early this morning, a patrol boat was washed onto the shoals at Land's End. A captain fired machine gun shots as a signal for help.
Oh.
A Coast Guard boat arrived within the hour and fired its lifeline cannon and brought the crew to safety. Complete story on page 3. Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, how do you like that? No jobs, eh? And maybe we didn't do so much after all, eh?
Oh, wait a minute, Sal. They might have been Japs. We were ready for them. We made the report.
Oh, I don't know. Well, maybe we did a pretty good job after all, eh? You know, sometime we might really call up and report those dirty little yellow jobs, eh? Who knows?
Yes, Sal Argento and Bill Steppenhorst had been on guard, ready to warn if it had been a Jap raid. Actually, they made the report that sent the Army into action to check the situation. The Army, in turn, immediately notified the Coast Guard of the shipwreck, and help was sent in time so that not a single life was lost. Most important, Sal Argento and Bill Steppenhorst stuck to their jobs, stayed at their posts, proved loyal and dependable in the face of what appeared to be an actual enemy invasion. And that's the spirit back of the entire aircraft warning service.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here now is Captain Smith to make this week's presentation. Captain Smith.
This week, we proudly present the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to that loyal group of men who operate the Land's End San Francisco Observation Post. It is a post with an enviable record for high efficiency. It is manned entirely by men who served in the last war, who take their responsibility seriously. Again, this group of men prove their value to their country, this time in the role of volunteer civilian soldiers. The 4th Fighter Command salutes the Land's End observers.
This is Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer citizens who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter, charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft. Remember, if you want our theme song published, drop a postcard to Eyes Aloft, care of the station to which you are listening. Eyes Aloft has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Watching the trains flying the lanes up the line. Eyes Aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of Monday evening programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Rise aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight we bring you the 10th edition of Eyes Aloft. It features another great modern American story. You'll hear the presentation of the weekly Gold Trophy Award, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen, and a musical tribute to the Marine Corps. Good news about the publication of our theme song, the McKinley Diary, and a new feature, Why Will They Do It? Yes, it's time now for your Eyes Aloft narrator to step into the post and take over his shift, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our first story tonight comes from Northern California. We've called it, Give a Man a Bicycle He Can Ride to Duty. In the small town of Swanton, out on the Monterey Peninsula, lives a young fellow 15 years old who someday hopes to be a flyer. But less than 2 months ago, this fellow, Homer McCrary, was willing to settle for a bicycle for his mode of transportation. You see, Homer McCrary is an aircraft warning service observer. Let's go back to a day in the month of last May. Homer is on duty at his post. His chief observer, Mrs. Marie Giannone, has just dropped in to see how everything is.
Beautiful day, isn't it, Homer?
Swell, Mrs. Giannone. Oh, say, I'm sure glad you came by this afternoon.
Oh?
I'm going to have to quit.
Quit? Oh, no, Homer. You're one of my most reliable observers.
Oh, gee, thanks, but I'm going away.
To where?
Salinas in about a week, soon as school's over.
You're going to work there?
Pick fruit this summer. I'm sure going to save my money.
You're going to buy war bonds with it?
Yeah, sure I will, if there's any left over. Gosh, Mrs. Giannone, I got to buy me a bicycle.
A bicycle?
Yeah, I figured it all out. I come here to the post after school 7 days a week.
Yes, I know. You come every day. You're putting in a lot of time here, Homer.
Oh, that's okay. But I have to walk 4 miles each way. That's 8 miles a day. It's 57 miles a week I have to walk. A bicycle can sure make it easier for me when I come back and start in here again next fall.
Well, you certainly should have one. And I admire you for going out to earn money to buy yourself one, Homer. I certainly do.
All through the hot summer months, Homer McCrary picked fruit in the Salinas orchards. And he saved his money to buy a good bicycle. In September, when he returned home, he went to Santa Cruz to make his cherished purchase.
Say, could you wait on me?
Oh, certainly. Glad to, son. What can I get for you?
It's right here. This is the beauty I want.
You mean you want to buy a bicycle?
Yeah, this one, the red one. Of course, I'm going to lower those handlebars a little and...
Well, now, wait a minute. I'm sorry, son. Government says we can't sell bicycles unless the purchaser has a priority number.
A priority number?
Yeah. Didn't you know? Bicycles have been frozen.
You mean I can't buy this one? After all, after...
Sorry, son. Bikes are frozen. You'll have to talk to Uncle Sam about it.
Gee, that's tough luck.
Disappointed and discouraged, the young fellow told his chief observer about the incident. A sympathetic, good-hearted woman, Mrs. Giannone, wrote a letter explaining the situation to the Santa Cruz County Director, H.H. Glessner. And what did Mr. Glessner do? He went straight to talk with the chairman of the Santa Cruz Rationing Board.
Now, Mr. Maddox, please understand that transportation is one of the Ground Observer Corps' biggest problems.
I can well imagine.
People can't get to the post. The post will fail.
But this boy, this observer, he's just one isolated case.
Yes, an individual one, to be sure. But we must meet these separate cases as they present themselves. Now, don't you think this boy is deserving?
He served at the post all last spring.
3 hours a day after school, 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm. And he's back on the job again now?
Yes. And he's walking those 8 miles every day again.
Well, sounds like a pretty sober-thinking kid.
I should say he is. Well, what do you say, Mr. Maddox? Let's give this boy a priority number so he can buy his bicycle.
All right. We'll do it.
Good.
On one condition.
What's that?
I'll give you the papers to have him sign, and I also want a statement from him.
Well, what kind of statement?
That he'll use that bicycle to ride to Swanton Post at least 5 times a week.
5 times a week? That'll be easy for a lad that goes every day of the week. Let me have that paper. We'll get him fixed right up so he can buy his bike.
This fall, every afternoon about 4 o'clock, Homer McCrary comes rolling down the road on his new bike. The bicycle that he bought with money earned by picking fruit last summer. Yes, Homer McCrary proudly rolls up to the Swanton observation post each afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Hello, Homer.
Oh, gosh, Mrs. Giannone. I'm glad to see you.
Yes, but see who's come to pay the post a visit this afternoon.
Mr. Glessner. Gee, glad to see you, Mr. Glessner.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Homer.
Say, did you get my letter? Gee, thanks for everything.
You're welcome for anything Mrs. Giannone and I might have done to help you out.
If it hadn't been for you folks, I wouldn't have my bike.
Here, Homer. I brought you these.
What's that?
Magazines about aviation.
Oh, brother, wonderful.
Well, you said you weren't going to be riding a bike all your life, Homer.
No, I'm going to take up flying as soon as I get out of high school. Gee, these are swell. Thanks a lot. You're a swell guy, Mr. Glessner. Oh, hey, wait.
What, Homer?
Don't you hear it? Oh, there it comes. A plane going east. I got to report it pronto.
Well, right on the job.
Well, I have to admit I didn't hear it till he mentioned it. Homer McCrary is one of my very best observers. One of my best.
Army flash. 1. Single. Very low. Overhead. East. Gosh, look at him go. Will I fly me one of those someday? Yeah.
Yes, today and every day now, Homer McCrary rides his bike to the observation post. Someday, as he dreams, he will fly the planes he is now reporting. As General Kepner has said, as long as there are young Americans growing up with purpose and love of country, we can be certain that America will always carry on. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces salutes Homer McCrary, a young fellow who is serving his country as best he can.
We have some good news to reveal today. Good news for all those who bothered to write a letter or drop us a postcard regarding whether or not our theme song, Eyes Aloft, should be published. A most impressive pile of mail has come in from you people in the last 2 weeks. And incidentally, the Los Angeles Filter Center designed an enormous postcard about 4 feet long and 3 feet wide and sent it to Gordon Jenkins last week. On the back, it held the signatures of nearly 1,200 persons who desired to have the song published. All of your mail was placed before several top-ranking music publishers, and they were all interested in the song. This morning, Gordon Jenkins, the composer, signed contracts with the old, reliable New York music publishing firm of Shapiro Bernstein. And within a short time, Shapiro Bernstein will have printed attractive sheet music copies of Eyes Aloft, and you'll be able to purchase it over the counter in your local music shop and dime stores. Remember, all profits to the composer, Gordon Jenkins, are being placed in a bonded account. And when they're sufficient, one or more worthy communities will be selected by a board of judges, and an observation tower will be built and presented at no cost to those communities. Perhaps your community will be so honored. We'll advise you on this program when the song is ready for sale. Here now, Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra and the Sportsmen join the thrilling music of Eyes Aloft with the traditional fighting song of the Marine Corps. It's Eyes Aloft in medley with the Marine Hymn.
Watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand protecting the land we love. What if I land and two if I see was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. They have fought our country's battles on the land as on the sea, as to fight for right and freedom and to keep their honor clean. They are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
Tonight we are introducing a new thumbnail feature. Listening time, 2 minutes. Title, Why Will They Do It? It's our new brickbats and bouquet department. Tonight we have wait and see. You be the judge. And those in the studio here will have a chance to vote when it's over. Why will they do it? This one actually happened last week. We won't name the town. We won't name the state. A woman who had once been an observer and who had quit after 2 weeks of grueling service because she got a kink in her neck from looking up for airplanes or some other equally silly excuse, was caught doing this. She lived on a farm. Her telephone was on a farmer's party line. We admit that some of her neighbors might have been a little bit gappy, but this is what she did. We let you be the judges after you've heard. Then you can either boo or you can give a round of applause. Now, listen and make up your mind how you want to cast your vote for this particular lady. One afternoon, she went to her phone to make a call.
The hell, talk. Some people talk all the time. They just live on the phone. But I hope it isn't busy yet, or I'm apt to...
Well, listen, Bunny. Can I come over and see you tonight?
Well, do you think you should?
Well, gee, don't you love me, Bunny?
Oh, sure.
Well, then, can I come over tonight? Hey, we can go for a ride or something.
Well,
I'll just put an end to that puppy love talk.
It's an awful
I'll show them they can't ride the phone all day long.
You're beautiful out there.
Now we'll see.
Honey, what do you say?
Well,
hello.
You sure you want
Hello,
to
who's on the line?
Hey, lady, this line is busy.
We're talking.
Oh, yes? Well, you can just stop. This is an Army flash.
Army flash? Oh, my gosh, Bunny, we're supposed to hang right up.
We are?
Yeah, you've got to let the Army have the phone. Goodbye, baby. Hey, I love you.
I love you double anything you say. Bye-bye.
Well, I should think. That cleared the lines fast enough. Army flash. Well, now maybe I can call Mr. Thrumblestum. Find out if Oscar's still drinking so much beer Saturday nights when he goes to town. I ought to tell Mabel what I heard about Oscar the other night.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mabel. How are you? This is Maud. I just wanted to call up and chin a little. How's Oscar?
He's fine.
It's a nice day today.
Looks like rain over my way.
Don't hear. Say, Mabel, did you hear what happened to Hattie Hennessy this morning? Well, now, the way I hear it, that is...
Why will they do it? Well, folks, what do you think of anybody who will do a thing like that? What's your vote for this woman? A boo or a round of applause? Boo! You bet. She deserves a good, solid boo-ket. And I'll tell you something else. She committed a very serious offense in the eyes of the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces. She violated the use of the telephone system, violated the use of the coded emergency call, Army Flash, and she is subject at this very time to severe penalties. We hope such a thing never happens again. Yeah, why will they do it? Here, one of the most popular features of our program, the McKinley Diary. Unedited excerpts from the famous little black and white notebook. Comments and thoughts, just as they have been entered in the diary by the observers of the McKinley, Oregon Post. Now, the first gentle rains of fall have come to the Little Mountain Valley. Rains that have washed away the dusty cares of summer. Now, spruce, pine, and fir trees stand in stately verdance, richly green and clean for God's washing. On the hillside slopes, circles of fallen leaves lie on the ruddy earth beneath fruit trees to make pleasant patchwork of the countryside. These days, there is a feeling of things to come, of holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas time. But holidays won't mean quite the same at home this year. This year in the Valley, there will be vacant chairs when families gather at festive boards. For many of the Valley's boys have gone away to serve their country. A simple monument to those fighting men stands in the midst of the Valley today, a tiny, unpainted shack. It is the observation post. Here, shall we step inside a moment? Yes, there it is, lying open on the table. The Diary of the Watchers. Let's look at some entry that has been made in it. Let's see what this one here says.
August 23rd, a week of thrills. Chief one, Vern got a 5-day furlough and came home. He looks taller and is in the pink of health. Saturday at 6 a.m., he left for Santa Ana Air Base, but expects to be transferred to the electric service somewhere. Verna Hansen.
Yes, many of the Valley's boys are in the service now. Well, let's turn here to September 8th, 4 o'clock in the morning.
As I sit here and listen to the roll of thunder and watch the flashes of lightning, the thought crosses my mind. Suppose this was the din of battle, man-made, instead of the natural element. A crash just passed that rocked this small shack. I'm not afraid of thunder and lightning, but would relish some company just now. A few drops of rain are falling on the roof. I do hope it really rains hard, as I'm sure there'll be forest fires follow this terrific lightning. I can see my neighbor's house a quarter of a mile away every time the flashes come. And oh boy, the heavens must have opened up and stilled the rain now. Boiler factory would be a quiet place compared to this little 6x8 shack right now. And jeepers, the roof leak. I think I'm going to cover up my head if I can find something to cover it with. Yours till dawn, Mabel O'Sullivan.
Time to read just one more entry. Then we must hurry on our way. Here's one, written September 14th, by a man who has since enlisted in the Army.
Monday morning, 2:30 a.m. 41 years ago, President McKinley died, and Theodore Roosevelt became president. An even greater Roosevelt is president today. Our present president has a more difficult task than had either Washington or Lincoln. Defeat under Washington meant that the people would continue to live as they had lived before war began. Defeat under Lincoln meant that the people would live in two nations instead of a united one. Defeat under Roosevelt means that the people will die without a nation. T.S. Easton.
And so we close McKinley Diary till another time. Some communities, the Ground Observer Corps group have come to add colorful social flavor. Being a ground observer isn't necessarily all work and vigilance. In Clatsop County, Oregon, down near the mouth of the mighty Columbia River, the observers of the little logging and fishing town of Napa decided to have a meeting and a party on the evening of October 10th. That afternoon, they decorated the community hall.
Now, be careful up there on that ladder, George.
Yeah, can you toss me up another roll of bunting?
Well, I think we ought to run it right over and drape it down in front of the speaker's platform.
Well, any way you ladies want it. Just hand me up the flags and bunting, will you?
I hope this downpour doesn't keep Lieutenant Clark and Sergeant Sousa from getting here from Portland.
Oh, I think they'll get here all right. Mr. Pearson, are you going to bring over your movie projector and run off those comedy films tonight for the party?
Well, what about it, folks?
I've never seen them. Bring them over, sure.
Mrs. Abrams is bringing the cake as soon as the rain lets up. The big one.
Yeah, we ought to put the cake on the speaker's table.
Well, Violet, are we going to have a candle on it? I think we should.
Oh, by all means. This is Napa Post's first birthday. We'll have one big candle on the cake.
Say, what kind of food are we going to have tonight, girls?
You mind your decorating up there, George. I'll find out about the food. What are we going to eat tonight, ladies?
Everything that's good. Sandwiches, cakes, coffee.
Any potato salad?
And don't forget the jelly rolls somebody's bringing, Adriana.
Oh, yes, and jelly rolls.
What about potato salad?
There'll be plenty of potato salad for you men, George. And now we must hurry, folks. It's almost 6, and most everyone has to go home and dress.
Party starts at 9?
8:30 or 9, as soon as the county director and the officers and everybody get here.
You don't think Roberta Vinson knows anything about the going-away presents we bought for her, do you?
Oh, no, I don't think Miss Vinson has an inkling. It'll be a real surprise.
Well, she sure deserved it. Nobody could have worked any harder as our chief observer.
I heard Roberta's going to California. Is that right?
Well, I think we should have red, white, and blue symbols on the...
Yes, the observers of Napa, Oregon had all pitched in and were giving a community party. The party had a twofold purpose. It was to celebrate the first anniversary of the Napa Observation Post, one of the posts to start even before war was declared. The other reason was to honor their very hard-working and highly efficient chief observer, Mrs. Robert Vinson. Though the weather was ugly that night of October 10th, nearly 175 people attended at Community Hall. There were fishermen, farmers, loggers, sawmill workers, housewives, local businessmen.
And now, I want to introduce our very capable Clatsop County Director, whom we also know as our Clatsop County Assessor, Mike Kosovich.
Thank you. Thank you. It is indeed a thrilling moment in my life as I look down upon these long rows of tables and see the faces of so many people who've been so diligently serving their nation as ground observers. Napa Post has a high rating of efficiency. In fact, I'm proud to say that nearly every post in Clatsop has a high rating. You know, I could talk for quite a while tonight about our work, but I'm going to turn the meeting over to Lieutenant Clark and Sergeant Souza, who have some pleasant surprises for many of you. Lieutenant Robert Clark, our ground observation officer for this filter area.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike Kosovich. Before coming here to the meeting tonight, I drove over to see your wonderful new observation post built. It's really a beauty. The county court has done well by you in furnishing such an excellent build. 2 observers were there on duty. They're missing the party here tonight. But don't you think we should save them a piece of the anniversary cake?
Sure, great idea.
Friends, I brought with me tonight 42 observer armbands. 42 of your group have served the Army for 100 hours or more. And you will receive these awards tonight. And later, I have a film which Sergeant Sousa's going to run off for you. It's titled, What About Air Raid? And I think you'll get some valuable instruction. However, before we proceed, I want to turn the meeting back to the capable hands of our Master of Ceremonies, who will tell one of the ladies here about a certain surprise. Okay, Master of Ceremonies.
Well, we've got a little surprise for someone whom we all highly respect. She helped organize our Napa Observers Post over a year ago, and she's bravely endured all the headaches of a chief observer. Seriously, though, people, she really has inspired this community to carry on this work for the Army. Well, when some of us let her down on watches, she always went herself and carried on those watches, day or night, in our places. I think we all appreciate what she's done. Now she's taking a leave of absence for a couple of months and going to California. While she's gone, we want her to know that we'll carry on just as though she were here directing us. When she comes back, she'll take over again. Roberta Vinson is our chief observer. Mrs. Vinson, will you stand up?
What?
Just come over here, please, Roberta.
Well, what's this all about?
Mrs. Vinson, your work and your services to this community haven't gone unnoticed. We wanted to express our appreciation.
Well, but I don't understand.
We've taken up a little collection and bought you a going-away present.
A present?
Now, that's it, Mike. Bring them over here. That's right. Put them right here on the table.
Yeah, here we are.
Oh, dear.
2 pieces of airplane luggage, Roberta.
Oh, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. Oh, how can I ever thank you, Pete?
Oh, but open them up. There are a few little knickknacks inside.
More?
Here, I'll open this one. And this one, I think. There we are. They're wrapped in cellophane.
Oh,
Why, look at this. Why, it's a beautiful, beautiful house coat. And what's this? Oh, lingerie. Oh, and a lovely nightgown. Oh, thank you all so very, very much. I'm going away for a while, but I'm coming back home. I'm coming back because you're my people. I'm one of you. This is where I belong. Where the best people in all the world live. Thank you. Thank you.
And while I'm away, keep all the watches covered. Be there. Always be there. Because that's where I'll be, in spirit. Right there at our observation post.
So at least one community showed its chief observer that her work had been appreciated. Where there is such community thinking, such community spirit, there cannot help but be good things. The Napa, Oregon Observation Post is outstanding because that community is imbued with a solid American attitude.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some deserving observation post or filter center. Here is Captain Russell Z. Smith to make this week's presentation. Captain Smith.
American spirit is built not on the thoughts and feelings of an individual, but upon the collective attitude of communities. When a community's thinking is healthy, it is indeed a prosperous spot on the American map. Certainly, the community of Napa, Oregon is a credit to this nation. In particular, it is a credit to the Aircraft Warning Service of the 4th Fighter Command. It is with pride that we present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to Napa, Oregon Observation Post.
Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Next week, we present from San Francisco Mr. James C. Shepard, Director of the 9th Civilian Defense Region. This is Ken Carpenter, charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if by land and two if by sea was once the sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flight. 1, multi-motor, low, steam, 21 Albert 5, overhead, south.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft, the 4th Fighter Air Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of Monday evening programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Rise aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 11th edition of Eyes Aloft, featuring Aircraft Warning Service True Stories, presentation of the weekly Gold Trophy Award, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsman in a tribute to Navy Week, excerpts from the famous McKinley Diary, and our new feature, Why Will They Do It? During this broadcast, we will switch to San Francisco, where Colonel John C. Gray will interview the director of the 9th Region of Civilian Defense, James C. Shepard. Here now is your Eyes Aloft narrator coming on watch, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here is a short story about a woman who wanted to serve her country in these troubled times, but didn't know how. Some can serve their country in a noble way, wearing a uniform, marching to the blare of bugles and drums. Some are honored with awards of recognition, the Purple Heart, the Silver Star, the Blue and Gold 500-hour Medal of the Aircraft Warning Service. There's most usually glamour and glory and respect paid to those who serve their country well in time of war, but there are some who want to serve and can't. Here is a simple and beautiful story about a woman who wanted to do her part to help her nation. It was told to us a short time ago by Mrs. Geneva Lepper, who is now the area supervisor around Oroville in Butte County, Northern California. Last December 8th, Mrs. Geneva Lepper took over the responsibility as the Oroville chief observer and organized that post. Her next-door neighbor was a Mrs. Marge Reel. One cold December morning, Geneva Lepper stopped by to see Mrs. Reel.
Geneva, come in. Silly morning. I can only stay a minute.
Oh, going downtown to shop?
I'm going out calling on people this morning. I'm trying to line up more observers.
Oh, you're having a time, aren't you?
Oh, it's just a matter of getting around and explaining to people what the Aircraft Warning Service is all about.
I wish I could volunteer my service, Geneva.
I understand perfectly, Marge. Women with young children just have to stay home and take care of their kids, though.
Yeah, and Wesley has the sniffles again this morning.
Oh, I hope you have him in bed.
I certainly have. I hope Jerry doesn't get another cold.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about Jerry. Say, Marge, it just seems I'm away constantly these days.
Yes, I know.
I should say day and night.
Oh, I think the work you're doing is wonderful, Geneva. You're such a good organizer.
Well, we'll see about that when I get all my observers lined up to fill all the various shifts. But what I came over to tell you, Marge, is that since I'm away nearly all day lately, you might want to run over and use my phone.
Well,
I mean, Elmer insists I lock the house whenever he and I are both gone.
Yeah, that's best, I suppose.
And so Elmer and I decided we'd leave the key under the flower pot there on the front porch.
Oh?
So anytime you want to go over and phone while I'm not there, you know where the key is.
Well, that's awfully kind of you, Geneva.
No, it's nothing at all. Now, you just help yourself to the phone anytime you want. You're stuck here at home with your kids, and in case there was an emergency, you'd need the phone. Well, I'll have to be on my way.
Oh, you're very thoughtful, Geneva.
See you later, Marge. I hope Wesley gets over his sniffles.
Mrs. Geneva Lepper was engrossed in the war effort work of organizing the local Oroville post. She was away from home constantly those first few months. There was no time for anything else. But Mrs. Marge Reel couldn't get out from her home to participate in such fascinating work as being a ground observer. But she had the burning desire to do some small thing to help her country.
I'm not doing anything to help, it seems. How can I? How can I get out and do any sort of war work? There's Wesley and Jerry and no one to stay with them. What can I do? The children have to come first. Yes, they must come first with me.
The problem troubled Marge Reel, for she was a normally patriotic woman, and she wanted to help. Well, later that day, she went next door to the Lepper residence to use the phone to order groceries. She found the key under the flower pot, right where Mrs. Lepper said it was.
See? Oh, dear. Oh, it's awful of me to criticize, but Geneva's house certainly looks mussy. Flowers in the vase, dead, and a newspaper on the floor, where Elmer was reading, I guess. Oh, now I know. Geneva just doesn't have time to do her housework these days. I'll pick up this paper for her. I guess I could throw these old flowers out for her, too. Why, I know. I know how I can help. I know what I'll do, and I'll do it every day. I can't be an observer, and I can't go to Red Cross meetings, and I can't... Why, I can keep Geneva's house clean and tidy for her while she's working so hard. Yes, that's what I'll do. Every day while Wessie and Jerry take their naps, I'll come over and keep the chief observer's house in order. That's how I'll help. Well, I'll start now. I'll get the broom and dust them up after 5.
You say there's no glory, no thanks in house cleaning? In this case, there was. A simple task, yes, but one with a heart and purpose back of it. It's the way one young woman, Mrs. Marge Reel, whose husband is in defense work in the Panama Canal Zone, helped out. She had no time to serve as a watcher at the observation post. There were children to be cared for. She must have known there generally is no recognition for the task of housework. But Mrs. Marge Reel, good neighbor of busy Mrs. Geneva Lepper, must be honored. Tonight, we pay tribute to a real American woman who created an opportunity to do her bit for her country. Good neighbors make good Americans. We salute Mrs. Marge Reel. Last week, we inaugurated a thumbnail feature which we call Why Will They Do It? It's our brickbats and bouquet department. Tonight, it's about a fellow who... But wait, you be the judge. And afterwards, those in the studio here will have the chance to vote with a round of applause or a good solid boo. Why will they do it? This one actually happened 10 days ago. A man ran into trouble. He was the chief observer of a certain post in a certain good-sized city in a certain western state whose abbreviation is spelled C-A-L-I-S. One afternoon, this somewhat overworked chief observer was checking schedule with one of his observers.
Well, Henry, I'd like to change your watch this week.
Change it? To what?
Yeah, you've been taking the 6 p.m. evening shift once every 2 weeks for the last 2 months, Henry.
Yeah. Getting kind of tired having eaten my dinner so early those nights. Have to eat at 5:30.
Oh, now, that doesn't really upset you, does it?
Well, have to watch my diet. Doc told me a couple of years ago I should eat regularly and at the same hour every night.
Well, then, this new watch I put you down for ought to fix it just right.
What shift you got me down for now, Jim?
A little later in the evening. 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.
1 a.m.?
Yeah?
Are you trying to kid somebody?
Why, no, Henry.
You got it in for me or something?
Of course not.
Why try to dish that 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. stuff on me?
Well, I could have asked you to take the watch from 1 a.m. to 5 in the morning, Henry.
No. And I don't go for that 10 to 1 a.m. stuff either. What do you expect a fellow to get any sleep? What do you want me to do? Go around the office all the next day half asleep? Watch for airplanes from 10 to 1 a.m.? You better get yourself another sucker. I'm through. You can't pull that on Henry.
But 2 nights later, this is what Henry was doing.
Okay, I caught you. What you got?
3 kings, Henry.
3 kings? Wow.
You're popped, and I'm clean.
Oh, now, don't quit, Bill. It's early.
Well, it's 3 a.m., Henry. I promised my wife I'd be home at midnight.
Well, don't worry. We'll accept your check from now on, Bill.
Yeah. Oh, don't go. The night's only a pup. Let's play till 4, huh?
Henry's right. Don't break up the game, Bill.
Well, we'll show you some real poker from now on. I tell you, boys, let's set the limit for 5 a.m.
Well, okay with me. Make it 5.
Who's sleepy? Not me. Old Henry's good for the rest of the night at this game. Deal 'em, boys. Who has to buy?
Why will they do it? That same so-called solid citizen complained at taking watch at the observation post from 10 to 1 a.m. But he's raring to keep a poker game going till 5 in the morning. What's your vote for a guy like that? A boo or a round of applause? You bet your sweet life. All a bird like that deserves is a good, solid bouquet. And we hope you're listening tonight, pal. Now you know what the rest of this Pacific Coast community thinks of you. You want to get back in good with the rest of the gang again? Okay. Then go to your phone right now and call your chief observer and tell him you'll take any watch he can assign you. We hope there'll be no hard feelings for bringing this to your attention. Incidentally, in off moments, poker is our favorite indoor sport, too. But let's not give phony excuses to get out of a responsibility to the community and the nation. Yeah. Why will they do it? Responsible for the direction of the vast civilian defense system of the 9th region of the United States is Director James C. Shepard, whose headquarters are in San Francisco. Supervisor of the activities of more than 1.25 million people dedicated to lessening the effects of the enemy's blow should it come. James Shepard must coordinate civilian operations with the demands of Army, Navy, Red Cross, and many other concerned agencies. At this moment, we switch controls to San Francisco, where Lieutenant Colonel John C. Gray, Assistant Executive Officer of General Kepner's staff, will interview James C. Shepard, Director of the 9th Civilian Defense Region. Calling San Francisco, please.
Colonel Gray speaking. Here with me is James Shepard, a man who has one of the nation's biggest civilian defense jobs. Just how many people come under your direction, Mr. Shepard?
In this region, over 1,200,000 persons, or about 10% of the population, have realized the seriousness of war, enlisting in the vast program of civilian defense.
Well, the war has been brought pretty close to us.
Yes, bombs have fallen on our shores. Ships have been torpedoed off our coast, and there have been token shellings from submarines.
Well, don't you think the fact that we here on the coast are in an actual theater of operations has increased the desire of every single one of us to do his part in winning this war?
I would like to think that, Colonel Gray.
Like to? What do you mean?
There are still far too many who are indifferent to this nation's circumstances. This war will not be won until every man, woman, and child is doing something definite and tangible towards winning it. Victory will never be purchased by dollars and cents alone.
I agree, Mr. Shepard. For 10% of the people in this region who have volunteered to look out for the safety of themselves and the other 90%.
Yes, Colonel. And closely allied in this vital mechanism is the work of the 150,000 persons who are serving in the aircraft warning service of the 4th Fighter Command. They are an important factor in the active defense of their country from air attack.
And I think these people are beginning to be more thoroughly understand and believe in the importance of the work they are doing.
Well, I know that some who sit in lonely posts or in isolated filter centers, day after day, night after night, sometimes wonder if their service is really important. But they must have faith. They must continue to serve, and others must volunteer to assist in the job. The aircraft warning service must continue. The observers and filter center workers must be constantly on the alert and ready for any emergency which may come.
Right, Colonel. Pardon me, but I can't help but think of you as one of us in uniform. Do you suppose the other 1.25 million civilians working with you realize that they are shoulder to shoulder with the men in the armed forces and are releasing many thousands of soldiers for combat duty?
Some do, perhaps. Some also realize it is a privilege to serve in the defense of their homes rather than a duty. Though they receive but little acclaim, theirs is the stern and durable satisfaction that they are serving effectively as citizen soldiers.
Mr. Shepard, didn't General DeWitt write you his opinion of these citizen soldiers, as you call them?
Yes, Colonel Gray, and I've quoted his letter often. General DeWitt said, quote, "Too much credit cannot be given a citizen who voluntarily assumed a responsibility in the civilian defense organization. In many cases, they do so at considerable personal sacrifice to themselves in order to enforce security measures necessary for the protection of the community, the state, and the nation. The citizens of all communities should be made fully aware of what these men are doing and the manner in which they are meeting their responsibilities," unquote.
Well, then, General DeWitt certainly places a high value on the citizen soldier, doesn't he?
Indeed.
But aren't too few doing too much these days?
Much as I regret to admit it, that's all too true, Colonel Gray.
And the civilian defense system needs more volunteers, doesn't it?
Yes. And let me say that if you people who are listening to this program want to get this war over with speedily, you'd better enlist for some sort of civilian defense duty.
I suggest you tell them whom to call, Mr. Shepard.
Call your local defense council. Your telephone operator will give you the number. Just ask for the local defense council.
And they should do it right away, too.
Yes, indeed. Call your local defense council office at the very latest, first thing tomorrow. Tell them you want to become a part of this great civilian army. Do your duty by enlisting as a civilian in the Aircraft Warning Service. Let me remind you that to live in America does not make you an American, but to serve America does make you an American. Thank you.
And thank you, James C. Shepard. This is Colonel Gray in San Francisco, returning the program to Hollywood.
Today, the United States Navy is the most powerful force on the seas. Back in 1922, the Navy League of the United States inaugurated an annual Navy Day observance. October 27th is Navy Day. This evening, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen paid tribute to the Navy. They join our Eyes Aloft theme song, which is soon to be published, with the thrilling fighting songs of our men who wear the blue. It's Eyes Aloft, Fighting Sons of the Navy Blue, and Venerable Anchors Away.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land below. What if I land and through if I see was once the sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century fall revered was once the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA. We've got the will to fight for what we know is right, allegiance to a cause that's true. From California to the rugged rocky coast of Maine, we're fighting under the Navy blue. The ship of state sails on with battle flags unfurled, and stars and stripes come into view. We hold the peace and light of liberty for all the world. We're fighting under the Navy blue. Beware, you pirates and buccaneers, we'll sail wherever we please. Take care, for Uncle Sam will never rest until he's won the freedom of the sea. But if it's war they want, we've got just what it takes to make democracy come true. We've got the ships, we've got the guns, we've got the courage too. We're fighting under the Navy blue. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Farewell to college joys, we sail at break of day. Through our last night on shore, stream to the home. Until we meet once more, here's wishing you a happy morning home. One of our gambling to the fight day was once the sentinel's cry. But the modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. By the law, night and day, we'll help protect our USA.
We turn now to the account of the McKinley Diary. Unedited excerpts from the famous little black and white diary. Notes jotted down by observers of the McKinley, Oregon Post. Not too long ago, the good people who live in the green little mountain valley built a monument. A monument designed to withstand the ravages of time. The structure is small, simple. A roof of tar paper, unpainted walls, a plank floor. A monument to defy time. Well, the building is frail, to be sure. But the spirit of the community, which erected the little observation post, is strong. It is the spirit that is the monument that will outlast time. And as the ages come to pass, the spirit of the community will be handed from father to son, from mother to daughter. Someday the shack will no longer be needed. Someday it will crumble and return to the dust. But the spirit of the people of the shack will stand as a monument eternal. A monument to what? A monument to home, to the right of freedom, to America. A monument to the community of McKinley, a part of America. Once again step into the little building. Ah, yes, here is the diary of the watchers. Here is an entry we might read over.
September 16th. Came on duty at 6:30 a.m. Came up with Jay as he went to work. Yes, we all have to work together and do our part to help win the war. And if our husbands have to go and fight for our country, we will have to keep our chins up. Wives before us have had to keep the home fires burning. So I guess we can take it. Audrey Freeman.
Let's turn back a page or two. Here. September 7th, 10:30 p.m.
My school started today in Dora with 15 fine youngsters. I'm looking forward to a delightful and worthwhile year with them. It always gives me a genuine thrill to return to the schoolroom. My work necessitates a change in my hours at the post. However, as soon as the rush season, canning, and the like is over, I plan to come here from 6 p.m. to 12 midnight, 2 nights a week, thereby getting in the time I have pledged myself to give to this work. 3 of my pupils are fellow observers, Forrest Easton, Evelyn Oberman, and Joe Harry. Rosabelle Brown.
One more entry now before we have to move along. Oh, let's look back here in May.
Sunday, May 17th, 1 a.m. Forrest is asleep. I have been counting the names in the logbook. There are 16 men and 21 women listed as watchers. Some have been at the post only once. Some have been on duty often. It is a shame that more persons do not help with this work. Cars are at this moment rushing along the highway through the night, carrying wide-awake revelers home. Yet most of them would suddenly become sleepy and tired if asked to help the United States Army guard the nation for a few hours once a week. The few who are doing the work of others must find encouragement thinking of Washington at Valley Forge, Molly Pitcher at Monmouth, and MacArthur at Bataan. T.S. Easton.
So we close McKinley Diary till another time. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the suggestion of you who listen to these programs. And here is Ken Carpenter to explain. Ken?
Well, in the past few weeks, we've received numerous letters from all parts of the Pacific Coast. Frankly, our Board of Judges, which selects the Gold Trophy Award winners, has been criticized on one score. Many letters have come to us from listeners saying that they believe that McKinley Post justly deserves to receive one of the handsome trophies. Now, let it be understood that none of these letters has come from the McKinley Post area. Letters have come from the Olympic Peninsula, from San Diego, from Bellingham, the Mojave Desert, Portland, Santa Barbara, where not, suggesting that surely McKinley Post in Southern Oregon has performed an outstanding service to the 4th Fighter Command. It seems our listeners hold a warm spot in their hearts for the community of McKinley. So tonight our Board of Judges recognizes the vote of the listeners. And here now is Captain Robert S. Whipple, Commanding Officer of the Regional Signal Aircraft Warning Service Company. He will present this week's National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Captain Whipple.
The McKinley, Oregon Post is located in a territory over which few planes are ever sighted. Many observers at the McKinley Post have never had the privilege or thrill of reporting an airplane to the Army. Because the community is small, McKinley Post is operating in a very few observers. Many observers have enlisted or have been drafted. Still, every shift has been maintained. The little post has a high efficiency record. It is with real pride that we present this week Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to the McKinley, Oregon Observation Post, a post in a truly 100% American community.
At the conclusion of this program, the handsome gold trophy will be rushed by Army car to Union Air Terminal in Burbank, where it will be placed aboard a transport plane and flown north. Lieutenant J.C. Runyon, Ground Observation Officer in the Southern Oregon area, has already been notified by a long-distance telephone today and is making plans for presentation of the award at once to the community of McKinley. This is Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attacks by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
Eyes Aloft has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, single, very low, scene, 10 Gabriel 4, overhead, southwest.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific Coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, Gayne and Gayne will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter. Tonight, we present a special broadcast. Many ground observers and filter center workers do not understand the complete workings of the Aircraft Warning Service. What happens after you, the observer, make an Army flash and hang up the phone? At the request of hundreds of ground observers and filter center workers, tonight we present an explanation of how the Aircraft Warning Service works. Now, this program is a combination of several other broadcasts we've already presented. However, hearing the explanation a second time of so vast a system may help you to understand more clearly what is back of the great work you, as a ground observer or filter center worker, are doing. You're asked to listen carefully. And now, once again, your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Last September, this program, with the sanction of A2, Army Intelligence, released a detailed description of the operation of a filter center. Obviously, because much of the work is so highly secretive, we were not permitted to tell you the entire story. In fact, we haven't been allowed to know it all. However, what we told you greatly helps to explain how you, as a ground observer at some lonesome post, fit into this vast aircraft warning service. Today, without releasing information of value to the enemy, we wish to repeat portions of several of our September broadcasts. How much is your home worth? Wait, we doubt if you can answer that. Your banker can put a dollars and cents value on your house and property, but home, that's something more. It takes a wife, a husband, children, family, loved ones to make a home. You can't place a monetary value on such precious things. But value them as you do, what are you doing to help protect them from possible destruction by invasion of enemy planes? If you don't know about the Aircraft Warning Service the Army has established to protect the things you cherish, if you don't know about the 150,000 civilian volunteers who help operate it, then listen now. This is the way the system works. Let it be understood first that there are more than 2,000 observation posts on the Pacific coast, dotted every few miles from the Mexican to the Canadian border. Just as an example, suppose that an observer at some isolated post back in the hills sights a plane.
Gosh, first plane I've seen this month. Got to report to the Army pronto. Army flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
One. Bimotor. High. Scene. 17 Harold 4.
17 Harold 4.
Overhead. Northeast.
Thank you.
Say, wonder what that plane is. Never saw one just like that before. Wonder where it's heading for.
But to where did that telephone call go? Who answered the phone? That woman's voice. To whom was the observer speaking? Well, when his local telephone girl heard the observer say Army Flash, she knew that she was to give his call immediate preference over all others. She threw a switch and connected him immediately with one of the many nerve centers on the Pacific coast. Connected him with a filter center. A filter center located at some unknown address. Yes, the local operator threw a switch, and the observer's voice was carried over perhaps hundreds of miles of telephone line to a woman, a plotter, sitting at a gigantic map table in the nearest filter center. Here is the observer's call coming in.
Army. Flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
One. Bimotor. High.
Scene.
17 Harold 4.
17 Harold 4.
Overhead. Northeast.
Thank you.
Pardon me, lady. What is that little thing you have in your hand?
Well, it's a pip.
A pip?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the real name of the gadget? It looks kind of like a put-and-take top.
Well, that's the real name of it, a pip.
Well, while that observer was reporting that plane, you kept twisting the pip. What were you doing to it?
Well, I was rotating its sides and pointer end. You see, it's coded to correspond with what the observer reported to me.
I don't quite understand. Would you explain?
Well, you see, the observer reported one bimotor. You know that for every plane in the air in this particular section of the Pacific coast, we show that plane as a target on this particular filter board.
Target?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds ominous. But do you mean to tell me that every airplane that flies in the air is accounted for these days?
Oh, absolutely. Army, Navy, commercial transports, all planes appear first on this board as a pip.
I didn't know that the Army got such complete information on all ships in the air. But why does the Army need it?
Well, someone else along the line here will have to answer that question for you. I have no authority to make such a statement.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked.
Well, that's quite all right. Now, do you want to know more about this pip I'm putting on the board now?
I certainly do.
Well, the observer reported a plane. So one pip goes on the board, like so. And the observer said it had 2 motors. So I turned up the side of the pip that tells me that. You see? B.
B. That means bimotor.
Yes, and he said it was high. So I turned up the part that says H. Now, he said he saw it, not just heard it. So I turned up the green side of the little plastic arrow on top. And then when I put it down on the board in front of me, I pointed it northeast. You see?
Yes, but how did you know just where on this mammoth map to set the pip down?
Well, the observer told me where to put it. He gave me his code number. That told me he was operating observation post 17 Harold 4. So I placed the pip on the 17 Harold 4 location on the map.
But now, wait, I'm confused. 17 Harold 4, what does that mean?
Well, that's the code name of that observer's post. You see, each post has its own code name. Some are like 17 Harold 4. Others have names like Evergreen 41 and such.
And the posts are all marked here on this big table map?
Yes. And each post is accurately marked on the particular filter board serving the area in which that post is located. You see, an observer's call is routed to a plotter who has the observer's post right in front of her on the filter board. Well, that's about all I can tell you.
I see. Well, tell me, how long did it take you to learn how to do your job as plotter?
Oh, may I answer by saying that we're all given adequate training before we're put to work on the big board.
Well, what do you do for a living? That is, this work doesn't pay you anything, I know.
Well, I'm a housewife. My husband works in a lumber yard. I come here every Tuesday and Friday.
The filter boards, the giant room-long maps built like a mammoth table, vary in size depending upon the area the filter center serves. And sitting around these boards are sufficient volunteer women to handle all the calls that come in from the observers. These women at the filter board wear telephone headsets. These women are the plotters. They take the calls from the observers and set the pips on the map. But more observers see that same plane as it flies over the country. An observer some 6 miles away from 17 Harold 4 now calls in.
Army, flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
1. Bimotor.
Bimotor.
High.
High.
Scene.
Scene.
17 Harold 2.
17 Harold 2.
Overhead.
Overhead.
North.
North. Thank you.
Now Mr. Whitman moves over beside the next plotter and watches her and asks questions.
Now, let me understand this. Do you put a pip on the board, too? You just received a report about the same airplane.
That's right. I put a pip down also, but my pip goes on 17 Harold 2. Now you can see the flight progress of that plane. See? It turned and is going north now.
Well, where is it headed for? What plane is it?
Well, that's not the concern of the plotter. This lady here will explain about that. She's a filterer.
Filterer? You are a filterer?
Yes. We filterers stand back of several plotters and watch the pips appear on the board.
Well, then, each pip represents one observer's report of a plane. Is that it?
Yes, so it is up to us to filter. That is, we boil down the information we see appearing here on the board. We interpret that information.
But if you get so many pips on the board, I should think it'd become confusing.
No. Now watch this, Mr. Whitman. You heard those 2 calls come in.
Yes.
And you saw 2 pips appear on the board. Well, now with this rake, I'll pull those pips off now.
But then why bother to put them up in the first place?
Well, you see, 2 calls from 2 observers confirm the character of the flight of the plane. There is no chance of mistake now that 2 observers have reported the plane. We know there's a plane flying in that area, so we replace the pips with this gadget.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's called a target stand. You can see it's just a little wire rack about 9 inches tall. It's on a small base. And I place these celluloid code numbers in its frames.
Oh, what are those various code numbers?
Well, they correspond with the information I believe to be correct. Now, in this case, I put on several different cards which say 1 and B and H. That means 1 bimotor flying high. There is nothing on top of the stand now. That means that at this particular moment, the flight is unidentified.
Unidentified? You don't mean it's an enemy plane flying over our coast?
Well, we consider all planes unidentified at first.
But who identifies them as friendly or unfriendly?
See the balcony around this side of the room?
Yes?
See those 3 or 4 ladies sitting up there and that Army officer walking around supervising them?
Yes. Well, what do they do?
Well, those women are the tellers. They report the movement of the targets to the operations room.
And what is the operations room?
That is a secret, Mr. Whitman. But there in the op room, so I understand, are representatives of the Army, Navy, and Civil Aeronautics Administration. They know ahead of time of every friendly plane that is going to be in the air.
In other words, all airplane flights today are scheduled?
Yes. The proposed route of each plane's flight is reported and approved before a flyer can take off. Well, now, when the teller up on the balcony here telephones into operations room and reports the plane the observer had notified us about, each representative checks his approved flight record for the day.
Well, just how do you mean? This is fascinating.
Well, for example, there's a plane that is flying this very moment over 17 Herald 2. One of the officials in operations room should identify that plane.
Okay. Suppose it's a Navy plane.
Well, then the Navy representative would claim the flight. The plane is therefore identified. The teller reports the fact to me or one of the other filterers in this room. We then place a card on top of the target stand to identify it as a friendly plane.
Yes, but what happens if the plane cannot be identified?
Oh, would you like to ask that question of the officer standing up there on the teller's balcony, Mr. Whitman?
You can't tell me?
No. Perhaps he has authority to reveal that information. He'll know if it's something that can be told.
Oh, I understand. But first, may I ask you a personal question?
Why, I suppose.
What is your work? I mean, your outside responsibilities.
Well, I suppose you could identify me with local society. I mean, I've always been active in charities, bazaars, benefits, work at the Children's Hospital, that sort of thing. But this work is so necessary.
Mr. Whitman asked a question, if you noticed, that the filterer didn't feel she should answer, although she knew that answer. You'll recognize how carefully guarded these conversations are. These women have been pledged to reveal no information they learn while working in the filter center. And that's why they change the subject when a friend or even a relative wants to know what they do at filter centers. Certain information can be released, however, just as we're giving it to you now. Information checked and approved by Army intelligence. Here now is Mr. Whitman up in the teller's balcony asking further questions, this time of an officer in authority in the filter room.
May I ask, sir, suppose one of those planes that show up on the board cannot be identified.
Well, every plane must be identified.
Well, yes, but what if one can't be identified, sir?
Then we must consider that plane an enemy ship.
An enemy?
Yes, till it's positively proved to be otherwise. We allow only a matter of seconds to identify a plane in the air once it's been reported by an observer. If no officer in the operations room claims the plane is under his department's schedule, then the 4th Fighter Command goes into action at once.
What sort of action?
The acts of war.
War?
Yes. First, the cities in the area of the unidentified planes are given an alert. Then the whole civilian defense machine is set into motion.
You mean air raid wardens, auxiliary police, fire watches, and such are told to stand by?
Right. In the meantime, intercept officers, with the help of other women volunteers, have plotted the course of the unidentified plane as reported to them.
Everything works like clockwork, doesn't it?
It has to.
But just what units are activated, sir?
Well, these are the things that happen.
Interceptor planes are sent up to identify the plane as friendly or enemy.
Anti-aircraft artillery is set into action.
Searchlight batteries swing into operation.
Barrage balloons are sent up around vital defense areas.
Did you say, sir, our planes are sent up to shoot?
Fighter planes are sent up to either identify the plane in question as friendly or enemy. If enemy, their orders are to shoot it down at once.
Say, this is war, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Whitman. That's war right on our own doorstep. We're happy to say we're prepared and ready for the enemy day or night in this country.
Well, what impresses me is that civilian volunteer ground observers and filter center workers actually do the job of setting the Army's fighting forces into action. And that's a mighty big responsibility to be entrusted with.
Yes. The civilian Army is doing a wonderful piece of work and must be congratulated.
Well, we aren't forgetting that there's another loyal group of civilian defense workers who are doing an important job, too.
You mean the air raid wardens, the fire watchers, and auxiliary police?
Yes. And after we've had a few moments' recess from this first lesson, we're going to show you how they fit into this vast scheme of protecting and serving the home front. Okay, students, time out for relaxation.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we hear from Gordon Jenkins and the sportsmen, here is a very special announcement which we've just received from headquarters of the 4th Fighter Command. The 4th Fighter Command requests us to inform all volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service that arrangements have been made with the regional office of the Office of Price Administration so that volunteers, upon proper certification, will be granted supplemental gas rations. Now, this will take care of the essential driving done by such volunteers in the interests of the Aircraft Warning Service. Details will be announced at a later date. And now here's Gordon Jenkins and the Sportsmen to blend our theme song, Eyes Aloft, with the thrilling melody of the official fighting song of the Army Air Corps.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if I land and two if I see was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century fall revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA. Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. Here they come to meet our thunder. Atom boys, give it a gun. Down we dive, starting our flame from under. Off with one terrible roar. We live in fame, won't go down in flames. Nothing will stop the Army Air Corps. One if I land and two if I see was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century fall revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
I want to ask you all a question. How many of you really know the difference between an air raid warden and a ground observer? Well, one serves to soften the blow if invasion ever comes. The other to prevent invasion ever coming. One works for the Citizens Defense Corps, one works for the Army. Both work for America. Most people know what an air raid warden is and what his duties are. But we wonder if most air raid wardens actually know what makes their division of civilian defense tick. Pardon me, sir.
What?
I see your white helmet, your gas mask strapped to your shoulder, and your armband. You're an air raid warden, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Just what are your duties in this gigantic civilian defense setup?
Well, the way my outfit's set up, I'm what's called a block warden.
Block warden?
Yeah, I'm the warden on the particular street in which my home's located.
You sound like a pretty valuable citizen to have around. What's your name?
Oh, you can just call me Joe.
Okay, Joe. Say, I guess you air raid wardens have to put in a lot of hours on duty.
Oh, we've got it pretty well worked out. Take me, for instance. I got to stay home every Thursday night. You know, stick around in case I get a telephone call that there's an alert.
You do all your work right in your own home, then?
No. You see, once every 5 weeks, it's my turn to go over to the auxiliary police headquarters in our sector. I stand a 3-hour watch.
Well, just what goes on at this neighborhood auxiliary headquarters?
Oh, not much. There's a phone there. 2 phones, to be exact. One's a direct line to police headquarters downtown.
And the air raid wardens sometimes operate with the police?
Yeah, here in our town we do, and some places they work with the sheriff's office.
Tell me, what's that direct line to the main police headquarters for, Joe?
Well, suppose there's an alert or a blackout. The police headquarters call all the neighborhood auxiliary stations on that direct phone line. They tell us either yellow, blue, or red, as the case may be. So if I'm on duty there, I get right on the regular phone and notify all the senior wardens in our sector.
And I suppose the senior wardens immediately call all you block wardens.
Well, that's right. All the boys get up and get dressed and swing into operation of their particular street.
Joe?
Yeah?
I want to ask you a question. Maybe it's about something that's never been explained to you.
Okay, far away.
Well, Joe, suppose the telephone rings in your home in the middle of the night. Your senior warden says yellow.
Yeah, that means alert, stand by.
Well, Joe, where does your senior warden get his instructions?
Weren't you listening when I was telling you a minute ago? I said it just came...
Wait, Joe, I heard you. It came from the main police headquarters of the sheriff's office. But did you ever think, Joe, who told the police to put your city on the alert?
Well, I suppose it was... Gosh, I never thought of that angle. I guess they just don't make it up out of their heads, do they?
You're right, they don't.
Hey, where do the boys downtown get their dope?
From the Army, Joe. From the 4th Fighter Command's Aircraft Warning Service.
Yeah? You mean the Aircraft Warning Service has something to do with getting the information to us about when we're going to have alerts and blackouts and all clears?
Yes, you're all part of America's great civilian defense organization, Joe. Say, do you know the fellow on your street who lives 3 doors down from your house?
Bill Brown, isn't it? What about him?
He's a ground observer.
What the heck is that? You mean he stands around and observes the ground?
No. No, Bill stands around and observes the skies. You know, you boys ought to get better acquainted. I doubt if Bill Brown knows just what you air raid wardens do either.
Well, but what is a ground observer?
You know that little shack up on the top of Lookout Hill?
Oh, is Bill Brown one of the fellows who go up there to watch for airplanes at night?
Not only at night, Joe. Day and night. 24 hours round the clock.
Well, what about it?
Well, people like Bill Brown form the Ground Observer Corps of the Aircraft Warning Service of the 4th Fighter Command. I'll tell you. Let's just see how this whole thing works. Let's suppose Bill Brown sights a plane some night.
Okay, so Bill Brown spots a plane. What's he do about it?
Bill reports it to his filter center.
Say, that plane sure has got a funny-sounding motor. Never heard one like that before. I got to report it fast. Army flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
1.
1.
Bi-motor.
Bi-motor.
High.
High.
Scene.
Scene.
9 Oliver 5.
9 Oliver 5.
Overhead.
Overhead.
North.
North. Thank you.
Say, I never saw a plane like that one before. I wonder if that could possibly be an enemy plane.
But, Mr. Whitman, who was it Bill talked to? Who was that lady who answered the phone?
She was a plotter at the filter center.
Yeah? Well, what goes?
This is what goes, Joe. Suppose other ground observers have reported the flight of that plane. Suppose that at the Army Information Center in the operations room, High Army, Navy, and Civil Aeronautics Administration officers can't identify that particular plane as friendly.
Well, you mean it's an enemy plane?
If it can't be accounted for in a matter of seconds, it's considered an enemy plane, Joe.
Oh, but what happens? Something's got to be done. It might really be an enemy and bomb the city.
The Aircraft Warning Service, the 4th Fighter Command, goes into immediate action. These are the things that happen.
Interceptor planes are sent up to identify the plane as friendly or shoot it down.
Anti-aircraft artillery is set into action.
Searchlight batteries go into operation.
Barrage balloons are sent up around vital defense areas.
And, Joe, listen. This is where your unit fits into the system.
Yeah? How?
Here, let's dip into the telephone switchboard room at the information center. Long before that plane ever reaches the city, before fighter planes have gone up to intercept it, before guns have been in range, these civilian volunteer telephone operators were sending out calls on this CARW board over here.
Well, what's a CARW board?
Well, this is one here. We can't talk about it. It's secret equipment. Those girls are calling direct control centers, generally located at police and county sheriff's headquarters. Listen, Joe.
Santa Paula? Red.
Red? That means a blackout.
Right. The Army is throwing that entire area into a blackout.
Venice? Red.
You mean these girls are calling main headquarters that give us air raid wardens our information?
Yes. Come, Joe, fast. We're going to go over and look in at the sheriff's office of your county. Here we are now, Joe. The Civil Air Raid Warning switchboard at the sheriff's office.
Gosh, look at those little red lights come up.
Operators are flashing individual sectors of the city. Listen, Joe. I think they're calling the neighborhood auxiliary police out in your sector.
Sector 23? Red.
Gosh, Sector 23, that is my sector.
Come on, Joe. Let's get out there to your neighborhood auxiliary station. Let's see who's on duty.
Well, it's Monday night. Jack Jones will be on duty tonight.
Here we are, Joe. Do you know that fellow on duty there?
Yeah, sure. It's Jack Jones, one of our wardens out here.
See what he's doing? Dialing all the senior wardens in this area.
Just what I've done when I've been on duty here and there was a blackout.
Listen to him, Joe.
Hello? George Spillman? You awake, George? Okay, then get this. Red, blackout. Call your wardens pronto.
Gosh, it's wonderful to see it work so fast.
Come on, Joe. Let's go over to your senior warden's house. We'll see just what he does. Here we are. And there's your senior warden sitting in his bathrobe at his phone.
Yeah, it's good old George Spillman, all right.
CR51901.
Crestview 51901. Hey, George is dialing me. Gosh.
You're one of his wardens, aren't you?
Well, yeah, sure, but...
Well, come on, Joe. Out of here. Down the street, fast. Here, look. Your own house, Joe. Your bedroom. Listen, Joe. Your phone is ringing.
Oh, Joe, you dope. Wake up. Come out of it. Wake up. George Spillman's trying to call you. There's a blackout, a red. Joe, wake up. Joe! Joe!
up. Oh, what's the matter with you? The phone is ringing.
What? Huh?
The phone.
What time is it? Who is it, Mary?
Answer the phone.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, I think I hear sirens.
Hello. Who is it? Huh? Oh, that's you, George? Oh, yeah, I'm awake. A red? A blackout? Yeah, I'll dress and get right out on the street. Oh, where are my socks? Where are my shoes? And don't turn on that light yet, Mary.
I know. It's a blackout.
Yeah, get up. Pull the shades down.
I'm doing it already. This is the only one up.
Now turn on the blackout light.
Oh, don't order me around when I'm doing things.
Yeah.
There.
Tie my shoes later. Where's my leather jacket? Oh, here it is.
Don't forget your gas mask.
Yeah, I'm getting it. There we are. Good old gas mask. And my tin hat.
I fixed the chin strap on your helmet. I hope you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks, Mary. Now, don't you worry, Mary. I'll just be out on the street watching.
Joe, come back here.
Mary, don't you understand? I'm in a hurry.
I know, but...
I gotta get out there.
Yes, Joe, but look at you.
Look at me? Oh, my gosh.
You forgot your pen.
Yeah, but I gotta go.
Well, of course, we were just kidding. No air raid warden ever forgot his trousers when going out on duty. But now we hope Joe Smith, air raid warden, understands more clearly what makes the wheels of civilian defense go round. Joe Smith, the air raid warden, works with the Citizens Defense Corps. Bill Brown, his neighbor up the street, a ground observer, works with the 4th Fighter Command. Both Joe and Bill, and a lot of other Joes and Bills and Marys and Dorothys, all work for America. It's necessary that each man and woman thoroughly understands his job and the job of the person with whom he works. May the watch cry ever be, Eyes Aloft. Next week, we will resume our regular Eyes Aloft program, telling true stories of outstanding observers and filter center workers. Next week, another Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy will be presented, as in the past. And don't forget, if you want to share in the Aircraft Warning Service work of home front protection, call your local civilian defense office. Perhaps you, too, can qualify. This is Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, single, very low, scene, 8, Catherine, 2, overhead, southeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 14th edition of Eyes Aloft, featuring a new and true great American story. You'll hear the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen, the weekly presentation of the Gold Trophy Award, excerpts from the famous McKinley Diary, our bouquet department, Why Will They Do It? And during the program, Captain Russell Z. Smith will give further important information regarding supplemental gasoline rationing to volunteers doing essential driving in the interests of the Aircraft Warning Service. Here now, your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is shameful to have to admit that within our own rank of civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, there are saboteurs. Sprinkled here and there, we occasionally uncover small-time fifth columnists. But we believe a few of those committing the crimes realize what they are doing. And so we hold up this mirror for these offenders to see themselves as others in their home communities see them. That is why we have established this department called Why Will They Do It? A short time ago, a certain gentleman in Oregon made a trip into southern Washington. On his trip, the man saw some things he had never seen before. When he returned home, he complained to his chief observer.
Boy, have I been a sucker for the last 5 months.
What do you mean, Jack?
Oh, we're all suckers. Every one of us have put in our time at that observation post.
Now, wait a minute.
I just come back from a trip, Bill, and I've seen plenty.
Now, what'd you see? What makes you think we've been given the runaround?
Wait till I tell you. And from now on, you can mark me off your observers list. I'm done going up there and putting in my good time watching for planes.
Now, hold on, Jack.
You know what I saw?
What?
Well, I drove into a town and dropped into the drugstore to say hello to an old friend of mine. I just happened to ask if the town had an observation post in it.
Well, did it?
Sure. My friend told me where it was. On top of a certain warehouse, just across the tracks on the way out of town. Well, driving out of town that afternoon, I spotted the warehouse my friend told me about.
Yeah?
There it was, right on top. A little tower they'd built. You know who the observers were in that shack?
No, who?
Soldiers.
Soldiers?
United States Army soldiers. Well, what do you think of that?
You saw soldiers up in the tower, Jack?
Well, I didn't see any soldiers in the tower. I was driving by a little fast. But I saw plenty of soldiers all around the ground, around the warehouse. Don't you get it, Bill?
Get what?
We're suckers in this town of ours. Other towns let the Army operate the observation post.
Now, hold on, Jack. You aren't sure.
Why should I spend my good time up in a shack at night looking for planes if some places have the Army doing the job? Wait till I tell some of the other observers here in town. Wait till I tell them.
That was startling, disconcerting news to be tossed at the chief observer by one of his watchers. If it were true, that chief observer could see his entire local structure falling down around him. He telephoned his county director at once. The county director, equally surprised, checked with the Army at once. That same afternoon, the county director, fortified with the truth of the situation, arrived in town.
I drove right down to see you, Bill.
Oh, you got here fast. And thanks for the phone call, letting me know you were coming. I got Jack to come over.
Yeah, I got to get back to my office.
Fred, you remember Jack. He's the fellow who told me about the soldiers running the observation post up in that Washington town.
Yeah? Well, you made a mistake, Jack.
Oh, yeah? Well, I know what I saw with my own eyes, don't I?
Look, I called the Army. Talked to our ground observer officer in this area. He didn't know anything about soldiers taking over any observation posts in this neck of the woods.
Well, I saw it myself.
The officer checked with headquarters and called me back within the hour. Told me the whole story.
And what is it, Fred?
Let me tell it right straight to Jack here. He's going to change his tone. I'm just a little bit annoyed about this.
Well, I wouldn't have come here if I'd have thought that
Now listen to me. Your kind of talk is unfair to the Aircraft Warning Service. It's sabotage, man, pure and simple. You thought you saw something and you made a beautiful story out of it and brought it home.
I know what I saw.
All you saw was soldiers on guard around that warehouse.
What?
A short time ago, the Army rented that warehouse for a temporary garage for a bunch of Army trucks. Wherever there's Army equipment, there are soldiers to guard it.
So what?
So the observation post was on top of the warehouse. And civilian volunteers are up there running it and always have run it.
Yeah, but
Well, what do you think now, Jack?
Well,
I'm glad I caught this thing before you spread it around, Jack.
Oh, I'm getting out of here. I got to get back to my office.
He was always stirring up trouble with one kind of wild story and another. I'm glad he's out of our picture.
Why will they do it? Well, what kind of a vote do you want to give a bird like that? We agree with your decision. Have you ever stopped to realize what would happen if the 150,000 of you civilian volunteers didn't continue to assume the job of operating the Aircraft Warning Service for the 4th Fighter Command of the Army Air Forces? Well, listen to this. In the current November 16th issue of Time magazine, in the radio section, the editors make this comment.
A collapse in the volunteer system would have meant that 150,000 soldiers would have had to be turned into airplane spotters.
That indeed is a compliment. A hearty pat on the back to you who so loyally carry on day and night the vital work of the Aircraft Warning Service. You, 150,000 of you on the Pacific Coast. You civilian volunteers have made it possible for thousands of soldiers to carry on with the intensely vital tasks of war. You have released these soldiers so that they may man guns, tanks, planes, and carry the fight for freedom to the very doors of the Axis dictators. You are doing a vital work on the home front. You must continue. Don't let saboteurs and gossip mongers dissuade you. You are needed. You, too, are fighting this war. Now, one of our most popular features, the McKinley Diary. Unedited excerpts from the famous little black and white notebook. Comments jotted down by the observers of the McKinley, Oregon Post. We follow the winding path, a forest path, soft and resilient, with a fresh crop of dry brown needles dropped from pine and fir trees. Follow the winding path up over the crest of the mountain ridge. And then look down to the green little valley below. There, below, a farm, neatly squared by a fence. The barn and sheds, red. The farmhouse, a mellowed white of weathered time. There is the call of turkeys, the bawl of a calf, the chug-chug of a distant logging donkey engine. We follow the path on down the side of the hill, across a meadow, through a barbed wire fence, and over the gravel road. Up the road to the bend, through a gate, and there, beneath the empty branches of the age-old cherry tree, stands the little unpainted shack, the valley's observation post. Shall we step in? Yes, here on the table, open, the McKinley Diary. Let's turn a page or so. Oh, yes, here's an entry. October 18th, 5 a.m.
Here we are on watch again. We were sorry to find Mrs. O'Sullivan ill when we arrived last evening. I tried to spade some in the yard today, but find the ground is too hard. It is only wet a few inches deep. Curtis Turner stopped yesterday on his way to Portland to go into the U.S. Army. He brought his dog for us to keep for him until he gets back again. He certainly thinks a lot of that dog. He bade it goodbye with tears in his eyes. It is time now to get started home. Georgia Bunch.
Time for one more. Let's turn up to the front of the diary. Here's one, written last May 11th.
1 a.m. The sky has become cloudy, the stars obscure. I hereby enter this poem I have scrawled tonight. Do not fret because another has an easier task to do. In the strife to save our country, this is set aside for you. Never mind the weary hours spent while others quietly laughed. In other posts are other people watching there in your behalf. When the clouds of revolution broke to make the people moan, just to warn the sleeping farmers, Paul Revere rode forth alone. Always must the individual seek to serve his fellow men when an angry foeman threatens to enslave the land again. When once more the dove of peace shall quit the thundering guns of death, and we hear the songs of gladness pouring out in every breath, you will gain much satisfaction from belonging to the hosts of courageous men and women at our observation posts. T.S. Easton.
And so we close McKinley Diary until another time.
Songwriters from Tin Pan Alley, New York to Vine Street, Hollywood have been turning out war songs by the hundreds. Few of them have hit the mark like Over There in the days of 1918. 6 weeks ago, Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition took the nation's fancy. Within the last 10 days, another one is skyrocketing. It's Hoagie Carmichael's tune with the jingle-jangle lyrics, A Cranky Old Yank in a Clanky Old Tank. It's Gordon Jenkins and the Sportsmen.
I'm a cranky old Yank in a cranky old tank, and I'm heading for a hullabaloo. I'll be riding my tank through a Tokyo bank, sure as I'm an army buckaroo. And when I set my khaki down in old Nagasaki, I'll be singing like a wacky jackaroo. And you can bet by a cracky, every sukiyaki lackey will be looking mighty tacky when I do. I'm a cranky old Yank in a cranky old tank, and I'm heading for a hullabaloo. I'll be riding my swank little hanky-pank tank through the streets of Yokohama with a Honolulu mama, singing those beat-o, flat on his seat-o, hero-hito blues. I go rolling along in my clanky old tank. Bing! Bang! Bing! Bang! Rolling along in my hanky-pank tank. Down the streets of Yokohama with the Honolulu mama, singing those beat-o, flat on his seat-o, hero-hito blues. The cranky Yank in a clanky old tank will make hero-hito sing the blues.
Last week, we issued the first official statement to observers and filter center workers about supplemental gas rationing to civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service. This week, we have further word. Here is Captain Russell Z. Smith to give you the latest data. Ken Carpenter, will you and Captain Smith take over?
Indeed we will, Gayne, and it's good news, Captain Smith?
Yes, Ken. Very good news. Last week, we made an announcement on the Eyes Aloft program that arrangements have just been made with the regional office of the Office of Price Administration. Volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, upon proper certification, will be granted supplemental gasoline rations. This is to take care of the essential driving done by such volunteers in the interest of the Aircraft Warning Service.
Mm-hmm. Well, Captain Smith, didn't we mention last week that details would be given later? I mean, can you give any of those details now?
Well, Ken, instructions covering the gasoline rationing program, as it applies to the volunteers of the AWS, are now in the mail. These instructions, approved by the regional office of the Office of Price Administration, have been sent out to all chief observers and to all information and filter centers. Volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service will be eligible for gasoline for all essential driving in the interest of the AWS. And that's the story to date, Ken.
Well, that's good news, Captain. Great and encouraging news to the civilian volunteers who plan to carry on the work of the Aircraft Warning Service. We know they're all glad to hear it.
Well, that's my story, Mr. Bruce. What can you do for us?
I'm not sure, Fay, but we'll do what we can.
You'll try to have your installation boys get a phone up there on the roof by tonight?
Well, I don't know where we're going to get the material. We'll have it there for you. The least we can do is cooperate with the Army and the Sheriff's Office. Yeah, we'll get your phone in.
Back at Ed Benedict's service station by about 11:30, Fay Jones found Ed half-hearted.
You talked to anybody yet, Ed?
I've been up one street and down the other all morning.
Sign up any observers?
Yeah, I knocked off a few public-spirited boys. Carlton Minner.
Fellow who runs Minner's Furniture Company?
Yeah, Carl's going to serve as an observer. Matter of fact, I chiseled Carl into donating a gas stove for the Post.
Good.
Sending one of his men up to connect it this afternoon. Fellow over at the J.C. Penney Company donated a table.
But is he going to serve as an observer?
Sure. And the Woolworth store manager is going to give us some things to make the Post comfortable. Say, I saw Dr. Radabaugh.
Dentist over at the Kern General Hospital?
Yeah, he says he'll serve as an observer anytime we want.
How many got lined up, Ed? This is swell.
No, it isn't swell, Fay.
Oh, what do you mean?
Actually, I didn't get so many. Only got 11 lined up.
11? That all?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we need 50 or more. You got to get 'em, Ed.
Where? I'm willing to keep canvassing, but some people don't catch on to how important this is.
Hey, wait a minute, Ed. I got an idea.
What?
Over at the Southern Pacific Shops, they're going to have a big meeting this noon during lunch hour.
Yeah?
I heard about it around town this morning. They got a new public address system installed over at the Roundhouse so they can have meetings.
Yeah, what are you driving at?
They're going to dedicate their public address system this noon. There'll be a big crowd of Southern Pacific workers there, won't there?
Yeah? You mean we'll go over there and ask them if we...
Listen, Ed. How does a circus get a town all steamed up?
I don't know, Fay. They got elephants and camels and clowns and parades.
Have you got an elephant?
No.
You got any camels around your service station?
No.
Have you got any clowns or parades?
No.
Well, neither have I, but I'm going to get a parade.
A parade?
Yeah, a parade with a brass band and uniforms and everything. And we're going to form at your service station here at noon. And we're going to march over to the roundhouse and bust in on that public address system to recruit observers.
Yeah? Where are you going to get the brass band, Fay?
Over at the Washington School. I just got time to catch the principal before noon. 25 minutes to 12 now. Yep, I'll make it.
Hey, come back here, Fay.
Oh, what, Ed?
Look, are you a little bit nuts?
Yeah, I think so, or I wouldn't be organizing a street parade. See you in half an hour.
At 20 minutes after 12, there at Ed Benedict's service station, a uniformed band had organized. It was quick work. School children in uniforms had their instruments and were waiting for the leader's whistle.
Hey, what goes?
Yeah, don't ask me. School kids going to have a parade, I guess.
Okay, let's go.
Ready, Fay?
Come on, Ed. We'll take my county sheriff's car. Lieutenant Buford from the filter center is in it now to give it a little military flavor.
Yeah.
We'll lead the parade. Come on, let's go. Get in, Ed.
Okay, bud.
Okay, have the band follow me.
Ready, Mr. Jones? Stand,
The little parade marched over to the Southern Pacific Roundhouse. It marched into the roundhouse. 200 or more workmen were gathered for a meeting. The band, headed by Fay Jones, Ed Benedict, and Lieutenant Buford, marched up to the platform. Before the meeting started, Fay Jones explained to Mr. Malloy, the head of the SP workers, what was needed. And then Mr. Malloy got up on the platform and called the meeting to order.
All right, quiet, boys. Hold the talk. All right, now. Meeting has come to order. We're gathered here today to dedicate our new public address system. Unexpectedly, a group of townsfolk have come in on us. I'm glad they're here. Fay Jones of the sheriff's office and the man who's organizing a new observation post in our town wants to talk to you. I can think of no better way to dedicate our public address system and to have a patriotic appeal delivered over it. I want you to meet Mr. Fay Jones.
Thanks. We have the Washington School Band with us. A lot of the kids in this band are your kids. I want you all to rise while the band plays America, and we'll all sing. All right. I want to put something up to you straight from the shoulder. You've got a job here running a railroad. You keep engines and cars and trucks and troop trains running so it can transport soldiers and sailors and tanks and planes and army equipment. Well, what would you do without that job? Now tell me, is your job worth protecting? Is it worth sitting up a night or so a week watching the skies to warn the Army if an enemy plane should ever come over Bakersfield and this roundhouse with a load of bombs? Tell me, will you fellas be willing to serve your country here at home as ground observers? Well, I'll tell you what a ground observer is. I'll tell you why we need you.
That noon, Fay Jones got up before those workmen and sold them some good, solid, practical Americanism. They all wanted to help. Nearly all of them volunteered as observers. And now their wives are helping, too. Today, the East Bakersfield Post has a high efficiency rating. It is a highly successful post of which the 4th Fighter Command is proud. But wait. True, Fay Jones and Ed Benedict got that post operating within a single day. By 6 p.m. that May evening, it was reporting planes. But when a proud and tired Fay Jones reported back to the sheriff's office that evening, when he reported back to his county director, Sheriff Johnny Lusterlow,
I didn't think you could do it, Fay.
You said to organize it by the end of the week, Johnny.
Yes, I know.
Well, we did it in a single day.
Oh, that's swell. But, Fay, you put the sheriff's office in a very embarrassing position.
I have? Oh, my gosh, what have I done, Johnny?
You forgot to get a license to stage that street parade this morning.
I did? Gosh. Well, Chief, shall I apply for it now?
Well, I think it's too late, Fay. The good work has been done. And, pal, let me congratulate you.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here now is Captain Gomer Lewis, Regional Signal Officer of the Los Angeles Air Defense Wing. Captain Lewis.
Good organization is essential in any successful institution. Enthusiasm and efficiency usually go hand in hand to create a job well done. The present East Bakersfield observation post today is well manned, a strong link in the aircraft warning service. Therefore, we salute the East Bakersfield post and present it with the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Next week, we dedicate this program to the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter, whose motor corps is performing a splendid service to the Aircraft Warning Service. We think other sections of the Pacific Coast will be interested in learning how Santa Maria, California, solved its heartening transportation problem. This is Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One of my land, the tulip by sea, was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, single, very low, scene, 4, Grace, 9, overhead, east.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific Coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 15th edition of Eyes Aloft, a special program. This evening, we devote our entire broadcast to the telling of a truly great American story, the story of the Santa Maria idea. Many of the Santa Maria, California townspeople have made the trek to Hollywood to be present or participate in this program tonight. And now, may I present your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This summer, 2 Santa Maria Valley civilian organizations both found themselves facing problems. One was the Santa Maria branch of the Aircraft Warning Service. A warm western summer's night, 21 miles out of Santa Maria, after the main road has been climbing up from the valley, a rutty dirt road branches off through the sagebrush. The dirt road then winds for a mile up sagebrush-covered Cat Canyon in the oil country. Where the road ends at a clump of pepper and eucalyptus trees at the head of Cat Canyon is a tiny corrugated iron shack, an observation post. A full August moon silhouettes the oil derricks, which stand sentinel on the barren hills around. Occasionally, a coyote bays at the moon. 2 observers, 2 men, sit on the step and talk.
Yes, sir. This will be my last night on watch here.
A lot of folks are dropping out.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody wants to give up.
Of course not.
I'd like to keep on. This is a good thing.
Your tires are shot, huh?
Yeah. Tube's about to come through the fabric on my left rear.
Well, I got about 6,000 left in 3 of my tires. The other one isn't so hot.
How's your spare?
No spare.
Oh. Well, how are you going to keep coming up here?
I'm not. Much longer. Say, what's going to happen if observers can't keep driving to these posts?
I don't know.
This aircraft warning service is pretty vital to the Army, I guess.
Well, I guess it's pretty vital to the whole country.
Well, the Army better do something about transportation for observers or... Wait a minute. Listen.
Coyote?
Oh, plane, I think.
Oh, yeah. Plane. Coming from the... Oh, look. You can see it.
Yeah.
Sure shines silver in the moonlight tonight, huh?
Yeah. What if it didn't shine? What if it were black?
Black?
Jap Zeros are painted black.
Yeah.
And what if we or somebody weren't here to report it some night? A Jap invader.
Well, a man can't walk 22 miles to this post.
Yeah. I'll report the plane.
What if that were a Jap Zero? And nobody had tires. Nobody were here to report it. Gosh.
All over the Pacific coast, tires of loyal observers were running smooth. In Santa Maria, Area Supervisor Roy Lindman found observers dropping out in groups against their wishes. They had no transportation. There were 4 observation posts in Roy Lindman's area. He knew they had to be kept in operation. The Army, having already sensed the general problem, was preparing to offer auto contracts. But wait. A moment ago, we said that 2 Santa Maria Valley civilian organizations faced a problem. The Santa Maria Valley Red Cross Motor Corps faced a very demoralizing problem. Now, that same summer evening at the home of Mrs. Ed Adams, then the captain of the motor corps. The Adamses were sitting out on their front porch for a breath of cool air. Ed was kidding his wife.
Looks to me as if you girls are sort of like the fellow who got all dressed up and had no place to go.
Well, the motor corps is an emergency unit, Ed.
You mean you have to sit back and wait for a flood or a tornado or the Japs to drop a bomb on us before you can do anything?
No, the motor corps is doing certain things now.
Like what?
Well, we transport food to needy families. And
Gee, Edna, you're captain of the outfit, and you don't actually have anything for your girls to do, do you?
No, Ed, and I'm worried about it.
People have to be doing things to keep their interest up.
It was different when we were all busy taking our training.
Oh, sure, the advanced first aid training.
And then later, when they were taking their 20-hour motor mechanics course.
The ladies were coming home looking like grease monkeys. Gosh, Edna, I don't know.
Don't know what?
I've never seen you so interested in anything before.
I love this motor corps work, Ed.
Well, Edna, I'm not trying to give advice, but your motor corps is all trained now. It's raring to go. But it has to have some worthwhile service to perform, or...
Well, several of the ladies and I've talked about the problem, but what can we do? What can the motor corps do? What can the Red Cross Motor Corps do here? We're ready, you know. What about it, Ed?
Search me.
If there was just something we could do. Something.
Yes, two Santa Maria Valley civilian organizations, each with an immediate problem. They were both destined for possible failure. One August morning, in the office of Roy Lindman, the area supervisor, things were looking darker than usual. Roy's secretary, Mrs. Marion Hardy, was getting out letters to observers.
I'm almost afraid to answer that doggone phone this time.
Want me to stop typing, Roy?
Well, I never can hear over your racket, Marion. What if this is another downhearted cheap observer who... hello?
Roy Lindman?
Yeah?
Alex Strockett.
How are you, Alec?
I'm terrible. 3 of my best observers up at Fox and Canyon Post just had to quit.
Oh, my gosh. Tires?
I know tires. They can't get there. I can't seem to line up enough observers to keep my post covered. Some of them are working 6 and 8 hour shifts now. What'll I do, Roy?
Oh, honest, Alec, I don't know. Hold on to those you've got. I've heard something about the Army trying to work out some deal where they're going to let contracts for cars to haul observers.
Well, the Army better do something. But the aircraft one in service is going to be a dead dog.
I'll check, Alec. I'll get in touch with you as soon as I have some information.
Okay, Roy. But you better get busy if we're going to hold together. I'll talk to you later.
So long, Alec. Oh, gosh.
More trouble?
Alec Stratton, Fox and Canyon Assistant Chief Observer. 3 of his observers had to quit.
I was just thinking, Roy.
And Mrs. Michael says 9 of her Cat Canyon observers have dropped out.
Roy, I have an idea.
What, Marion?
Well, I understand the local Red Cross Motor Corps is in a sort of a spot.
Well, let the Motor Corps take care of its own
I
worries.
mean, they're on a spot because they're all organized, have their training and their uniforms, and nothing really vital to keep them busy. Now, I just thought that the Red Cross might be willing to transport our observers to the post.
Marion!
If they'd be willing
Marion Hardy, you are terrific.
What?
Why, you've just had a brainstorm. The Red Cross Motor Corps haul the Army civilian volunteers to the post. Say, I got to call the Red Cross chairman, Ray Hoy.
Why don't you call Ethel May Dorsey?
Ethel May Dorsey? Why?
Well, because Mrs. Dorsey is director of the Red Cross Volunteer Special Services.
Okay, I'll talk to Mrs. Dorsey.
Shall I get her on the phone?
No, I'll get her. Marion Hardy, you've just had a terrific idea.
Hope it works.
Operator, connect me with a Harry Dorsey resident.
Oh, I'll never get the breakfast dishes done this morning. Hello.
Mrs. Dorsey?
No, this is the housekeeper. Mrs. Dorsey is outside trying to work in the garden if the phone would leave her alone.
I'm sorry to bother, but tell her it's Roy Lindman.
Yes, Mr. Lindman. Just a minute. Mrs. Dorsey?
Yes?
Telephone again.
Oh, dear. Well, tell them outside.
It's Mr. Lindman. He says it's important.
All right. Coming.
Hello.
Mrs. Dorsey?
This is the housekeeper I told you once.
But I want to talk to Mrs. Dorsey.
Well, keep your shirt on. She's coming. In fact, she's here.
Here, I'll take it, Mrs. Porterfield.
Saturday mornings, madhouse.
Hello, Mr. Lindman.
Mrs.
I'm
Dorsey.
sorry to keep you waiting. I was working in my garden.
Mrs. Dorsey, my secretary just had a great idea.
Yes?
I hear the Red Cross Motor Corps wants a job.
A job? I'll say it does.
Do you think they'd take over the service of carrying observers to the post?
You mean the ground observers who go to those posts?
Yeah, that's it. We're in a jam. Our observers have just about used up their rubber. A lot of them are having to quit. Now, if the Red Cross Motor Corps could help the Army by getting our observers to the post, why everything...
But we don't own a car. I mean, the chapter doesn't own its own car. We just have our own machine.
Yes, I know, but
We'd all be willing to help, but in no time our tires would be gone, and then you'd be back in the same situation. I wonder
Mrs. Dorsey, will you let me talk a minute?
I'm sorry. I'm just so excited about the idea. It's wonderful.
Mrs. Dorsey, I think the Red Cross can get a requisition for a car for this work, and the Army will pay your mileage.
Really wonderful.
I'll call Percy Heckendorf in Santa Barbara.
What's the district attorney got to do with this?
Percy is the Aircraft Warning Service County Director. Percy may have some last-minute word from the Army.
Well, be sure and let me know, Mr. Lindman.
I'll call you back by and by.
Well, in the meantime, I'll call the executive secretary over at the chapter.
You mean Fred Howe?
Yes. I'll find out what he thinks about it. Oh, this is wonderful.
Glad you're enthused, Mrs. Dorsey. Talk to you later. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mrs. Porterfield, I'm so thrilled.
Well, so am I. I'm finally getting these breakfast dishes washed.
Now, I've got to telephone Fred Howe and see what he thinks.
Number, please.
210, please, operator.
210.
Busy. Oh, heavens. I know. I'll dress and go right over to the Red Cross office. Saturday morning, everybody should be there. Yes, I'll go right on.
It was a good idea to have the Red Cross Motor Corps drive the observers to the various posts in the area if it could be worked out. The Red Cross has its very strict national policies under which every chapter must operate. Anyway, dynamic Mrs. Harry Dorsey arrived a few minutes later at the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter.
All right, well, I'll go the other side. Oh, well. Good morning, Mrs. Dorsey.
Morning, Mrs. Penfield. The office is busy this morning.
Yes, we've really been hurrying.
Is Fred Howe in his office?
I think so.
Is he busy with anyone?
No, why don't you go right on in?
I will. Mr. Howe?
Come in, Mrs. Dorsey.
Oh, I've got wonderful news.
Gee, I thought Saturday was your day off from the office here.
Listen, Mr. Howe, Roy Lindman just telephoned me. You know how worried we've been about keeping up the morale of the motor corps.
Yeah?
Well, I think they've got a job, a real job.
Oh, doing what?
Hauling observers to the 4 observation posts.
Oh, so they're having transportation problems, eh? Oh, but wait, Mrs. Dorsey. Where are we going to get the cars for a job like that?
Well, Roy Lindman thinks the Army's going to start issuing contracts for cars to haul observers.
Well, the Red Cross would have to be remunerated for a task like that.
Well, I suppose the motor corps would get mileage and a priority for tires, and what do you think, Mr. Howe?
Well, I personally think the Red Cross should take on the service, especially since the request comes from the military. After all, the Red Cross is the connecting link between the military and the civilian. But there's a question in my mind, Mrs. Dorsey.
What's that?
Is our chapter legally able to enter into a contract which is such a business undertaking?
Well, I wouldn't know about that.
I think this is something I ought to talk over with our chairman.
Well, is Mr. Hoy in this morning?
Yes, he was in at 8 this morning. I'll put the proposition up to him. I'll telephone you later.
Fine. Then I'll go right on home and wait to hear. Oh, I do hope we can put this over. It'll mean so much to all of us.
But in the meantime, that Saturday morning, Roy Lindman, the Aircraft Warning Service Area Supervisor, had called District Attorney County Director Percy Heckendorf in Santa Barbara. Heckendorf considered the matter, told Lindman on the phone...
Well, Roy, I can see no legal reason why the Santa Maria chapter shouldn't go ahead and serve the Army.
Wonderful, Perce. I was praying you'd say that.
Matter of fact, I think it's a swell idea.
Yeah, so do I.
I think the Red Cross chapter and the Motor Corps should perform any service that's important to the community and national protection.
I'm going right over to the Red Cross and talk to Ray Hoy and Fred Howe.
Good.
And you have definite word the Army is going ahead with those order contracts?
Yes, I talked to Captain Smith in Los Angeles last night. It's all set. Lieutenant Pillsbury will be in Santa Maria tomorrow for an 11 o'clock meeting with you fellas at the inn. You better have your Red Cross executive board there on hand.
You bet I will. And thanks for the information, Perce. See you soon. So long. Say, we'll put this thing over yet. You're darn tootin'.
The following morning, Sunday, the Army representatives arrived in Santa Maria. At the famous Santa Maria Inn, a meeting was held at 11 o'clock. Roy Lindman had the Red Cross Executive Board present. Lieutenant Evans Pillsbury conducted the meeting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that your Red Cross chapter will take over the responsibility of transporting our observers. I don't have to impress upon you the importance of staffing the post 24 hours a day.
I think we understand, Lieutenant.
We're certainly glad to have the opportunity to put our motor corps to a real test.
And we're fortunate, Lieutenant, in having Ray Hoy here as chairman of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross.
Oh?
Yeah, Mr. Hoy has been one of my observers out at the Cat Canyon post.
Yes, and my tires are just about to the point where I have to reserve the last bit of rubber on them for emergencies.
Well, didn't you tell me that that's a 44-mile round trip up to Cat Canyon, Mr. Hoy?
44 miles, Mr. Howe. Right. Say, incidentally, we better figure out how many miles the motor corps will have to drive a month. You know, Lieutenant?
I think Roy Lindman has that figured out quite accurately. Roy, will you report?
Yeah. Let me get my papers out.
I suppose we'll have to buy a second-hand car.
I think a second-hand car will be very adequate, Mrs. Dorsey. Nothing fancy, just good transportation.
Here we are.
Now, let's have the figures, Roy.
Well, there are 4 posts in operation to which observers will have to be transported 24 hours a day and night. I figured all the distances, and conservatively, the motor corps will have to drive, well, hold your breath, folks.
Well, how much, Roy?
10,000 miles a month.
What? 10,000?
You're taking on a real job, people.
Why, that's 120,000 miles a year.
Hey, we'll need a brand new car.
Oh, but how can we get a new car?
The Army will assist you in obtaining any model you want, except, of course, such models that have been frozen by the government.
Well, then I'll call a full board meeting of all the officers and directors of the chapter for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'm sure everyone will agree the project should be undertaken by the chapter.
Good. Now I'll go over the details of the contract you'll have to present to your board to approve and sign. First, Motor Corps agrees to do all driving. Second, you'll be guaranteed necessary recaps for tires. Third, the Army agrees to pay the Red Cross chapter.
Following Monday morning, the full board of officers and directors of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter met and approved the Army contract, approved the purchase of a new car, approved all details. Tuesday, Mr. Hoy, Mrs. Dorsey, and Mrs. Ed Adams, who was then captain of the Motor Corps, had all the Motor Corps members present at a luncheon. They opened the meeting with a pledge of allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I had thought we might have a surprise for you today, but I should have known that you can't keep a secret away from the ladies. And you all seem to know already that you have a job on your hands, that you're going to work for the military. And you all seem mighty happy about it.
I think it's wonderful.
But I do have two nice little surprises for you. I just received word myself. I haven't even told Mrs. Dorsey here, or your able captain, Edna Adams.
What's that, Mr. Hoy?
Well, the OPA just telegraphed the chapter a priority number so we can buy the new car.
Oh, isn't that
Yeah, Fred Howe and myself went ahead and selected an available new car. We hope you'll agree with our choice.
What kind?
Captain Adams, can all your members handle a Fleet Line two-door Chevrolet sedan?
Oh, indeed they can. I think that's a wonderful choice. What do you ladies think?
Oh, that's grand. That's wonderful.
Okay, fine. Now you have the car. We'll leave the rest up to your captain. How she organizes the routes, the various driving shifts, who among you is to service the car, well, that's up to Captain Adams. And let me say this. I know you ladies of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross Motor Corps are going to do an efficient job for the Army and the Aircraft Warning Service. I congratulate you all.
The captain of the Motor Corps, Edna Adams, went to work at once.
Schedules were signed. A central place to store the car was arranged for.
Motor Corps members were appointed to service the car.
And on the morning of September 16th at 5 minutes to 5 a.m., the first load of observers were dropped off at the Cat Canyon Post by the Red Cross Motor Corps.
Cat Canyon Post, all out.
Hey, this is really something. You'll pick us up at 11?
We'll be here on the dot.
Hey, is this the new car they're hauling us around in?
Yeah, morning, Ned. How'd the shift go last night?
Good. Reported 3 planes. Say, this car is swell.
Hop in, Ned. I have to get you back to town and turn over the car so the next driver can get an observer out to Fox and Canyon by 6. Hop in.
By golly, this is great, girls.
See you later, Ned.
Okay. Oh, say, I left the heater on for you.
Close the door, Ned. We have to keep moving.
Okay, Lieutenant. Well, boy, this mighty swell transportation for us.
Wonderful.
You know something, Lieutenant?
What's that, Ned?
I was really up against it. You Motor Corps gals hadn't started doing this. Well, I wouldn't have been able to keep on as an observer up here.
Tire trouble?
Tire trouble? Say, my brother had to drive me up here last night in his car. I haven't got any more tires. I just had to put my car up for the duration.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I'll get around town okay. Now that you Red Cross Motor Corps gals have taken this up, well, all of us observers will be able to keep our regular watches at the posts. You women are certainly to be congratulated.
You know something, Ned?
What's that, Lieutenant?
Well, we're all kind of proud of ourselves. It's good to have something important to be doing. I guess if we all fight a little, America will win this war yet.
Industry, initiative, imagination, the wholehearted desire to serve their community and their nation. That is the spirit of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross Motor Corps. 35 men and women keeping them rolling 24 hours a day so that other civilian volunteers may be on guard to scan the skies for the possible approach of enemy planes. Yes, that is the true spirit of Santa Maria.
moments, we want you to meet several of the Santa Maria Red Cross members in person who have come here to this broadcast tonight. But before that, here's Gordon Jenkins and the Sportsman in the flash version of the Army novelty song, This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. A bunch of frightened rookies were listening filled with awe. They listened while a sergeant was laying down the law. They stood there at attention, their faces turning red. The sergeant looked them over, and this is what he said. Oh, this is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. You're in the Army now,
Here now, we want you to meet in person some of the diligent workers, the people who put into force and action the Santa Maria idea. Ken Carpenter, will you take over?
Glad to, Gayne. Well, first I want you to meet Roy Lindman, the Santa Maria area supervisor for the Aircraft Warning Service. Roy, how are things going up in your territory now that the Red Cross solved your transportation headaches?
I don't have any more headaches, Ken. Everything is running smooth as a die. And we have a whole new bunch of observers to help out the old standbys now that the Red Cross Motor Corps is on the job. I'm satisfied. And I say thanks.
And thanks to you, Roy Lindman. The Army tells me you've done a consistently excellent job up in your area. Now, Mrs. Harry C. Dorsey, would you step up to our microphone, please?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Now, you're chairman of the Volunteer Special Services of the Santa Maria Red Cross chapter, aren't you, Mrs. Dorsey?
Yes, and I'm especially proud of the work our Motor Corps is doing. I think now that the story has been told over the radio tonight, it may suggest to other communities to do the same.
Well, I think other towns and communities would do well to follow the Santa Maria idea.
Well, if any other Red Cross chapter on the coast is interested and would like to write us and ask questions about problems of organization and such, they are welcome to do so.
That's a generous offer. Whom will they address?
Just address the Red Cross chapter, Santa Maria, California.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Dorsey. And now this lady in the handsome uniform of the Red Cross Motor Corps. You're Mrs. Ed Adams, who originally organized the Santa Maria Motor Corps?
Yes, I organized the group. I saw them through their initial training.
Well, but I understand that you aren't captain of the Motor Corps now, Mrs. Adams.
No, that just about broke my heart when it happened.
Well, but what did happen? I mean, you certainly put in a lot of hard work organizing the Corps.
Well, a month or so ago, it was announced that my husband's company was transferring him to another town. I resigned as captain, and Mrs. Longwell was appointed. Ed and I were ready to pack our household belongings and leave Santa Maria.
But your husband's plans were obviously changed?
Yes, and we didn't go. Mrs. Longwell took over the captaincy of the Corps and has handled it like a veteran. She's a fine leader, and they all like and respect her.
Well, you still work with the Motor Corps, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, yes, indeed. I drive my regular shifts and help out every way I can. I wouldn't give up the Motor Corps for anything.
Well, thank you. And you are the new captain, Captain Longwell?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter. And may I say, in return to Mrs. Adams' kind expression, that when I took over the captaincy of the Motor Corps, I found the unit so well organized and directed that I only had to follow along in the line initially set up by Mrs. Adams.
Well, it's good to hear of so healthy an organization. Now, don't go away, Captain Longwell. We want to talk to you again in just a moment. But right now, I want to get acquainted with this gentleman. You're
Ray Hoy.
Oh, yes. You're executive chairman of the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter, Mr. Hoy.
That's right, Mr. Carpenter.
The head man, so to speak. Well, maybe you could tell us just a few words about the Red Cross in general. Isn't November usually the roll call month, Mr. Hoy?
Yes, it is, but this year there'll be no drive.
Yes, I'd heard that.
You see, due to the generous response of the American public to the last roll call and on the war relief drive after Pearl Harbor, the Red Cross had postponed its regular fall drive for contributions.
Mm-hmm. Postpone it to when?
Till next March. You see, the Red Cross does not collect more funds that are necessary for emergency purposes.
Well, that's certainly a businesslike way for any charity organization to operate. Mr. Hoy, we want to thank you and all the other people of Santa Maria, those who are appearing on the program and those in our auditorium, for coming here to our Eyes Aloft broadcast.
It's our pleasure. Incidentally, most everybody in Santa Maria listens regularly to Eyes Aloft.
That's fine.
It has been an inspiration to all of us to carry on with the Army's aircraft warning service.
Well, we hope we may be doing a little good to these programs. And now I want to turn matters back into the hands of Gayne Whitman. Gayne?
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. This week, and for the first time, we are deviating from our regular practice of award. Here is Captain Russell Z. Smith to make this week's presentation. Captain Smith.
Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter has taken a great deal of initiative in making its motor corps serve the Army. You have just heard the story. You know of the work involved, the courage to start something new. The Santa Maria Red Cross chapter must be recognized. Captain Longwell, will you step back to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
To your motor corps and to the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter, we present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Well, this is a surprise, and I mean it. Thank you so very much.
We all salute the people of Santa Maria.
Gayne Whitman saying good night for the 150,000 aircraft warning service civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, single, very low, scene, 4, Marsha 18, overhead, southeast.
Flying aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
This is Ben Alexander speaking for Ken Carpenter, your regular announcer, who went east to help describe the Army-Navy football game. Ken will be here, however, for the special December 7th memorial broadcast of Eyes Aloft. Tonight, the 16th edition of Eyes Aloft, presentation of the Gold Trophy Award, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Holly Woodman, the McKinley Diary, a new Why Will They Do It brickbat will be tossed, and you'll hear another of our modern great American stories. And here, going on watch for the next half hour, is your popular narrator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just recently, we made a hurried trip up the coast. Met and talked with many ground observers, filter center workers, area supervisors, and county directors. We were pleasantly surprised at the number of folks who commented so favorably about our Why Will They Do It bouquet department. One chief observer in Washington took us aside and said,
Keep that Why Will They Do It stuff on the program. When you had that story about the poker player, it hit the nail on the head with one of my observers I'd been having trouble with. First he got sore and accused me of writing in about him. I gave him my word I hadn't, and he finally believed me. Anyway, he's a good observer again, and doesn't duck watches to go out and play poker instead. Keep dishing it out.
Well, here's an example of a type of fellow who makes everybody burn a little. He knows everything about everything. He talks a lot, stalls a lot, and drives other observers on watch half-batted.
Did I tell him where to get off at?
Hey, look, Jake. Plane's flying over. You going to report it or shall I?
No, I'll do it, Ned. I'll do it. I think I heard it first anyway.
Okay, but report it. It'll be gone before you get around to it.
Oh, I know how to report a plane. Don't be so... Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Crank the phone handle. Not used to this type of phone. Never remember whether you pick up the receiver and then crank or crank and then pick up the receiver. Hello, Central.
Oh, hurry up, Jake. Just say Army Flash.
Hey, I'm making this report. Hello? Army Flash.
Army, go ahead, please.
Well, now, listen. I'll tell you, a plane just flew over.
Do you wish to make a report, sir?
Well, of course. Why do you think I'm bothering to call? The plane was headed out over that clump of sycamore trees to the south, the east.
Will you please make the report according to the regular Army
Better let
form?
me make the call, Jake.
Will you get away, Ned? You're making me sore.
Oh, for the love.
Hello, operator.
Yes, of course. This is a busy switchboard. Make your report, if you will.
Okay, I am. Don't get huffy with me, young woman. I'll report you to the Army or something. Are you ready?
Yes, of course.
Follow that model report blank tacked over the phone there in front of you.
Oh, this. Yeah, sure. I'll give it according to this.
I can't even hear the plane motor now.
Army Flash.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I am. One. Bimotor.
But, Jake, wait a minute.
High.
Now, wait, Jake.
Heard.
9, then 4.
9, then 4.
South.
Oh.
South. Thank you.
Yeah. What a stupid operator at that filler center. Wonder who that dame was.
Jake, you burned me up.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's eating you, brother?
You said the plane that went over 5 minutes ago was a bimotor.
That's right.
How come you're so sure it might have been a multi-motor?
Oh, yeah?
You said it was high. You said it was going south. You know we can't give exact information when we only hear a plane in this mountain pass we're in.
I know what I'm doing.
You know?
Sure I know.
And you must have eyes like a cat and ears to match.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You only heard that plane. You couldn't see it. Why, it's pitch dark and raining besides.
Well,
you don't know whether it was going south or straight up.
Well, it could have been going south.
You're one of those guys who know everything.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always better to say unknown than to give out information of which you are not positive. Think of the poor filterer who is trying to give the operations board a true picture. Don't confuse her. There have been several planes remain unidentified because of such incorrect reports. Gosh, why will they do it? Well, what kind of a vote do you want to give that bird? A boo or a laurel? We're with you 100%. Don't be a Mr. Know-It-All. Don't have your gang secretly pointing its finger behind your back and saying, why will they do it? Now, the ever-popular, colorful little feature of our program, the McKinley Diary. Unedited excerpts from the famous little black and white notebook. Comments jotted down by the observers of the McKinley, Oregon Post. Winter has come to the green little mountain valley. Winter and rains. Winter and skies that are more often gray and dull. Through the skies these days, dark arrows of wild duck and goose wing southward. But their honking is only noted by the watchers at the little observation post. The watchers are not there to listen for the call of feathered flyers, rather to hunt the skies for other birds. Birds man-made. The watchers know that as long as war persists, perhaps someday a bird of prey, a black-winged vulture with the yellow markings of a rising sun, may swoop down bent on some deadly mission. And so the people of the valley patiently wait and watch. But here, let's step inside the shack. Yes, there as always, open on the table, the McKinley Diary. Let's see what has been written lately. Here, October 24th.
Tonight I came to the post by way of the good old days, horseback. The first time I'd been on a horse since coming to Coos County. Made me think of the many miles we rode after cattle in Jackson County. 2 letters came this week from Claude. He says the weather is grand, wherever he is. It's so quiet and peaceful there, no one would know the world is at war. We have sent him 6 V letters since the 1st of September. but he has not received any of them, though his last letter came in 14 days. The night seems longer than usual, but it won't be much longer now till I can go home. This time, I've put in a 9.5-hour watch. Good night, Olive M. Hooper.
Time for one more entry. October 26th.
I'm so thrilled I had the diary brought in so I could write a line or two in it. My lovely neighbors gave me a surprise party before I go to the hospital. They brought me many lovely gifts and good wishes for a speedy return home and restored health. What would this world be without friends? I'm sure a very dreary place. We had a nice car delivered to the post tonight for transportation of observers, which will simplify things considerably. Frankly, I shall be glad when I can get back on the job over at the post again. Until then, thanks to all my friends for their many kindnesses, and keep watching. Mabel O'Sullivan.
And so we close McKinley Diary until another time.
Here are Gordon Jenkins and the Holly Woodman, joining Eyes Aloft with the official fighting song of the Coast Artillery, known to officers and men of that unit as the Coast Artillery Song. It's Gordon Jenkins and the Holly Woodman.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand protecting the land we love. What if by land and two if by sea was once a Sentinel's cry? But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. We are the guys who knock them from the skies. We're the Coast Artillery. We are the ones, the anti-aircraft sons of the guns of the Coast Artillery. When the battle's at the worst, we're gonna get them first. As long as there's a shell, we're gonna give them. For we are the guys who knock them from the skies. We're the Coast Artillery. One if by land and two if by sea was one cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Tonight's new and true Great American Story. This is the story of a man who has served his country alone in a deserted California prison farm camp. Alone except for a little dog named Trixie. Winter, 1941. Early December. The rocky, barren foothills on the northern slopes of the rugged high Sierras. Nestled down in the hills, some 25 miles off the main gravel highway, Kern County's Road District Number 1 prison camp. But no prisoners at the camp. Only the caretaker there, 64-year-old Charles Holmes. Night has fallen. December 7th.
Trixie! Trixie! Come here, Trixie. You got short hair, you doggone little terrier. Don't you know you'll freeze out on a night like this? It rains, it'll snow tonight. Yeah, go on in, Trixie, before you freeze. Yeah, light a lamp. There we are. Set you smelling, Trixie, my stew on the stove. All right. We'll eat just as soon as... Hey,
stew isn't even steaming. Doggone, fire in the stove gone out. Yep, potatoes and mackerel. Must have been gone longer over at the barns than I thought. I'll build a new fire, get a piece of wood from the wood box. Oh, doggone, no wood in the bin. Yeah, forgot I'm out of wood. What's the matter with the county? Don't bring me no wood, don't bring me no supplies. I don't see what. Phone. Oh, there's some kind of trouble. I'm coming. Hello? Charles Holmes speaking.
Mr. Holmes, you heard the news?
Who's speaking?
Aircraft Warning Service, County Director's Office. Have your radio on today, Mr. Holmes?
I haven't had time for the radio today.
Oh, then you don't know what's happened.
Yes, I know what's happened, but you don't.
Yeah, but
what's happened is this. I'm stuck back here in the hills, and the county's forgot to send me any wood.
Well,
I'm out of wood, and I don't have much food. What do they think my little dog's going to eat? What's the matter with that outfit down there at the county anyway?
Mr. Holmes, listen to me.
Listen to you about what?
The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor this morning.
At Honolulu?
That's it. America's been attacked. President will probably declare war when Congress meets in the morning.
I never have trusted those dirty little Japs.
Now listen.
No fire in the stove for lack of wood. As the early morning hours dragged on, Mr. Holmes waited. Listened, alone. Alone, except for his faithful little dog.
Yeah, all right. Trixie, stop shivering. I'm cold, too. Must have hit zero outside by now. You know, Trixie, I've been thinking man has to sleep sometime. If they leave me up here alone to watch for planes, I'll still have to get some sleep. Trixie, you think you could learn to watch for planes and warn me when the plane comes over if I'm asleep? You'll have to bark and kind of wake me up. And wait a minute. What's that? Yeah, sure, a plane, I bet you. Gotta be sure. Yeah, there it is, Trixie. Look, see those lights up there? No. Up there, Trixie. Look. That's it. A bark. An airplane, Trixie. Bark. Oh, that'd never wake me up. An airplane, Trixie. Bark. Come on, bark. Bark. That's it. Got a report. It's flying south. Get it, Trixie? We're running this post, you and me. From now on, you got to bark whenever you hear an airplane. Right, little devil. Yeah. Hello. Operator. Now, look, I got to make a call about an airplane. Got to make an army flash. Connect me with whoever I got.
One moment, please.
Trixie, do you understand now? When you hear an airplane, you bark. If I'm asleep, you keep on barking until... What's the matter with me? You don't understand. What can I expect from a dog?
Army, go ahead, please.
One. Single. High. Scene. 34, Beatrice 6.
34, Beatrice 6.
Overhead. Southeast.
Thank you.
Well, you see, it was going over north. Huh? Oh, it's hung up. Yeah, guess you caught on to what I was saying. Oh, now stop your whimpering, Trixie. Come here, let me pick you up. Oh, you poor little devil. You're as cold as I am. Well, got to keep on guard. Get this old blanket, the lantern down here on the floor by my feet. Now, come on, Trixie. You get down here beside it, between my feet. Come on. That's it. Now, put the blanket over my knees, and you'll keep warm. At least half of me, my upper part, will keep warm. Yeah. A streak of gray coming over to the east by the mountains. Be morning by and by. Yeah, gotta keep watch. And you got to help out, Trixie, do you hear me? Got to learn to bark when you hear an airplane. You understand?
A light snow fell around the desolate prison camp that dawn. At 7 o'clock that morning, a road district truck pulled up in front of Holmes' caretaker's building.
You birds stay in the cab till I come out. Don't forget, I got my eye on you all the time.
Yeah, we ain't going no place, chum.
We don't want to sit out here in the cold all day.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, hello. It's about time you got here. You bring me any wood?
Yeah, I brought you a load of wood, Miss Holmes.
Bring me some canned stuff?
2 weeks' supply, sure.
Well, you're late. You county fellas down in civilization forget about me?
Look, I brought you some prisoners.
Hey, don't you fellas know there's a war going on? Don't you know I'm running an army observation post up here? And
now, hold on, Mr. Holmes.
Huh?
That's That's why we brought you a couple of prisoners. They're going to keep watch, too.
Yeah? Well, I got to do what I say. Bring them in. Take them over to their living quarters after they get warmed up. Bring them in. I'll give them a hot bowl of stew.
For breakfast? Stew?
Yeah, stew. What else you think you got left to eat up here? Go on, bring them in. Trixie, you get back over there by that lantern. Keep warm. We got company. We also got some wood to make a fire and get warmed up with.
December dragged on. Christmas came and went. Then New Year's. And Charles Holmes and his little dog, Trixie, did the work of keeping watch for planes. Did the prisoners help? Sure, they helped. Like this.
I got a jack and a 10. I took you, buddy.
Okay. Here, I pay. 8 more matchsticks.
If these matchsticks was bucks, I'd be in the gravy. Hey, can't you keep that mutt quiet, Holmes?
That dog's getting on my nerves.
You monkey, shut up. I want to listen. Yeah, it's a plane, okay. Now, you can stop it, Trixie. Thanks. No, stop it, Trixie. I got it. Okay, Bud. Put in that Army flash.
Who?
You.
Me?
Either one of you.
Yeah, but which one of us?
Get to that telephone, Blackie.
Okay. Don't get excited, Dad.
Plane is passing right overhead. One of them, single motor, heading north. Now make the call.
You mean call now?
Now. You know what I want you to do.
Yeah, but you mean now?
Maybe the old man don't mean now, Blackie.
Are you going to make that call before that plane gets out of sight, or am I going to get my...
Keep your shirt on, Pappy. I'm calling.
And tell the dame that I get out of stir in March.
I get out in February. I'm talking for myself.
Operator.
Oh, hiya, baby. Hey, this is the Duke of the Sierras. I want to talk to the Army about a nasty old airplane that's flying right over our shack.
One moment, please. Army flag.
Hey, what's the matter with you birds? Don't you know this kind of work is important to the Army?
So important? What do they let an old dumpy like you handle it for,
If there was any way to get out of this spot, I'd go.
There's the door, mister. You can start walking if you think you can make it. It's only 25 miles.
Army, go ahead, please.
Oh, hello, baby.
Give her that report, I'm telling you.
Oh, cool off, will you, Dad? Hey, listen, honey.
Army, go ahead, please.
Hey, what's your name, cutie pie?
Do you want to report a plane?
Oh, eventually, but right now I want to talk to a dame, see? My name's Ferdinand. What are you doing tonight?
Give me that phone.
Hey, what's the idea of jerking that out of my hand?
Sit down.
Well, you don't have to get tough,
I'll
see?
get tough.
Better take it easy, Blackie.
Army flash.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
We lost a little time here, but... One. Single. High. Scene. 34 Beatrice 6.
34 Beatrice 6.
Overhead. North.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that plane was sure up hung up. Say, what's the matter with you rubes? Don't you know America's at war?
So what?
Don't you know the citizens have got to help the Army?
We ain't citizens, we're prisoners. Let them take care of us.
Well, I'm glad all prisoners aren't like you. And I'm calling up the authorities and telling them to come and get you ducks out of here by tomorrow.
The change will be delightful, Dad.
My dog, my poor, dumb little old dog has got more loyalty and patriotism than you two blockheads have got. Yeah. So you don't want to help America in this war, huh?
In the months that slowly rolled by, Charles Holmes, caretaker, rolled up more and more hours as an airplane watcher. Prisoners came, and he sent them away. 28 of them came and went. Only 1 or 2 were diligent about reporting planes. But Holmes had to keep constantly on the alert. He and his little dog, Trixie. In March, a repetition of the December incident happened. He was again the forgotten man. Once again, the county man who was supposed to bring Mr. Holmes his twice-a-month supplies failed to show up. He and the dog were alone at the camp. Firewood was gone. It was cold. The last can of food was opened and eaten. A day passed. No food. No word from the outside world. And finally, on the second morning, Charles Holmes grew angry. He packed his few belongings into a little satchel and was going to leave.
County. I take a county job and that guy forgets me. Okay, so I'm through. I'm done. Trixie! Come here, Trixie. Think you can walk 24 miles down to the highway where we can flag a car? Well, you want to stay here and starve? Hey, what's the matter with you, you little mutt? You follow me, I'm going. County can't do this to me. Get out, Trixie. Come on. What's the matter with you? Get out. Somebody else can have this job. Doggone County. Trixie, come on. Trixie, come on. Oh, Trixie, what are you hanging back for? We're leaving this place now. You come on. Oh, what's the matter with you? Lying down on your belly. Now you get up. You get up, Trixie. Do you hear me? All right. If you won't get up, I'll carry you till we get away. Come on, dog. Yeah. I'll carry you. Part of the way at least. Get you away from here. Well, do you want me to carry you or not? What's the matter with you? Hey, Trixie! Hey, jumped out of my arm. Trixie, you come back here. Oh, gosh, she's running around in circles like she's gone crazy. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, that's an airplane. Wait. Trixie, be quiet. I heard it. All right, you told me an airplane. 3 airplanes. Yeah, there it is, coming over the South Hill. Get right back and telephone in a flash. Gotta make a report. Trixie knew there was a plane coming. Well, Trixie, I'll never quit this one. Oh, now, wait a minute. Come back. What are you sniffing at that door for? Someone outside, you think? Huh? Well, as I live and breathe. Trixie, you know everything, don't you? There's that doggone county truck coming. Yeah, with food and wood. I guess they didn't forget to say after all. By golly, Trixie, food or no food, wood or no wood, we're sticking right here and reporting those planes until America wins this war. What do you got to say to that, Trixie? You really mean that? By golly, you're some smart little dog. Yeah, that's it.
And today, back there on a desolate prison camp, and you couldn't budge him from his post, back there in the foothills of the high Sierras, sits 64-year-old Charles Holmes and his little dog, who warns him when he sleeps of the approach of planes. Charles Holmes has a 100% efficiency record. Charles Holmes says he has put in only a little over 4,000 hours watching for planes. Only 4,000 hours? Yes, but Charles Holmes won't take credit from Trixie. She, too, has at least 4,000 hours to her credit. We pay honest tribute to these two loyal Americans.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here now is Colonel Ernest Moon, first executive officer of the General's headquarters staff, to make this week's presentation. Colonel Moon.
Love for country cannot be explained. If it is implanted in a man's heart, nothing can ever disturb it. Loyalty burns fervently in the hearts of men like Charles Holmes. It is little enough to recognize his courage, his valor, his loyalty. So to that isolated one-man post, yes, to one man and a little dog, we pay tribute. We present them with the trophy which shall stand in all its glory in a faraway shack in the hills of the high Sierras. We present Charles Holmes and his dog with the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Gayne Whitman telling you that next week, Eyes Aloft will present a special December 7th memorial program. Now, good night to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Red. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ben Alexander, charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft. Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. December 7th, 1942. The National Broadcasting Company today presents a special memorial broadcast of Eyes Aloft.
Army Flash. 1, bi-motor, low, scene, 15 Lucy 4, overhead, east.
Flying along, watching the skies, watching for planes flying the lanes up below.
Eyes Aloft, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this special December 7th program, paying tribute to America's war dead, honoring all of America's fighting men, and celebrating the first year of action of the 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. A gala program tonight. William E. Kepner, Commanding General of the 4th Fighter Command, has flown to Hollywood to be with us. Also, you will hear from high-ranking officers of the Anti-Aircraft Artillery and Army Air Corps. We will switch controls to an observation post, to a filter center, and an anti-aircraft target range. Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood Choir have special musical presentations. And here now is your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, December 7th, 1942, America has been at war 1 year. But not only men in uniform fight this war. There is also a vast army of civilian volunteers who carry on the fight here at home. The Aircraft Warning Service. How many of you can look back and recall how it all started? Well, listen. In the summer of 1941, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces planned a coast-wide, border-to-border practice maneuver. For the first time in American military history, civilians were to become participants in the war games. Quietly, swiftly, the Army went at the gigantic task of organizing civilian forces. In the Pacific Northwest, Major Richard Carlgren assumed the tremendous task of organizing the Aircraft Warning Service. In the southern area, Major John C. Gray tackled the monumental job. In July of 1941, Major Gray went to Sacramento to talk with Dick Graves, then head of the State Defense Council.
So there, Mr. Graves, I've told you the Army story.
What a job you have ahead of you, Major Gray.
I need help. In particular, I need your help.
All right. What can I do?
I'd like your office to contact every one of your county defense councils.
Okay. And do what, sir?
I want the name of some outstanding citizens in each county.
You're after leaders?
Absolutely. I select one man from each county as the organizer of the Ground Observation Corps.
And what will that man do?
It'll be his responsibility to work with the Army. We must select locations for observation posts, pick up area supervisors, and we have to work fast.
For 5 intense months, the 4th Fighter Command worked with local civic leaders. The Ground Observer Corps was rapidly organized. It was a tightly formed system and intersystem of thousands of observation posts, filter centers, information centers. This Ground Observer Corps would, when the time came, alert Army aircraft, searchlight batteries, anti-aircraft artillery, barrage balloon units, would set into immediate motion a vast and intricate maze of military defense. At last, all was ready to test. The system was to be tried December 11th. The war games to be started, but... On On December 7th, the tyrant nation started a different sort of war game, a real war game. Sunday morning, December 7th, 1941. The Hawaiian Islands, Honolulu, the dastardly bombing of Pearl Harbor by the Japanese. Listen to this eyewitness account of the bombing of Honolulu. Major Ernest Keating, now commanding officer of a fighter group in the state of Washington, was in Hawaii last December 7th.
Everything was peaceful and quiet at Wheeler Field at 7:50 on the morning of last December 7th. A few moments later, I heard an airplane in a dive, and it made a noise like a United States Navy dive bomber. At the end of the dive, I heard an explosion, and at that time, I thought the pilot had failed to pull out of his dive. Before I could reach a window, I heard many explosions in rapid succession. Then I realized somebody was bombing the devil out of the place. But I thought that the Navy had a bombing range nearby and was merely getting in some target practice. However, when I rushed outside, I saw a column of dense black smoke coming from a place on our flying field. I then surmised that one of the planes did fly into the ground, and that what I saw was the smoke from his burning plane. At this point, the enemy swooped down and began to strafe Wheeler Field with machine gun and cannon fire. When I heard the machine guns, I at last knew we were being attacked, but wasn't quite sure who was doing it. Just then, I saw several dive bombers north of the hangars and recognized them as Japanese. The enemy machine gunned Wheeler Field for about 25 minutes. This was the longest 25 minutes I have ever spent. It would have been suicide to run out on the field to try to reach any of our planes. 2 or 3 hangars was an inferno of flames. Planes were burning on the field. Ammunition dumps were exploding all about us. Then the Japs left. I ran and helped carry wounded men from a barracks to the hospital. Then the Japs came back. This time I could see them bombing Pearl Harbor several miles away. I saw a great column of smoke rise. It later proved to be from the sinking Arizona. No man or woman who was in Hawaii last December 7th will ever forget that horrible surprise.
At home on that sunny Sunday morning, here in a trusting, believing America, people went about their way as usual. Those who weren't at church perhaps were relaxing in front rooms of homes. Sunday papers scattered about, children reading funnies spread out on the floor, wives in the kitchen contemplating the Sunday dinner menu.
Daddy, Bill won't let me have the part with the funnies. He's just sitting on it.
Come here with you, Billy. Come on, give your sister the part with Blondie.
Aw, here, sissy.
Henry?
Yes, dear.
What are you doing?
I'm reading.
Now, you promised to clean the garage today.
Oh, well, I said some Sunday, not this Sunday. I'm going to see what's on the radio for a minute. Yeah.
Now, Henry, if you don't turn off that radio and go clean the garage, I won't cook dinner.
Oh, now, Martha. Hey, do you hear that? Sky Lombardo, your favorite orchestra.
Henry, you're just stalling.
Oh, well.
We interrupt this program for a news flash from Washington, D.C. 1 moment, please.
What goes, Dad?
Oh, wait, listen.
At 7:55 a.m. Hawaiian time this morning, Japanese planes dropped bombs on Pearl Harbor Naval Base, strafed Wheeler Field.
What?
Many civilians, as well as Army and Navy personnel, are believed dead. The amount of destruction is unknown.
Lord, Martha.
Keep tuned to this station for latest news developments.
Turn it off.
Yeah. Never have trusted those dirty Japs.
That'll mean war for us, won't it, Henry?
Yeah, that'll mean war for us, Martha.
Oh.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get jittery. Probably just Jack Miller calling to see if I've heard the news yet.
Will Daddy have to go to war, Mother?
Oh, I don't know. Not for a while. Now, don't worry, Betty.
Yeah? Yeah, this is Henry Smith. Who? Oh, yeah. Now? Me?
What is it, Henry?
Well, I'm glad to. Yeah, I'll put on my coat and be right up. Yeah, goodbye.
Well, where are you going, Henry?
I don't want Daddy to leave.
Now, Martha, now look, kids. Now, this is no time for nerves. That was Phil Lockhart. He's chief observer at our post.
But where were you going?
He's calling observers to man the post. Say, it's 4 days ahead of December 11th. The aircraft warning service is going right into operation anyway.
This won't be play war as you all had planned it.
No, Martha, no. It's the real McCoy.
Yes.
We'll be watching for real enemy planes now. I got to get my leather jacket.
You don't know when you'll be back?
I don't know. Hey, gosh, Martha, just think.
What?
The honor I've just had tossed at me. Why, I'll be standing guard on the first doggone watch. Hey, gee, kid, you ought to be proud of your old man now.
Up and down the Pacific coast, in every city, town, village, and hamlet, civilian men and women observers and filter center workers were called to duty that Sunday morning. The Army supervised the job. The people of the country, volunteers all, were working in civilian clothes as part of the United States Army. Though they wore no uniforms of khaki, they knew on that ominous Sunday that they, too, were members of America's fighting forces.
At this moment, we switch controls to a typical observation post. Located on northern California's Monterey Peninsula, the new little post building sits high on a rocky promontory that juts out into the turbulent waters of the Pacific Ocean. Calling Monterey Peninsula.
This is Captain E.G. Morrison, South Coast Ground Observer Officer, speaking to you from the sea cliffs in front of the observation post. With me are several loyal observers. First, I want you to meet 82-year-old hale and hearty Finn Frolick.
Wind's coming north by west tonight.
And strong. Weren't you an old-time Norwegian sea captain before you retired, Mr. Frolick?
That I was, Captain. Past the bridge many a night, watching the sea. Now I am pacing on this cliff, watching for the enemy.
Well, I know they'll never get by you, Mr. Frolick. Mr. Frolick has been an observer at this post since last December 7th. And here's Mrs. Caris Weston, another of the post observers.
Can't we take the microphone inside now, Captain Morrison? I think people would enjoy meeting our chief observer, Whit Wellman, and his wife, Olga. They're on duty tonight, you know.
Well, we'll go on in. But first I want to point out about this stone wall around the shack here. Didn't you have something to do with building that wall, Mrs. Weston?
Yes, Captain Morrison.
Was it your idea?
I began it. The other observers helped finish it.
Well, this is certainly a splendid post now. The way all you people have worked and built it up from nothing. Let's go on in now. Will you open the door for me, Mr. Frolick?
Yes, sir.
Warm in here. I think we all spent enough time outside keeping this post going when we didn't have a shack.
Oh, Mr. Wellman, you're chief observer at this post.
That's right. Of course, my wife here did a large amount of the early work in securing observers.
That was a long time ago. It was just a year ago today that we first started calling observers to come and stand duty on this coast.
There wasn't any building here then, was there?
No, from Pearl Harbor to January 3rd, observers just stood up here, exposed to the wind and the rain.
That was pretty disagreeable work.
Yes, but we knew it had to be done. On January 3rd, we bought a bag, and we brought it up here.
Oh, that was a sleeping bag?
Yes, it was the one way to keep warm.
Well, that is fairly warm anyway.
Well, how far were you from the telephone?
Oh, we had to run about 200 feet at the phone at the home down below.
We couldn't run exactly. We'd stumble along the rocky path that leads down the hill.
Then you'd have to climb up all over again and make another flash call.
It was really pioneering in those days.
Well, this post, like so many others in the Pacific coast, have come a long way in a year.
Well, Charlie Shepard, our county director, explained that if we ever had to have any building or anything else, we would have to arrange for them ourselves, and we did. We raised enough to build this fine little shack. It's well insulated, warm, and it helps us to keep a full quota of observers at all times.
Some one of us from this community will be right here on guard as long as we're needed.
And that seems to be the spirit of the Ground Observer Corps workers, to stay in the job as long as they're needed. This is Captain Morrison returning the program to Hollywood.
The 4th Fighter Command's Aircraft Warning Service is composed of two major units, the Ground Observer Corps and the filter center workers. Filter centers are located in many of the key cities along the Pacific coast. We now take you to Seattle, Washington, where you will hear from Mrs. Negley England, Director of Civilian Components, and Signal Officer Colonel Richard Carlgren.
We've come a long way since our first meeting 16 months ago, haven't we, Mrs. England?
Yes, indeed, Colonel Carlgren.
This anniversary of Pearl Harbor brings back many memories.
Yes, but my 16 months with the Aircraft Warning Service seems small when I realize that as far back as 1939, you of the Army were actively engaged in laying the groundwork in this area for the AWS.
Yes, we were planning a test maneuver even as far back as 1939. But looking back to the first cornerstone of our present AWS here in Seattle, laid in July of 1941, I can remember the afternoon at your home, Miss England, with 10 Seattle women to whom you have given the responsibility of each recruiting 10 other volunteers.
Yes, we were out to form a group of 100 workers for the first filter center training.
Then I set out to organize similar groups in other western Washington cities where filter centers were to be established.
Just think how long that was before Pearl Harbor. Little did we realize then how those first 100 loyal women would grow to the vast organization we have here now.
No one of them at the time guessed they were signing up for a steady job.
No. We expected to dismiss our volunteers right after Thanksgiving. Just call them back occasionally for brush-up training so they'd always be ready for any emergency. Remember the morning of December 8th, Colonel Carlgren?
Will I ever forget it?
I mean, the way our volunteers reported for duty, many without being called. Remember the speed and efficiency with which they took their places in the Filter and Information Center?
The great thing about it all, Mrs. England, is that the same spirit has carried on these last 12 months without a waver.
And we're all going to carry on for the duration.
Well, we of the military can never say enough in praise of our civilian volunteers. You yourself, Mrs. England, with nearly 4,000 hours of volunteer service.
Well, don't forget, there are many, many others who have served well into the 1,000 and 2,000-hour brackets. I'm sure we all feel that what we've done has been worth the time spent.
Your compensation has come, no doubt, in knowing that you have all done your jobs well. You have the satisfaction of knowing that others may live in safety without fear of enemy attack. It is the fighting spirit, exemplified in our volunteer workers throughout the Pacific Coast, that has carried us all so successfully over this first hard year.
The Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and Choir join in a modern song of hope. When the lights go on again all over the world.
Wedding rings and free hearts will
thank Thee, Lord, for daily bread, for homes unbombed above our heads. We thank Thee for the right to live and breathe free men. And when, at end of day, we turn unto our beds to rest in quiet peace, we thank Thee, Lord.
Then we'll have time for things like wedding rings and free heart will sing. When the lights go on again, all over the
Now we want to introduce the man whose mission is the protection of the Pacific Coast. He has flown his plane here tonight so that he may speak to us on this memorable date. We present the commander of the 4th Fighter Command, General William E. Kepner.
December 7th, 1942. We have been at war 1 year.
The task undertaken by the civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service last September the 7th seemed a stupendous one. There were no signposts to guide us. We were hitting the pioneer trail, and we have come through our first year together. The Aircraft Warning Service is new to modern warfare. In the beginning, we may have lacked training, facilities, and background. But the 150,000 men and women of the AWS did not lack courage, initiative, and resourcefulness. Last December, a few good citizens told us that the volunteer system would fold up by spring. When spring came, some told us that summer vacations would strike a death blow to the volunteer group. In the fall, it was said by some that the volunteers would not go through another winter. But you, the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, have shown how wrong the prognosticators were. Today, the target stands continue to march across the filter boards. To you who are in the audience here tonight, and to those who are listening at their radios, may I express my heartfelt appreciation for the work you have done. And may I thank you for the work I know you will continue to do, so long as your services are needed by the Army. Now may I present one of my staff officers. He is a man many of you know, for he has spent much of his time in the field organizing the Pacific Coast Aircraft Warning Service, Lieutenant Colonel John C. Gray.
We have reached a milepost. Today we can look back with satisfaction upon the many problems we have solved together. But we cannot rest upon our oars. I am sure that all volunteers wish to join with those of us in uniform in rededicating ourselves to the task ahead and to pledge again allegiance to our nation and to the Aircraft Warning Service. There are in the studio audience tonight nearly 300 women who have served faithfully and continuously at the big Los Angeles Information Center since last December 7th. They will now rise and repeat after me the pledge. And those of you volunteers listening in at your radios, wherever you may be, we ask that you, too, repeat the pledge with us. Will all volunteers of the Pacific Coast please rise? The 4th Fighter Command Oath of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the 4th Fighter Command and to the United States Army Air Forces and to the mission with which it is charged.
And to the mission with which it is charged.
The protection of the Pacific Coast and of the nation.
The protection of the Pacific Coast and of the nation.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
Another member of my headquarters staff is Colonel Carl Wally, anti-aircraft artillery officer. Colonel Wally.
The anti-aircraft artillery is ready and waiting when and if the enemy ever dares to attack our western shores by air. Anti-aircraft guns can speak with real authority if our crews are warned ahead of time that the enemy is approaching. You, the Volunteer Aircraft Warning Service, must be ever on guard so that you can flash the message to us. You are vital to the protection of the nation.
And now, General Kepner, we are ready to transfer our controls to an unidentified practice target range in the Southern California area. We are ready to pay our tribute to those who have died in the fight for freedom.
It is a time-honored military right to fire a salute to the heroic dead. It is fitting that such tribute be paid the dead of this war, particularly to those of Pearl Harbor who received a stab in the back last December 7th. But we are a nation engaged in an all-out war effort. Today, every bit of war material must be used to stab back at a treacherous enemy. We cannot justify the waste of a minute of one soldier's time. We cannot spare 1 ounce of gunpowder, 1 scrap of brass. Today, our tribute to the war dead must be practical, as I am sure those valiant men would want it to be. When you hear the anti-aircraft guns firing, their purpose will be twofold. First, they speak our nation's solemn tribute to those who have not died in vain. Secondly, they are the snarling voices of guns, fired by crews perfecting themselves so that someday they may lay a well-placed blast into an enemy plane.
We switch controls now to a firing point on the southern cliffs of the Pacific Ocean. General D.D. Hinman, commanding officer of the anti-aircraft artillery, is there watching tonight's practice. Are you ready down there, Joy Storm?
Okay, Ken Carpenter. Here on the cliffs of the Pacific is a mighty battery of high-powered anti-aircraft guns. Above us has been flying an Army bomber towing a sleeve, a target at which the gun crew has been firing. Their accuracy is amazing. From the hills around us, giant searchlights stab cold white beams of light up into the air, converge on the target being towed by the plane, follow it through the night. The plane, out over the ocean, will soon be coming back again. And oh, here I see General Hinman, who is here tonight inspecting this gun crew's working, walking across the field. General Hinman, would you come up here and tell us all that is permissible about what's going on?
Well, Mr. Storm, this gun crew has been scoring heavily against the target.
Well, these are pretty big guns, aren't they, General Hinman?
Big and powerful. I wish I could tell you how high up they can fire a projectile, but I can't.
Well, I know that you had to clear the ocean more than 6 miles out before practice could begin.
Yes, Mr. Storm, these guns will shoot straight up in the air as far as any anti-aircraft guns built today. If any enemy aircraft gets anywhere within their range, the enemy better start saying his prayers.
Well, I'd hate to be an enemy plane trying to get through this gun crew that's firing tonight.
Think they're pretty good, do you?
Well, I have a new feeling of security for my family, General Hinman. That's one way I can put it.
Light finder on target. Director on target. Command, firing.
A gun crew at practice. A salute to our war dead. Though the lights of the world are dim this December 7th, the torch of freedom shall always burn brightly. This is Gayne Whitman on this memorable December 7th, 1942, saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service civilian volunteers who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will always be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is produced for the 4th Fighter Command by Robert L. Redd. Music is under the direction of Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the plane flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Eyes aloft.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single. Very low. Seen. 3 Edith 16. Overhead, northwest.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this Christmas week program honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking, and Merry Christmas to you all. Tonight, we of the Eyes Aloft radio program, we, the cast, the actors, the members of the orchestra and its leader, Gordon Jenkins, the 4 boys of the Sportsman Quartet, our writer, all of us join in presenting you of the Aircraft Warning Service with a holiday gift, a special Christmas time program. Christmas is surely in the air again, for here in the studio where we've been working all day, we've found real enjoyment in rehearsing just a little bit harder on the songs, the orchestral background scores, the dramatic spots. And now, as we go on the air, we hope that our gift to you will sparkle gaily with the joy of Christmas and will carry our solemn hope for merrier and more peaceful days to come. So now, here is your Eyes Aloft Santa, your narrator, Gayne Whitman.
Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. First, here is a Christmas message which General W.E. Kepner, commanding the 4th Fighter Command, wishes us to send out to the thousands of members of the Aircraft Warning Service. General Kepner's message reads,
to all our volunteers, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. A year that will stand out in history, showing what Americans can do when they are working together, fighting for the peace which the Christmas season exemplifies. The officers, enlisted men, and I want you to know how your unselfish service has given us added zest, knowing how staunchly you stand beside us. May your holiday season be joyful, and may the gifts of service you are giving to your country be returned to you 1,000-fold through the security of the America you are helping to protect.
And the message is signed W.E. Kepner, Brigadier General, USA. And we believe that every man and woman who serves in the civilian army of the 4th Fighter Command joins in returning the good Christmas wish to General Kepner and his military staff. I'm sure that we all pray that Christmas 1943 will be a more joyful holiday with the world at peace and our loved ones gathered once more about the home's hearthside. And now we want to retell a beautiful and true story that happened last December of 1941. One year ago, last December, when the Ground Observer Corps was first being activated, a little community in Douglas County, Oregon, found itself faced with a serious problem. The small and well-to-do farming community of Camas Valley is nestled among the rolling mountains of the Coast Range. Winter. At the time, Camas Valley was supposed to support 2 observation posts, one atop Dutchman Butte, the other up on Live Oak Mountain. 3 feet of snow and ice made it impossible for observers to negotiate the daily trips to the post. So an observers' meeting was called by the post's organizer, John Stanley.
Let's keep the meeting in order, folks. It's getting late. Now, how are we going to settle our problem?
Well, John, I don't see how we're going to keep 2 posts running this winter.
Well, what do we do? Call up the Army and tell them we're going to fall down on the job?
Well, we got to find some way. Yeah, some way, but you can't even get a horse up the last 2 miles on Dutchman Butte now. Too much ice and snow.
Well, there's a road up to the top of Live Oak Mountain, if we can keep it open this winter.
Over 2 feet of snow on Live Oak as it is, John. John.
Well, who spoke up then? I didn't see.
Me, Ed Bushnell.
You any suggestions, Ed?
Well, I kind of think our community shouldn't fall down on this job for the Army. I'd hate to think other towns and communities are keeping their posts open. And Camas Valley couldn't take care of our own.
Yeah, well, what do you think we should do, Ed?
Well, I'm going to have some free time for a while this winter. I'll go up and live on Dutchman Butte.
Well, that's fine, Ed, but do you think you can spare all that time?
Well, I guess it's for a good cause, John. I can spare the time. Of course, maybe somebody else would put in some time with me. After all, a fella can't keep watch 24 hours a day. Has to sleep a little.
Well, maybe we can get somebody else to go up there with you, Ed.
That night, as the town meeting progressed, others did volunteer to take week-long shifts with Ed Bushnell, the man who offered to keep the Dutchman Butte post open throughout the winter. They were the Harding brothers, Jerry, 18 years old, and Jack, 20. And there was Vic Stanley, 15, who offered to spend every third week up there with Ed Bushnell. That took care of Dutchman Butte. But there was still the problem of how to keep Live Oak Mountain Post in operation. The meeting had gone on till nearly midnight when...
Now, let's keep quiet, folks, please. Please. We've taken up a collection here to maintain the two posts. So far tonight, you've donated $380, and that's good. Now, what about Live Oak Post?
John?
Yes, Mrs. Stanley?
Some of us women have been talking together back here. We'll man Live Oak Post this winter.
Oh, now, wait.
No, just a minute. If you get me up there, I'll go up and live there this winter.
Now, hold on, Mrs. Stanley. That isn't a job for a woman.
I said I'd go up there and keep the post open this winter. My girls, Bonnie Jean and Dorothy, will each come up for a week. And Mrs. Elsie Baker and Mrs. Martindale say they'll come up when they can for a week. We'll keep it open some way.
Well, Mother just said I could go up there for a week.
Okay. That was Quinta Cole volunteering as a relief observer, Mrs. Stanley.
Fine. Glad to have Quinta. And anybody else who's willing to help out. Now, if somebody in town can furnish a truck or some kind of transportation, I'll be ready to start up to Live Oak tomorrow morning.
On the following morning, two parties started out from the town of Camas Valley with winter supplies. The men went to Dutchman Butte. The other group, the women, Mrs. Phillips Stanley and her young daughter, Bonnie Jean, accompanied by a group of men to see them up to the top of Live Oak Mountain and get them settled. Toward noon, the little party finally reached the wind-blown crest of Live Oak Mountain. Reaching the little cabin there, found the door jammed shut by ice.
Snowdrift was easy enough to shovel away from the door. The ice we're having trouble picking out.
Mrs. Stanley, Bunny, don't you want to stand over here closer to the building?
No, we're all right. Just get that door open.
My feet are half frozen.
Well, stamp on them, Bonnie.
Oh, I'm all right, Mother.
How are you coming, Jim?
Get this chunk out of here. There.
You think we can open the door now?
Well, it ought to open. Say, I worked up a good heat with that pickaxe.
Whew. Come on, Jim, help me. Put your shoulder against the door with me. You'll be able to bust it loose together.
Okay, let me in here. All right.
Steady now. 1, 2, 3. A little more. Blast air. Come on.
Well, there we are. Come on, ladies, inside here. You get out of the cold.
Oh, hi. Good to get out of that bitter wind.
No, I thought for a while we'd never make it up here.
I'm not at all sure you should try to stay up here, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, tush. We're here and we're going to stay. Now, let's get organized around here.
Well, okay. Jim.
Yeah?
You get the kindling, build a fire in the heater here.
Okay, right away.
I think I'll make some coffee for us all. Bonnie, you unpack this carton with the cooking utensils and food.
Yes, Mother.
Hey, one of you other men out there, bring in the big jug of water before it freezes.
Yes, sir.
Bring in the other supplies, the blankets and stuff.
Oh, I will.
Ooh. Heavens, I'm going to close this door.
Well, I'll close it for you, Miss Stanley.
Here's the coffee pot. I say, here's a coffee pot, Mother.
Yes, Bonnie. Just set it on the table till the men get the fire started. I was just looking out this window here.
Hey, great place up here on the mountaintop for an observation post.
We can see all over, in every direction.
Yes. We can see all over. All over God's country.
Yeah. God's country.
It's so beautiful, so serene. So calm and peaceful down there in our valley below.
We got a little extra snow this year, Mrs. Stanley.
Yeah. We'll have a white Christmas.
I think it's fun coming up here. Don't you, Mother?
Fun, Bonnie. Fun. Oh, darling.
Well, I'm...
No, it's our duty. It's the duty of the people of our community to come up here and keep this post in operation day and night, as long as the Army needs us.
And that'll be as long as the war lasts, I guess.
Yeah. Just look down there below. It's our valley, our home, to love and protect.
Why, Mother, why are you crying?
Oh, Mrs. Stanley.
But, Mother.
Oh, you're so young, Bonnie Jean. You don't quite understand it all yet.
Yes, I understand about a lot of things.
I know, dear, I know. But you said, why are you crying, Mother? Why am I crying? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I can't tell you. When you get older, Bonnie Jean, you'll understand how a person can look down at the country he loves and... Oh, what's the matter with me?
Hey, I think the men are coming with the wood and the rest of the stuff now, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, heavens. I'm standing here crying like an oak. Come on, open the door. Have them bring the wood in. We'll build the fire. Bonnie, you make the beds on the 2 cots.
Yes, Mother.
And we'll get some coffee brewing and all get warmed up. Maybe you're right, Bonnie. We will have fun up here this winter.
By Christmas Eve, Mrs. Phillips Stanley had served 16 days on icy Live Oak Mountain. Her daughter stayed for a week. Then other ladies came up, put in days and nights so Mrs. Stanley wouldn't be alone. Mrs. Elsie Baker was with her Christmas Eve. At midnight, the telephone rang. Startled them both.
Oh, heavens. Startled me, too. I'll answer, Mrs. Stanley. Well. Hello?
Merry Christmas up there. Merry Christmas, ladies.
Well, Merry Christmas yourself. Who is it?
John Stanley down in town. Report any planes tonight?
Tonight. We haven't reported any since we've been up here.
Who is it, Mrs. Baker?
John Stanley. Called to wish us Merry Christmas.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, keep on with your watching. Down here in town, we just wanted you girls to know we're all thinking of you.
Well, we'll keep watching. Don't worry.
Is Mrs. Stanley there, Mrs. Baker?
Yes, of course she's here.
Well, tell her to come up by the phone.
What?
I say, tell her to come up by the phone so you can both listen. We want you to hear something.
Well, I'll tell her. What is it? Come up here by the phone, Mrs. Stanley. They want us both to hear something.
Oh, what is it they want?
I don't know. Here. I'll hold the receiver like this. Can you hear now?
I think so.
Hello. We're ready.
Hello, girls. Way up there. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Well, some of the folks down here in town, all of us who were observers till you sort of took over our duties, we're gathered here at the telephone office, and we want to sing you a Merry Christmas.
Oh, isn't that sweet of them?
Now, just hold on just a second while we kind of get started.
What a Merry Christmas it could be if the world were at peace.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Such was Christmas 1941, the first Christmas that America was engaged in World War II, the first Christmas that American civilians were given the right to work directly with the Army. For example, in that one little community from December 9th, 1941 to February 25th, for 72 long days and nights, loyal Mrs. Stanley and her 5 relief observers kept vigil at Live Oak Mountain Post. And on Dutchman Butte, Ed Bushnell and his 3 observers kept that post open. When the trails were again negotiable to daily travel, other observers came to relieve them and share in the vital work. And mind this, not once in those 72 days did those courageous people sight or report a single airplane. Discouraging? They say not. Useless? No. They were waiting and watching. ready to help warn their nation of the possible approach of an enemy by air. That is the sort of constant day-in and night-out Christmas gift 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service are giving America this year.
Christmas has always been one of America's greatest traditions. Some say that Christmas in America has become too commercial. Well, maybe it has. Maybe it hasn't. That isn't the point. The point is, we all love Christmas. To each one of us, Christmas means something just a bit different. But here in America, to all of us, it means such things as Santa Claus and Christmas trees loaded with tinsel and lights and ornaments. It means to some, holiday parties. Moment of thanksgiving and prayer. To others, to still others, Christmas means the exchange of gifts, the reunion of families at the festive board, or snow and sleigh rides and ice skating parties and friends and... Well, what does Christmas mean to you? This year, Christmas is a bit different. Our nation is at war. We're fighting for so many things. Among them, oh yes, indeed, among the things we're fighting for is a simple right to always continue to observe Christmas and the Yuletide holidays in the way we've always been accustomed to observe them. Let me ask you a question. What would Christmas be to a child, perhaps your child, without Santa and toys? How would you like a black Nazi swastika, a crooked cross hanging in the window of your home instead of America's traditional wreath of holly? Oh, no, none of us would like that. Well, as long as you wholeheartedly join the fight to down the Axis, as long as you and all of us here at home help, there'll always be a Christmas. Just suppose that this year when you observers and filter center workers gather on Christmas Eve to serve your watches while others are at home, suppose you pause for a moment to sing a new, modern sort of Christmas carol. Suppose you sang our theme song, Eyes Aloft, as a carol of good cheer and hope. Yes, there'll always be a Christmas. We must dream, hope, fight for that. As long as your eyes are aloft, there'll be an America and Christmas. There'll be the greatest of all Christmases, a white Christmas for us this year and always.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. With every Christmas card I write, may it by land and to it by sea was once a sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Fire aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the
A short time ago, Captain William K. Morgan, Regional Ground Observation Officer in Oregon, sent us a copy of an inspired piece of writing he had heard delivered on a Portland radio program called The Mighty Meat. The program is conducted by a prominent Portland attorney, C.W. Robinson. Christmas will soon be with us, so it seems timely to include in tonight's broadcast this beautiful piece written by Mr. Robinson. He titled it, Those Who Watch.
I saw her trudging up a snow-clad road, up to a little building, shack, if you please, at the top of the hill. There wasn't about the shack the trappings of war. It was just a little shack, with a rusty stove and an antiquated telephone and a chair and a table and all the inconveniences to which she was never accustomed in that home in the valley. I wondered to myself, who are you? Why are you here? I asked her what was the little shack, and she told me a lookout, an observer station for enemy aircraft. She said it in a matter-of-fact sort of way, and yet with a certain seriousness in those gray eyes that startled me for a moment. In the days gone by, those who watched the heavens were called astrologers. Time dignified them. Study added to them the degree of astronomer. Today, only in derision do we refer to stargazers and seers. She was one who watches the heavens, a wise woman. Strange, these watchers in the night. In days gone by, we watched for a sign, for a symbol, for an omen, for a star in the heavens. Tonight, they watch for a sound or for a sign. They are new, those spies of the skies. Theirs is a secret, important mission in the espionage of the air. They call them observers. They are patient ones, these observers. They watch while we sleep, guard while we go about business as usual. 20,000 of them in Oregon alone, men and women, the majority of them past 40 years of age. These 20,000 take the place of a division of soldiers. More than a division of soldiers. They are the antennas of a great system, picking up every sound, constantly watching, waiting. The psalmist spoke of them when he said, "Watchmen, what of the night?" Shakespeare spoke of them when he said, "How goes the night, boy?" They are the eyes and the ears at dawn and at night, listening and watching for death that rides the winds, of terror that flies skyways. They are an integral part of the mighty meat. For their work there is no pay. For their vigil, only the reward that comes to those who feel the responsibility of a democracy on guard. No great triumph will ever be theirs. History will consider them with but a line in the great page of events. But they are the great wall that protects you and me. They are the great veil that covers us all. As I saw her trudging up the winter's road to begin her lonely vigil, I took off my hat
as you would have done. And when the first star broke above the horizon, I knew who had placed it there, and in whose honor it burned so brightly. This night, it shone on her and the thousands of others like her. It was the service star of freedom.
Some say Americans are funny. They say we're sentimental and soft. We may be sentimental. Yes, that's good. But we're certainly proving we aren't soft. We can take it. The uniformed boys on the many fronts all over the world can not only take it, they've proved that they can dish it out. And those of us at home who pridefully do our part, we can take it and dish it out too. If rationing our gasoline, our tires, our bacon, shoes, clothes, and whatnot is the answer, we can take it indeed. If the Army needs civilian volunteers to help watch, to warn, to protect this land, we'll be there on the job. If we have to, we'll run a business, a farm, keep house, work in a factory, a shipyard, where not. And still, by day and night, as long as we're needed, we'll be on duty at those observation posts and the filter centers. Americans are restless. We always want something better, plus all the good and traditional American things we've always enjoyed and loved. And we'll fight for them. Yes, we'll always fight, so that we and our children and our children's children will always be able to celebrate Christmas. And so, from those of us of the Eyes Aloft program, from Gordon Jenkins, the sportsman, the Hollywoodman, the orchestra, the cast, our writer, Bob Red, yes, from all of us, and from the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, we repeat with great hope, with full confidence, and with the best of cheer. We repeat once again, Merry Christmas. And in the very near days to come, peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the sky.
This is Gayne Whitman saying good night and Merry Christmas to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America always will be safe from any attack by air. Happy holiday.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Army flash. 1. Single. Low. Scene. 5, Paul 3. Overhead. South.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up
Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific Coast against attack by enemy planes.
Rise along, night and day, to help protect the
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 22nd gala performance of Eyes Aloft. And tonight, we introduce two new features, which we're sure you're going to enjoy. First, a weekly contest called Why Do I Come Here? Through this contest, you may be the lucky winner of war stamps, as well as winning a useful gift for your post. Our second new feature, which we inaugurate tonight, Filter-Centered News, compiled, edited, and presented by the noted radio news editor, Sam Hayes. There'll be the music of Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra, the Airman Quartet. The weekly presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. And tonight, as special guests, Father Darrell Finnegan and Father Leo Lanphier of the Alma College Observation Post. And now, here's our Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? First, may we tell you about our new contest, Why Do I Come Here? Starting next week, you ground observers and filter center workers have the opportunity of writing a 100-word explanation of why you continue to serve your nation and the Army through the Aircraft Warning Service. Everyone has a reason, and this is your opportunity to tell it. Just write down on a piece of paper in approximately 100 words why you continue to serve at your post or filter center. Merely answer the question, why do I come here? Starting next week, we will present on the air the weekly prize-winning statement. The prizes? Well, the person who writes the weekly winner will receive a Treasury Department War Savings stamp book with $5 worth of war stamps. Also, the winner's post or filter center will be awarded a handsome clock. Each week's 100-word Why Do I Come Here statement will be presented on the air with an original orchestral background score composed by Gordon Jenkins. Here now is an example of what some observer or filter center worker might write and submit. This is an example of the way we will present them each week. Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Mr. John Doe, 101 America Street, Freeville.
Why do I come here? I run a grocery in a small town. 3 months ago, my clerk joined the Marines. Days, I run the store alone. Nights, I do the bookwork. For nearly a year, I served 1 night out of 10 at our observation post. Now, I go 2 nights every week, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. Every time I report a plane, I think, what if that's a Jap trying to slip in and bomb a lumber mill, or a railroad yard, or an Army air base? Well, so long as I'm needed, I'll go to the post and share the watches. When the war's over, maybe I'll feel I helped in some small way to win it. Yeah, that's why I come here.
There, an example of what might be contributed to our Why Do I Come Here contest. Nothing flowery, just simple, sincere statements. Why don't you try to win one of the weekly $5 war stamp prizes, as well as a handsome clock for your post or filter center? Statements will be judged on the basis of originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie. Send your entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. We repeat, send your entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Maybe you will be one of the many who will win. Here now we present another of our new program features. The noted news editor, Sam Hayes, has accepted the 4th Fighter Command's invitation to bring you each week the latest news of the Pacific Coast filter centers. Presenting Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes joining the Eyes Aloft radio staff and ready to bring you concise news items and personal comments about the personnel of the Pacific Coast filter centers from border to border. Seattle, Washington. Filter Room volunteers Florence Latimer and Jane Belland are real pioneers of the Signal Corps. They served with the first women's unit in the Army in World War I, an outfit known as Army Signal Corps Telephone Unit. For 18 months, Florence Latimer was attached to General Pershing's staff headquarters at Chaumont, France. It was 23 years ago to the day when she began her recent volunteer work with Seattle Air Defense Wing. Bakersfield, California. Betty Brennan, Group 6B, expects a blessed event around Easter. Portland, Oregon. Mother and daughter teams are popular at the Portland Information Center. Mother Fanny Brenner and daughters Ina and Edna May give 80 hours a month. 6 other mother-daughter combinations at this center include Mildred and Jane Noreen, Blanche and Mildred Colhoun, Maud and Irene Hibbs, Aideen and Ruth Albright, Alice and Kathleen Wallace, and Helen S. and Helen C. Scott. Another Portland item. When Edith Johnson isn't working at the center, she's helping the war effort by cooking on a Portland tugboat to cheap. Mrs. Johnson is 20 days at sea, 10 days in town. The only woman aboard, she cooks for the 8 hands who operate the boat. Olympia, Washington. Big plans are brewing for a military ball to be held February 11th at the Evergreen Ballroom. Ranking officers of the Seattle Air Defense Wing will attend. Los Angeles. Women volunteers of the Los Angeles Information Centers staged a war bond rally in Pershing Square Saturday, January 9th, selling $69,128 worth of stamps and bonds. Music was furnished by the Marchfield Band. The rally was organized by volunteer Esther Shack and Jimmy Vanderver. Port Angeles, Washington. Jerry Dunmire works on the filter board 7 hours every 4th day and 4 hours every 3rd day, which means that 1 day a week, Jerry works a continuous 11-hour shift, and she says she loves it. San Francisco. Miss Petite Crowell of Shift 2 became Mrs. Robert Zwebel on January 2nd. The wedding was held at Old St. Mary's Church. Miss Nancy Haywood, her maid of honor, is also a volunteer on Shift 2. Bellingham, Washington. 9 volunteers at Filter Center have given well over 1,000 hours to the AWS. Mrs. Elsa Booth tops the list with over 3,000 hours. Evelyn Christie, Bernice Hicks, Lucy Surig, Sybil Roberts, Pat Beach, Doris Fisher, Jean Tussing, and Lola Fletcher each have served more than 1,000 hours and are still on duty. Eugene, Oregon. Miss Jean Lewis, Section 8, has announced her engagement to Southern Pacific brakeman Russell Haig. Miss Lewis has served 400 hours at the Filter Center and will continue work there after her wedding on January 31st. San Diego. Mrs. Mary Alice Haggard, prominent San Diego Executive Secretary, was on Team 1B, had a birthday January 6th. She refuses to commit herself as to whether she is still in her 20s. San Diego. Mrs. Virginia Smith of Team 2A and C is ferrying Army cars from Los Angeles to San Diego between her shifts at the Filter Center. Sacramento, California Filter Center. The center's first midnight shift, made up entirely of men, starts January 11th. The Masonic Lodge will be responsible for 1 midnight to 6 a.m. shift each week. North Coast Filter Center. Supervisor Ernestine Bergstrom of Team 3 recently distinguished herself as an active member of the Red Cross Speakers Bureau and of the Fighting French. Redding, California Filter Center. Lieutenant Jack L. Dyer and Miss Grace Bracey, both of Texas, were married January 2nd. Reverend Don N. Chase officiated. Dr. and Mrs. O.J. Hansen entertained with a supper after, the affair being attended by many Redding Filter Center personnel. And so we close tonight's Filter Center news with this week's nomination to the Honor Roll of Service. We select Mrs. May Steele, volunteer chairman of the Olympia, Washington Filter Center, who has served the aircraft warning service for 1,800 hours. This is your Eyes Aloft news reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a good evening.
The Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Airmen Quartet join the official Eyes Aloft theme song with a thrilling new fighting song of the Navy, Fighting Sons of the Navy Blue.
and to it by sea was once the sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. We've got the will to fight for what we know is right, allegiance to a cause that's true. From California to the rugged, rocky coast of Maine, we're fighting under the navy blue. The ship of state sails on with saddle flags and furls. The stars and stripes come into view. We hold the beacon light of liberty for all the world. We're fighting under the navy blue. Beware, you pirates and buccaneers, we'll sail wherever we please. Take care, for Uncle Sam will never rest until he's won the freedom of the sea. But if it's war they want, we've got just what it takes to make democracy come true. We've got the ships, we've got the guns, we've got the courage too. We're fighting under the navy blue. One by land and two by sea was once the sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
This evening, we are honored to have appear on our program two young men who have journeyed from their Alma College School for Training Jesuit Priests in the Santa Cruz Mountains in Northern California. Here is Ken Carpenter, who will chat with Father Darrell Finnegan and Father Leo Lanphier about their most unusual aircraft warning service observation post at Alma College. Ken?
Okay, Gayne. Well, Father Lanphier, Father Finnegan, it's a real pleasure for us to have you with us tonight.
It's a real pleasure for us to be here. This trip south has an added pleasure for me. You see, when I was a boy, Hollywood was my home. My parents still live here. Now I've had a chance to visit them.
Mm-hmm. Well, how long has it been, Father Finnegan, since you've been home?
This is my second visit in 12 years.
That's quite a little time. Where's your home, Father Lanphier?
Butte, Montana. I spent some time teaching at Gonzaga University in Spokane.
Oh, you hail from the same town as my good friend and radio playmate Ben Crosby.
Yes, Ben's a Gonzaga boy. He's done a great deal for his old schools, you know.
Yes. Now, let's see now. Your college, Alma College, is strictly a training school for priests.
For Jesuit priests, Mr. Carpenter.
I see. Well, tell me, how long does a man have to study to prepare himself for priesthood in the Society of Jesus?
14 years. We prepare at other schools for 10 years, then come to Alma College for our last 4 years of intense study.
How much longer do you have, Father Finnegan?
I hope to be ordained in 18 months.
And you, Father Lanphier?
Well, I have approximately 2 more years. Many of the fellows wish they could be finishing now.
Oh, I don't quite understand, Father Lanphier.
Well, I mean they're anxious to be ordained so they could go into the Army or the Navy and serve as chaplains. I guess we'd all like to help out in this war.
Yes, indeed. Well, you men are already very active there at your school in all manner of civilian defense, I believe.
Yes. We're like most everyone else. Some way or other, we managed to find time to take first aid courses, learn to be air raid wardens, and, of course, to run our observation post.
Well, excuse me, Father Finnegan, but isn't that one of the Red Cross bronze buttons of blood donors in your buttonhole?
Yes. Last week, about 20 of our men went to San Jose to donate a pint of blood when the Red Cross mobile unit was there.
And then just last spring, some 20 others of our school went to the county hospital for the Santa Clara County Blood Bank.
Well, you men are indeed active in every civilian branch of war service. I understand you have a very famous observation post there at Alma, Father Finnegan.
Well, since it was instrumental in saving that lost Navy plane last August, there's been considerable attention paid to our little post.
How many observers do you have?
I should judge that about 85 of the student priests share the watches.
That sounds like a pretty healthy post. How do you manage about classes and the observer schedule?
Well, I guess that does present quite a problem for Father Gruey, our chief observer, to work out at times. But he manages. He's a good organizer.
He must be.
But he has other difficulties besides classes, Mr. Carpenter. When we were organizing our post, one of our most disconcerting problems was how the men on the late watches could serve and still hear early morning mass.
Oh? Well, how'd you work that out?
I think we'd better explain that our little observation shack is built out on the roof of one of the main buildings.
Yes?
Well, just inside the building, up there in what you might call the attic, we have a small altar. We have a long telephone cord which reaches inside. When early morning mass is said, we can be present and still be on guard to watch constantly for planes.
Well, that's really great. And I must say that with such earnestness and purpose, no wonder Alma College Post has an outstanding record for efficiency. And thank you, Father Finnegan and Father Lanphier, for coming here.
We're both delighted.
And now we'll hear the real story of how your post saved that Navy bomber last summer.
We present this week's prize-winning, new and true Great American Story. This radio dramatization of an actual incident was written for the Eyes Aloft program by Father Leo F. Lanphier of Alma College. Nestled on a high and small plateau of the rugged Santa Cruz Mountains is picturesque Alma College, seminary for young men of Catholic faith who have taken the vows of the Society of Jesus and are training for the priesthood. Rambling buildings of redwood set among wide lawns, small lakes, flower gardens, all surrounded by wooded hills. It is a place of peace and quiet where men may study and contemplate the Word of God. Yet it is a most practical institution, keenly attuned to all the problems of a modern war-torn world. When war was declared in December of 1941, Father Rudolph, formerly president of Santa Clara University and now rector of Alma College, was approached by an officer of the 4th Fighter Command.
Chair, Captain Underwood.
Thank you, Father.
I received your letter. They're most interested in any need of the Army. Before you arrived, I have taken the opportunity of learning about this new work of the Aircraft Warning Service.
Then I needn't explain.
The Army is building up a chain of lookout stations up and down the Pacific coast?
We call them ground observation posts.
I see. And you need a unit, a post in this territory?
We have already established others in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
I've heard about that.
Your location here at Alma College could be of great use to us.
I have already talked to some of my young men. They've suggested building a small shack on top of our main hall.
And you're agreeable to the Army locating a post on your grounds?
We must all do what we are asked. Most certainly we want to help the war effort any way we can, Captain.
Good. Now, when do you suppose we can activate this Alma College post?
Within a week, perhaps within a few days. Whenever you say, Captain.
The sooner the better. I think you can probably get your telephone extension in and operating by Thursday.
Very good. I'll have my students select their own leader. They'll be ready to serve the Army Thursday.
Thank you, Father Rudolph. Your cooperation is deeply appreciated.
Seems little enough that any of us can do in these trying days, Captain. Count on Alma College for any service we can render.
Soon the observation post, built by the student priests, began to rise from the top of the faculty building. Work on it was enthusiastically driven ahead by the Reverend Francis J. Seeliger, Society of Jesus, head of all the California Jesuits. Within but a matter of days, Alma College Observation Post was in operation. 24 hours a day and night, young earnest men in black robes climbed to the rooftop and watched the skies for planes, reported all they saw to the Army. Time rolled along, winter of 1941 to spring of 1942, then summer. Life of a student priest is strenuous. Day after tiring day, they spend their youthful energy in the classroom.
This afternoon, we'll use English instead of the customary Latin as we take up the treatise on the moral principles of international...
Hours the student priests spend in their chapel.
From whom our holy desires, right counsels, and just works, give to thy servants that peace which the world cannot give, that our hearts, being devoted to the keeping of thy commandments and the fear of enemies removed, our times by thy protection may be peaceful. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
And in these days of war, the lives of students at Alma College are also concerned with civilian defense.
Quiet, men. I have an announcement to make. Certificates of instruction for all those who have completed their course for the Citizens Defense Corps will be given out this evening.
The certificates of instruction for all those who have completed their first aid training course will be given out this evening.
The official emblems for the chief observer of the Aircraft Warning Service and his 2 first assistants will be given out this evening.
Strange defense fighters, these theological students of Alma College, already well on their march to someday serve as chaplains in the armed forces of America. During the months that rolled along, the young priests-to-be not only carried on for the Army, but of course met their daily routines as students of divinity in the halls of Alma. Late one summer's afternoon, they were just leaving chapel.
Why, Father Fred?
What's doing, Father Jack?
Father Fred, Father Jack. Want to walk down to the lake?
Yes.
Father Red. Father Red. What? Oh, yes.
Father Red, just a minute. I have to see you.
What's all the excitement?
I'm out of breath. Would you do me a big favor tonight?
You don't want me to write another term paper for you, do you?
Oh, no. Aldercroft Heights just telephoned. They want Father Frank and me to start their first aid course for them this evening at 8:30.
Well, why don't you go start it for them?
Oh, don't you realize? I'm on watch tonight up at the observation post.
Oh, yes.
Look, would you sub for me? Would you go teach the first aid class?
Well, now, that chaplain from Fort Ord is coming tonight to lecture, and I certainly wanted to hear him.
Oh, of course.
You can't skip that observation watch thing?
Oh, no. I have to be there on duty tonight, or if I'm not, somebody has to be.
Well, what about the first aid instruction at Aldercroft Heights tonight?
Well, I'll skip it. I happen to be here at the post.
All right, then I'll go take your first aid class.
Oh, but you want to hear the chaplain from Fort Ord.
Oh, I'll find out what he says from somebody else. I'll go take your first aid class. You stay here and keep your observation post watch. You know what to do. You're trained. Afraid if I stayed, I might make a mistake reporting a plane.
Well, I would like to be here on my regular watch.
You stay, Father Paul. I can see that's more important.
On that same night, on the fog-heavy evening of August 4th, 1942, the alertness, the diligent watchfulness of the men at Alma College came to mean more than mere passive observation. In fact, it meant the saving of the lives of a crew of a giant Navy patrol bomber. The murky summer night of August 4th, above the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Visibility's worse. Gas almost gone. How much flying time of gas left? 20, 25 minutes at the most. Where are we? I don't know. Lost over mountains. Check the radio again. Okay. Check the radio.
On that night of August 4th, a Navy bomber had gotten off the course and was lost in the treacherous passes of the Santa Cruz Mountains. In the little shack atop the Alma College building that night, 2 observers were on watch. 2 o'clock in the morning. They were talking, though listening.
Of course, the real advantage is that our lectures and textbooks are in Latin. Oh, I admit it's ideal for study of some of those involved passages in Scripture.
You know, I'll be glad to finish up here at Alma.
Oh?
I'd like to go out and join them.
Them?
Be a chaplain. Get into this war. Help out.
Yes, I know. Well, I think I'll crawl over the roof and go on inside, wake Father Earl for our Mass. I'll go get the little altar ready.
Good enough. I'll stay here and keep watch. You go ahead.
I was hoping the stairs don't creak and wake up the whole... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I thought I heard a plane.
I don't see any lights of a plane out the window.
Wait a minute, I'll open the door. Why, yes.
I hear it. Motor's missing.
Where is it?
Can't see. Maybe over back of the hill. But I can hear it plain enough. Yeah.
I saw a light down below there somewhere. Where? I saw it. Now it's gone. How's our gas now? 15 minutes or less. There was just some break in the fog below. There isn't. Hey, wait. What? I saw the light. The port. Almost directly below. Yeah, I caught it. We'll circle. Maybe they'll see it. Maybe they'll report it. Maybe something will come to help.
Excipiam, et nomen Domini invocabo, in Domini non sum dignus, et inter subjectum meum satanitis verbus nabit anima mea, in Domini non sum dignus, et inter subjectum meum satanitis verbus nabit anima mea, in Domini non sum dignus, et inter subjectum.
Father Russ.
What?
It's coming back, the plane.
I hear it.
It's like a bimotor. There, look.
Yes. Now I see its riding lights.
I see us down here. Look, it's starting to circle.
It's in trouble. We'd better call in right away.
Yes, I'll make the call. Hello? Hello?
Get them?
Yeah, they're on the line now. Army flash. 1, bimotor. Very low. Scene. 24 Grace 3. Overhead. Circling. Hello? Hello?
What are you doing?
Pardon me, this is irregular, but there's a plane circling over us. It must be lost. I think it's out of gas. Someone should be notified. Yes? Yes, this is 24 Grace 3. Yes. Well, thanks very much. Yes, goodbye.
What happened?
The Army thanked us for the definite information. They've already had some herd reports. They'll take care of it.
Father Ed?
Yes?
You You don't suppose that's a Jap plane?
Well, I don't think so. It sounds like an American motor. Sounds like somebody in trouble.
I can't hear it now.
Circled off to the north, back over the hills. No, I think it's one of our own planes in real trouble.
The radio. It's working now. What do they say? Who is it? Let me listen. Yeah. Code from San Francisco.
San Francisco? But where are we? Did they say what they're going to do? Well, what is it?
There's 05. 5 to 4,000. Somebody reported it.
Oh, thank heaven. Maybe it was those people down at those lights we just circled.
Maybe. Anyway, San Francisco just gave me course to field 43. Hey, look, there's a hole in the fog down there. Let's try for it.
How's the gas now?
Just about enough. And thank goodness the radio cleared up in time.
Yeah. Thank God above for whoever saw and reported it.
Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the malice and snares of the devil. We humbly beseech God to command him and do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the divine power, thrust into hell Satan and the other evil spirits who roam through the world.
Amen. Amen.
The student priests of Alma College Observation Post reported on the night of August 4th, 1942, a lost Navy bomber. Other posts had made reports of having heard the plane, but this scene report from Alma completed the picture. Under guidance of ground observers through the San Francisco Information Center and then by radio, the plane landed safely at Field 43. Not only a valuable American plane was saved from destruction, but more important, the precious lives of its crew were spared.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding post or filter center. Here now is Major Russell Z. Smith to make this week's presentation.
One of the most unique observation posts in the entire aircraft warning system is a station at Alma College. Though their prime interest is to study and learn the messages of God, they also have time to serve their community and their nation through the aircraft warning service. In the case of the Alma College Observation Post, the men who continue to serve have already helped to save one American plane from destroying itself and its crew. We honor the Jesuit students of Alma College and present the Observation Post they man with the Distinguished Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Gayne Whitman saying goodnight for the 150,000 civilian volunteer filter center workers and ground observers who serve to guard the Pacific coast from invasion by enemy planes. Good night.
Don't forget, write or mail at once your 100-word entry in our new Why Do I Come Here contest. Tell why you continue to serve the AWS. Send your entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. You may win one of the weekly prizes. Eyes Aloft is written and directed by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the plane.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single. Low. Scene. 7 John 3. Overhead. Northeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the plane flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft, the fourth Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter. Tonight, the 23rd gala performance of Eyes Aloft. Filter Center News, edited and presented by one of the nation's most famous news broadcasters, Sam Hayes. The first winner of our new contest, Why Do I Come Here? The presentation of the weekly Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Music by the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the famous Kingsmen. And during the broadcast, we will switch controls to Seattle, where we'll hear from a young sergeant whose life was saved by the members of the Bellingham Filter Center. And here to get the program underway, your popular Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Last week we announced our new contest, Why Do I Come Here? The response has been tremendous. From all over the Pacific coast, volunteers have sent 100-word statements explaining why they continue to serve the Army and the nation. From the many, many contributions, our Board of Judges has selected this week's winner. Statements are judged on the basis of originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie. The weekly prize, a Treasury Department War Savings Stamp Book with $5 worth of war stamps, goes to the winner. Also, his observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock as a prize. Gordon Jenkins composes an original orchestral score to background the presentation of each winning statement. And now we are ready to present the first winner in our new contest, Why Do I Come Here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Mr. R.A. Worden, Chief Observer, Alameda Post, Alameda, California. And this is Mr. Worden's winning entry.
Why do I come here? Because I was born, have lived, and hope to die a free man. Because having experienced war, I know its horrors. But even they are better than to live a slave. Because I am indebted to this nation which guarantees that I'll always remain a free man. Because I owe a debt to my neighbors to help support and not let down their boys who are fighting and dying for me. Because when it is over and peace again comes, I will still have my conscience to live with for the remainder of my days. That's why I come here.
That is this week's Why Do I Come Here winning entry. Congratulations, Mr. R.A. Worden of Alameda, California. Your prize of a Treasury Department War Stamp Savings Book with $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your Alameda observation post a handsome desk clock. This, too, is on its way. Because of the many excellent entries, we wish to give honorable mention to the following three contributors.
Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been sent as honorable mention prizes to the following: Ella M. Petrie, 3027 West Alderwood, Bellingham, Washington; Vera L. Price, Caboose, Oregon; and Marie Lee Kelly, 905 Florida Avenue, Richmond, California.
Congratulations, all. Now, those civilian volunteers who wish to contribute a 100-word statement to next week's Why Do I Come Here contest should send their entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Merely state why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. We repeat, send your entry at once to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Maybe you will be one of the many who will win. Enthusiastic comments have poured in this past week about our new program feature, Filter Center News. We are indeed pleased and proud to have the noted news editor and commentator Sam Hayes join the Eyes Aloft program staff. Here he is now, ready to go to press with his second edition of Filter Center News. Presenting Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes bringing you personal news items about Pacific Coast Filter Center workers from border to border. Bellingham, Washington. Supervisor Norma Van Wickle has taken a leave to join her husband, Major Van Wickle, at Santa Ana. Within 2 months, she will return to her second love, the Filter Center. Fresno, California, Mrs. O.A. Warner and Mrs. Vera Weymouth and their committee are doing an excellent job of providing food for the Filter Center Snack Bar. Eugene, Oregon. The stork hovers over the teller's balcony at the Eugene Filter Center. Mrs. Colleen Garrison of Section 1 expects the visit about March 1st. Olympia, Washington. Shift 15 is now known as the Intellectual Group. For 2 months, they've held study groups on current battle areas. Mrs. Helen Bowen led discussion on the Solomon Islands. Jocelyn Dohue reported on Dakar. Mrs. Dorothy Marshall on Arabia. San Francisco Information Center. The engagement of Wilmer Richardson to Lieutenant Robert Forward, U.S. Army Air Forces, just recently has been announced. Miss Richardson has served over 2,000 hours in the personnel office. Seattle, Washington. Newly appointed to positions as administrative supervisors are 12 volunteers who will act as coordinators. They are Geraldine Finnegan, Grace Farmer, Margaret Swanson, Myrtle Schonefelt, Josephine Barncutt, Annalie Overby, Margaret Redpath, Wilma Warner, Helene Bodine, Mildred Haven, Ida Beek, and Ethel Clark. Here's wishing them good luck in their new work. Redding, California. Mrs. Myrtle Fraser is the first lady to reach the 1,000 hours of service goal in the Redding Filter Center. Port Angeles, Washington. Don't tell a soul, but Helen All of Shift 8 just got engaged. San Diego, California. Mrs. Esther Gage is now supervisor of ship service at the Naval Hospital. Mrs. Gage was supervisor of teams 2A and 2C and will continue her work at the Filter Center in her spare time. Sacramento, California. Mrs. Roberta Shuey, who for the past 6 months has been following her lieutenant husband from place to place, is now back in Sacramento and has been reassigned to duty at the Filter Center. North Coast Filter Center. Team 1 held a surprise birthday party for Supervisor Helen Kuvalas with a wonderful cake prepared by Mayvern Dorman. Los Angeles. Catherine Rafter is ill in the Good Samaritan Hospital. In the last few days, she has needed several blood transfusions. Private Southwick from the medical office and Adelaide Sunday, Team 4, have been donors. Roseburg, Oregon. 2 of Roseburg's loveliest, Faith and Virginia Young sisters, work the evening shift. Faith is a licensed operator at the Roseburg radio station, KRNR. And so, we close tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination to the Honor Roll of Service. This week, we name Mrs. Jean Morrison, Canteen Supervisor of the Seattle Information Center, who has served the aircraft warning service for 1,671 hours. This is your Eyes Aloft news reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
No male singing group has had a longer or more impressive popularity record than the Kingsmen. Hard-working and seemingly ever on the go, you hear the Kingsmen each Tuesday evening on the Fibber, McGee and Molly program. If you're a man in the armed forces, like as not, the Kingsmen have just visited your camp or base and put on a show for you. Well, today we learned that they had a moment's breathing spell, so we asked them if they'd appear on Eyes Aloft, and their answer was...
What? Appear for the civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service of the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces?
Oh, sure! And here they are, the Kingsmen, singing, Please Won't You Leave My Girl Alone.
In the Army or the Navy, from Alaska to Suez, in the Marines or in the Air Corps, every man has a message for the fellas at home. Here is what he said. Please won't you leave my girl alone? Please won't you leave my girl alone? I'm far away in the Army and she is all I've got. I'm far away in the Army and though she cares a lot, I'm far away in the Army and you're Johnny on the spot. Please won't you leave my girl alone? Every time I forward march, I march another mile away. So buddy, if you're a buddy of mine, all that I can say is please won't you leave my girl alone? Don't even call her on the phone. She wrote she misses my kisses on lonely summer nights. She might be giving her kisses to hungry parasites. Now, though she isn't a missus and you're still within your rights, please won't you leave my girl alone?
Mary Lou, the guy next door to you, I'm writing him a big, long letter. I know him, and he knows you. but I don't want him to know you any better.
Now all you 3A's and 4F's, be careful what you do. If you'll stay away from my girl at home, then I'll agree that when I see that Mademoiselle from Armentières, I'll bring her back to you. A Mademoiselle from Armentières, parlez-vous. Inky dinky parlez-vous. Every time I forward march, I march another mile away. So buddy, if you're a buddy of mine, all that I can say is please won't you leave my girl alone. She hasn't got a heart of stone. I'm far away in Australia, and she's my guiding star. While I'm away in Australia, don't carry things too far. Remember, I'm in Australia thanks to her and FDR. Please, 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 won't you leave my girl alone?
Please note my very gentle tone.
She's mighty full of devotion,
'cause I'm the only one.
Says who? Now don't be getting the notion that something can be done. Says you. Remember when I come marching home and coming with my gun. Now will you leave my girl alone?
At this moment, we want to switch controls to the Pacific Northwest, where Lieutenant Joseph Caraher, Ground Observer Officer of the Seattle-Washington region, will talk with Sergeant Robert Luckett, whose life was saved by members of the Bellingham Filter Center. Are you there, Lieutenant Joe Caraher?
We have it here in Seattle now, Gayne Whitman. Sitting here with me is a husky-looking young chap whom you'd never guess ever had a sick day in his life. You feel pretty sharp today, Sergeant Luckett?
I'm in there punching, Lieutenant.
You certainly don't look like the boy I took to that Bellingham hospital just about a year ago tonight.
I was really in the horizontal mood at that moment.
Boy, your face was swollen up the size of a barrage balloon.
Yes, and did I have a temperature that night, Lieutenant?
We could have fried an egg on your forehead, Sergeant. You were plenty sick.
And it all started with nothing more than an old toothache.
Yes, but I'll never forget how serious those doctors got after taking one good look at you. Frankly, Sergeant Luckett, you were lucky to come through.
You telling me? I've been thinking of changing my name from Bob Luckett to Lucky Luckett. But it wasn't all just luck, you know, Lieutenant.
How do you mean that?
Well, I might not have won that 10-round decision with the Grim Reaper if it hadn't been for 200 mothers pulling for me.
200 mothers?
You see, my own mother lives in Austin, Texas.
Your hometown?
Yes, sir. She was all the way down there in Texas, and I was all the way up in Bellingham, Washington.
And really sick?
Yes, sir, but I had those 200 wonderful mothers praying for me and looking after my every need. They were the ladies of the Bellingham Filter Center.
A grand bunch. And I ought to know because I was stationed there for many months before coming to Seattle.
Yes, you were there at the time, Lieutenant Carey. I guess those ladies will never know how grateful I was of the good things they did to help me pull through.
I guess you had a chance to find out, Sergeant, that all the hospitable people in the world don't live in the South.
Well, you know, Lieutenant, I found out later that every last woman in the Bellingham Filter Center was just as concerned about me as if I had been her own son.
And one of the most thoughtful things they did, Sergeant, was to keep your own mother down in Texas constantly informed about your condition when you were so critically ill.
I know. I've tried to let them all know in this past year that this old boy from Austin, Texas, thinks those women are the finest ladies who ever lived.
Those are pretty much my sentiments, too, Sergeant Luckett.
Doesn't it make you feel pretty good, sir, to know that the majority of the women at the Bellingham Filter Center today are the same ones who started with you in September of 1941 when you were the Bellingham Filter Center officer?
It sure does. They've been a loyal, conscientious group. They've stuck right by their guns over a long, hard pull, and they're still in there pitching for all they're worth.
Well, sir, very seriously, I know only too well if it hadn't been for those ladies, I might not be here to tell my story tonight.
And that's what we want to hear right now, Sergeant Luckett. The story of a small toothache that grew to such serious proportions that you had a desperate fight for life. Let's shoot the program back to Hollywood, where the Eyes Aloft players will portray the dramatic moment of your life as well as the life of the Bellingham Filter Center. Music, Gordon Jenkins. Take it away, Gayne Whitman.
You have just heard from Sergeant Robert Luckett, who credits his life to the women of the Bellingham Filter Center. He was interviewed by Lieutenant Joseph Carraher. Here now, this week's prize-winning, new, and great American story. This is the simple story of a sergeant's aching tooth and how the consequences bound a group of volunteers even more closely together in common devotion to their organization. Since September 1941, when the Bellingham Washington Filter Center was first organized, its members had demonstrated a glorious spirit of all-out cooperation. But just a year ago, on January 21st, 1942, an incident befell one of the members of that installation that jarred every person associated. One of the enlisted men, popular, pleasant, good-natured Sergeant Bob Luckett, who worked in the filter room, was taken ill. At first, it was just a toothache. Out in the hall, some of Bob's buddies were kidding him one afternoon.
Hey, what do you got in your jaw, Luckett? A chaw tobacco?
I wish that's all it was.
Bum tooth, Bob? Hurt?
Yeah, but not enough for me to go to any dentist, though.
Oh, hello, boys.
Just coming off a shift, Mrs. McGlynn?
Oh, no, just taking my 10-minute rest period. How about some coats, boys?
Oh, you're always treating Mrs. McGlynn.
Yeah, I think it's about time we treated you. Yeah, I got some nickels.
Sergeant Luckett.
Yes, sir?
What's the matter with your face?
Nothing, ma'am.
Bob's got a toothache.
Well, his face is all swollen on that one side. Here, Sergeant, let me see.
Well, I never had a toothache before.
Maybe he's catching mud.
There's nothing to joke about, boys. You have to go and see a dentist, Sergeant. Your tooth might be abscessed. I want you to come right with me and report this to Lieutenant Carraher. Come on.
Sergeant Luckett's commanding officer told him to report to the dentist that same afternoon. The dentist found the boy's tooth badly abscessed. Extraction was necessary.
There we are, Sergeant.
What do you mean, there we are?
The offending tooth. I have it out, see?
You pulled it out already?
This is it.
Well, how do you like that? I didn't even feel it. Can I go now?
Well, we'll have to pack the area, then you can check back with me tomorrow, the next day.
It was only a bad tooth that had to be pulled. That happens to people every day. Sergeant Luckett reported back to duty that evening. But 4 days later, a sharp pain suddenly started in the area of the missing tooth. Finally, unable to bear the pain, he reported to Lieutenant Carrier that evening of the fourth day.
I sure hate to come complaining to you, sir, but my jaw sure hurts.
You take those pills, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Don't they kill the pain?
No, sir.
You better go to your quarters and get to bed.
I should be on duty in the filter room, sir.
I'll have your post covered, Luckett. You get to bed.
Yes, sir. I think it'll be all right in a little while.
Yeah, we'll see. Get along now, and I'll come see you later.
Yes, sir.
The following day, the ladies of the filter center missed Sergeant Bob Luckett and asked about him. When they learned he was ill, they were greatly concerned. Mrs. Dorothy Purcell went with Lieutenant Carraher to see how the Texas boy was getting along. He lay there in his bed suffering. They took his temperature.
Lieutenant Carraher, I think this boy should be moved to my home where he can have rest and attention and proper treatment.
Well, that's very nice of you, Mrs. Purcell,
These
but
temporary living quarters here aren't exactly the place for a sick man.
Oh, I'll be all right.
Now, you keep your mouth closed around that thermometer, Sergeant.
Yes.
Well, it's been in long enough. Let me see what it reads.
Well?
Here we are.
You feel kind of warm, Bob?
Yes, sir. A little.
Heavens.
What is it, Miss Purcell?
103 6/10.
No. Well,
he's sick, Lieutenant. Very sick with a fever like that. He should be taken to a hospital at once.
Well, I don't want to go to a hospital. I'm not sick.
Never mind, Bob. Mrs. Purcell.
Yes?
I'll go call an ambulance. What hospital shall we send him to?
I suggest St. Joseph.
All right. We'll take him there. I'm really worried now.
I don't like this turn he's taken at all. Hurry along, Lieutenant. I'll wait here with him.
Sergeant Luckett of Austin, Texas, was rushed to St. Joseph's Hospital at once, placed under physician's care. Because his resistance had been so low, the abscessed tooth had infected his entire system. He was a very sick man. Coincidentally, and most unfortunately, Bob Luckett was taken to the hospital on the evening that the Bellingham Filter Center was holding its first volunteer banquet. Though the affair was well attended, His absence cast a pall over the gaiety.
I wonder how that boy is doing now, Mrs. Roberts.
I went out and called the hospital just after Lieutenant Carraher finished his speech, and they said he was just the same.
I wonder where that boy's people live, Mrs. Christie. Well, he's from Austin, Texas, he told me. Well, I wonder if the Army's notified his mother.
I don't know. Do you think his condition is that critical?
Well, of course, I don't know. I was so sorry he couldn't be here tonight for this first banquet. He's worked so hard, and he's always so cheerful to have around.
Yes, certainly is, isn't it? Oh,
After the banquet was over that evening, several of the women volunteers went to the home of Leaf Schaefer. Around 10 that night, Mrs. Betty McGlynn telephoned the hospital, trying to get some definite report about the boy's condition.
What do they say, Betty?
They're connecting me with the head nurse.
Oh, is he worse?
Oh, hello. Yes. My name is Mrs. McGlynn of the Bellingham Filter Center. We're very anxious to get some report on Sergeant Luckett. Yes. Oh.
What is it?
Oh, I see. Well, give that boy every attention he needs. You see, he doesn't have any people of his own here. Yes. Thank you. Goodbye.
How is he?
Very low.
Oh, no.
He's taken a decided turn for the worse.
Well, what can we do for that boy? Oh, that's nothing.
I'll take it. Hello? Oh, Lieutenant Carraher.
Oh, the lieutenant calling.
Yes, our line was busy. Oh? Yes, I just talked to the head nurse there.
He's at the hospital.
I see. Well, I personally think we should call other doctors in on consultation. Look, Lieutenant, some of us will get in a car and come right down and talk this over with you. Yes, goodbye. Lieutenant Carraher, he's at the hospital. He went over right after the banquet.
What does he say about Bob Luckett?
He just wanted to let us know Bob is in a pretty bad way.
Oh, he isn't going to die, is he?
Oh, we mustn't even think that.
After a hurried conference at the hospital, the ladies of the Filter Center arranged for other doctors to consult on the case. Soon, Sergeant Luckett had the combined good care of Dr. McCrae Smith, Dr. S.S. Howe, and Lyle Greenwood. They declared that a blood transfusion was needed at once. The call went out to the Filter Center that night, and the response was almost 100%. However, after blood types were taken, Sergeant Earl O'Brien, a Texas buddy of Luckett's, gave the first transfusion.
Yeah, there we are. Is this going to help Bob? And we hope so. Now, you just lay here and rest for a few minutes, Sergeant.
Gosh, look at him laying over there. Just like he was... Gosh.
Over at the Filter Center, there was great concern the next morning. Everyone wanted to know what they could do to help Bob. A box labeled Luckett Luxury Fund was set up on the supervisor's desk at the Filter Center.
All right, ladies, here it is. Now, drop in anything you can afford to help pay Bob Luckett's expenses. Here's $5. Good.
Here's 4 bits. I'll drop in some more payday. Here's a buck.
Here, let me put in these $2. I'll have more tomorrow. I know.
At the Bellingham Filter Center, it was all out for Sergeant Bob Luckett. The Luckett Luxury Fund collection box was full to overflowing before the day was done. But there was no change in Bob's condition. And that day, Private Donald Smith and Private Glenn Colley were called upon to give 2 more transfusions. That night, Jane Donman called Bob's mother long distance down in Austin, Texas.
Hello?
Hello? Yes?
Is this Mrs. Mert Luckett?
Yes. Who is this?
Well, you don't know me. My name is Jane Donlan. I'm in Bellingham, Washington.
Bellingham? Nothing's happened to my son.
Mrs. Luckett, please try not to get upset. Now, I want to explain about Bob.
He hasn't been in an accident. Is he all right?
Listen, please. Bob is quite sick.
What is it?
Well, he had a tooth extracted. It was abscessed. His resistance was very low, and infection got the best of him. Now, we're taking the best of care of him.
Where is he?
Well, he's in the hospital now, but we're doing everything for him, and we'll keep you posted on his condition every day.
For 14 long days and nights, Sergeant Luckett fought for his life. No 14 days of enemy air attack could have been any harder on the Bellingham Filter Center workers than those spent waiting and praying for word of improvement of one of their favorite sons. And then, on February 2nd, that good word of cheer did come.
Bob Bob, look, it's past the crisis. Bob's going to be all right.
I just came from the hospital, folks. The doctors say he's on the way to recovery.
Oh, I've got to go telephone his mother the good news.
Lieutenant Carrot.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Purcell.
Look, when that boy leaves the hospital, he'll have to spend a week or so recuperating.
Well, maybe 3 weeks, the doctors told me this morning.
Well, can come to my house and do his resting.
Oh, that's kind of you, Mrs. Purcell, but when he can be moved, Army regulations say he'll be taken to the medical base at Payne Field. He can get his strength back there.
Well, fine, just so Bob has good care.
Oh, just as soon as I get off this morning shift, I'm going right out and send him some flowers. I have a book I want to send over to him. Come on.
A week later, Sergeant Bob Luckett was moved to Payne Field, where he spent 3 weeks recuperating. After that, he was given a month's furlough so that he could go home to Texas and rest and soak up some good southern sunshine. But before Bob Luckett left for Texas, he made a one-day trip back to Bellingham. There was something he wanted to lose no time in saying to his many good friends at the Filter Center. One noon, about the 1st of March, all who weren't on duty gathered in the center's recreation room.
Ladies, men, what can I say when our prodigal son is standing right here beside me, but, well, what can I say except Sergeant Bob Luckett's back? The Army's giving Bob a month's furlough, but he wanted to come back here to Bellingham first to say something to you folks. Okay, Sergeant, the floor is yours.
Well, well, everybody was sure good to me. I guess I wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for all you folks and, well, you know what I mean. Thanks. Thanks for everything.
Oh, that was lovely.
Sergeant Robert Luckett was soon back on duty at the Bellingham Filter Center, and there he serves today among the grand group of people who proved they were his friends. As you heard Sergeant Luckett himself say earlier on this program, I might not have won that 10-round decision bout with the Grim Reaper if I hadn't had 200 mothers pulling for me. Those are the kind of people who operate the Bellingham Filter Center.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here is Captain E.G. Morrison, Ground Observer Officer of the South Coast area, to make this week's presentation. Captain Morrison.
The expression esprit de corps, which Webster defines as common devotion of members to an organization, has been excellently put into practice by the Bellingham Filter Center workers. With them, duty did not end with the closing of a shift. They went further, showed love and faith, and a desire to help one of their kind in time of need. But that is only a single incident of faithful service in the life of the Bellingham Filter Center. The Army knows that the volunteer civilians of that installation will always carry on with efficiency, understanding, complete cooperation. To the Bellingham Filter Center, we proudly present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attack by air. Good night.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entries to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Perhaps you can win one of the many prizes. Send your entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the flames hang on the wings up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One by land and two by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single. Low. Scene. 8 earnest 4. Overhead. West.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 24th gala performance of Eyes Aloft. We'll announce the winner of this week's Why Do I Come Here contest. You'll hear the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Holly Woodman. Sam Hayes, outstanding radio newscaster, has gathered another edition of Filter Center News. By request, we repeat the performance of the dramatic narrative, The Recognition, the thoughts of an American soldier who imagines he meets Christ on a battlefield. Also, another prize-winning Great American Story, and the presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy. Now we turn the program over to your popular narrator, Gayne Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? First, we wish to present the 100-word entry that won this week's Why Do I Come Here contest. A weekly prize, a Treasury Department war-saving stamp book with $5 worth of war stamps goes to the winner. Also, his or her observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock as a prize. Gordon Jenkins composes an original musical score to background the dramatization of each winning story. And now, we present this week's winner in our new contest, Why Do I Come Here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Mr. Carl E. Hofer, Chief Observer, Tustin Post, Route 1, Box 345, Santa Ana, California. And this is Carl Hofer's winning entry.
Why do I come here? Well, mister, this is war. That means that thousands of the finest kids in all the world are out there dying that America may live. It means that more thousands will come home badly mutilated, permanently and totally disabled. It means that there must be a free and benevolent America, then, to take care of those men so they may know their suffering was not in vain. Would that I might don the uniform again and be one of them. But Fritz's machine guns plus Father Time settled that for me long ago. But, mister, the Aircraft Warning Service is a unit of the United States Army. And when I'm turning my eyes aloft on the graveyard shift, I'm soldiering again and helping save our America. Why do I come here? How could I stay away?
Congratulations, Mr. Carl E. Hofer of Santa Ana, California. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your Tustin observation post a handsome clock. Because of the many excellent entries, we wish to give honorable mention to the following 3 contributors.
Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been forwarded as honorable mention prizes to Mrs. Winifred McDonald, RFD 3, Box 226, Shelton, Washington. Charles R. White, 708 Virginia Street, San Bernardino, California, and Lucille Lee, Box 148, Bellingham, Washington. The statements are judged on the basis of originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie.
Congratulations, all. And now, those civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service who wish to contribute a 100-word entry to next week's Why Do I Come Here contest, please send your entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Merely state why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be one of next week's winners. On our first broadcast of 1943, we presented a stirring dramatic narrative entitled The Recognition. It was written by the well-known Portland, Oregon attorney, C.W. Robertson. So many letters have come to us, still come, asking for copies of the selection. We now have Mr. Robertson's permission to offer to you, free of charge, a mimeographed copy of The Recognition. In answer to many other requests, we repeat the performance of this thrilling piece of writing. It speaks the thoughts of an American soldier far from home, the thoughts of some American boy in khaki on sentry duty on a lonely night. The Recognition.
You know, I think I'd know him if I'd meet him trudging down some snow-filled Russian road, or if we'd stopped a while beneath the burning Libyan sun. Yeah, I'd know him if I was resting in the jungle heat in a valley near a town called Guna. I kind of feel I'd know him anywhere or anytime. And when I'd meet him, we'd rest a while. He'd sit down by me, and I'd lay down my Tommy gun and gas mask and my pack, and we'd just talk about the things he'd want to hear. I'd tell him of my mom, how she believed in him. He'd smile and say, my mother, too. Mothers, they've always been the same. Then I'd tell him how I grew up, how I was raised on the streets where the men and not the houses wear the numbers. I'd tell him how when my old man got hitched again, they threw me out. That's how I got to running with the gang. And then I'd tell him how when I got a little older, I got in the racket. And he'd look at me and say, there are scars on your soul, my son. Then he'd look at his white hands with those great scars upon the palms, and it would seem to me as if the wounds were fresh again. Yet when he would lay his hand upon my shoulder, why, the touch would make me clean again. Then I'd tell him of the things just as they are. I'd tell him of this guy Schickelgruber and that bald-headed fat one that plays Caesar. I'd tell him what they did. I'd tell him how they murdered millions of men and women and little children. I'd tell him that they mocked at him and laughed at God. And I'd see his eyes flash. And I'd feel kind of sorry that I bothered him. He'd seem to know it. For he'd say, verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for such men as these. Well, maybe then I'd say, but how about me? Me and my Tommy gun. And he'd say to me earnest-like, I say unto you, he that hath no sword, let him sell his garments and buy one. Then, about that time, we'd have some grub. I'd take out my emergency rations and we'd split them and we'd eat. I'd maybe have to say, I'm sorry, but I ain't got any more, and my canteen's dry. He'd nod and say, I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth in me shall never thirst. And then I'd feel just like once when I was tired, and I lay down on my belly at a brook and drank, and felt so cool and fine again. Then I'd look to where he was, and I'd be alone. Alone again. Yeah, this much I've got. This present on this night of 1943. This thing I've got for sure, I know. I'd know him if I'd meet him on the Russian steppes, or on the Libyan waste, or in a steaming jungle near a town called Goda. I'd know him anywhere, anytime, or any place.
faith of our fighting men in God, in country, and in home. Yes, their divine faith in you, in those of us left at home to carry on. And we must carry on in every way we can, that they shall not fight in vain. Next night you go to serve on your observation post, look up for a moment at a star and think. Think of some boy away from home, on a desert waste, or in a steaming jungle. He may be looking at that same star, too, and saying a silent prayer of hope and faith. Both he and you will be serving your nation under the light of that self-same twinkling star. If you would like a mimeographed copy of C.W. Robinson's The Recognition, free of charge, address your request to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood.
And now here's Gordon Jenkins, his orchestra, and the Hollywoodmen to bring you an exciting new arrangement of Marching Along Together. Hit it, Gordy.
Marching along together, sharing every smile and tear. Marching along together, whistling till the skies are clear. Swinging along the highway, over the road that's wide. The road is long, but a cheery song will lighten every mile. With trouble packing an old kit bag, we greet you with a smile. Marching along together, life is wonderful side by side. Swinging along the highway, over the road that's wide. We've got the spirit, we've got the heart, we've got the will to do. Now that we have made a start, we'll surely see it through. Marching along together, all together to victory.
Filter Center News, compiled, edited, and presented each week for the 4th Fighter Command by the noted newscaster Sam Hayes. He's ready to go to press now with the 3rd edition of Filter Center News, presenting Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes, your Eyes Aloft reporter, bringing you personal news of Pacific Coast Filter Center workers from border to border. Seattle, Washington. Though last week's minor blizzard closed schools, stores, and even wore industries in this area, women of the Seattle Filter Center kept on the job. No transportation caused Marion Shaw to walk 43 blocks to duty, Ruth Stye 33 blocks, and Irene Merkley made a round-trip 4-mile walk to the center. During the 5-day emergency, absences were less than average. Redding, California. Military and civilian members of the Redding Filter Center deeply sympathize with the family of Miss Charlotte Lambert, one of the installation's most willing and efficient workers. Though Private First Class Rinke, Corporal Montez, Technical Sergeant Hoolinger, and Private Attard gave transfusions, Miss Lambert passed away January 19th. She was 24 years old. San Francisco, Operations Room Shift 8 gave a surprise birthday treat to Viola K. Syke. Portland, Oregon, wedding bells. Bertel Dubivers, volunteer on Shift 18 at the Information Center, was married Thursday, January 21st, to Mr. Leonard Schloss. Bellingham, Washington. Marie Ordall, Filter Center volunteer and a teacher at the Watcom High School, is back from a visit to San Francisco. We wonder what the attraction was besides the sunshine. North San Francisco Filter Center. Dorothy Sutton, while faithfully attending Shift 9, has also achieved the right to wear 2 white stripes on her Red Cross Volunteer Nurses Aid uniform, signifying over 500 hours service. San Diego. Mrs. Virginia Sims of Teams 2A, 2C, and 6D is recuperating from pneumonia. A speedy recovery is wished by the military and volunteer personnel of the San Diego Filter Center. Bakersfield. Unable to be at work on the filter board on account of a slight illness, Mrs. G.E. Sniffen continued to serve by sending several pies to the volunteers' canteen. And were they good? Boy. Fresno, California. Mrs. Alberta Duffy of the 5th Night Team not only works for the Aircraft Warning Service, but is employed by the Army as a truck dispatcher at Basic Training Center number 8. Eugene, Oregon. Stork work. Mrs. Edith Groshong, popular switchboard operator on Section 9 at the Eugene Filter Center, expects the stork about March 1st. Sacramento, Lynn Harris of the Sacramento Filter Center had just announced her engagement to Lieutenant K.R. Smith of the Army Air Corps. The wedding will take place in Abilene, Texas in February. And thus we conclude tonight's Filter Center news with this week's nomination to the Honor Roll of Service. This week, we name Mrs. Florence Henriksen, volunteer of the Portland Filter Center, who in 1 month served a total of 222 hours. Can anybody beat that record? This is your Eyes Aloft Filter Center news reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
An announcement to the women of the Pacific Coast. If you think you can qualify, you too may be able to share the task of helping to operate the Army Air Force's filter centers. If you would care to volunteer your services as a filter center worker, telephone your local civilian defense headquarters for information. Perhaps you can qualify for this fascinating, vital, secretive work. We repeat, for information, merely telephone your local civilian defense headquarters. And now, tonight's new and true great American story. Nestled in the hills, some 65 miles east of San Diego, is the small town of Julian. An observation post was established near the community of Julian. Perhaps few posts have had a more bitter struggle for existence. A short time ago, Mr. James E. Franks, Assistant County Director of San Diego County, asked volunteers to write a history of the Julian Post. Finally, cheerful, dynamic, industrious Mary Broadbrewer wrote the following splendid letter, addressed to the Assistant County Director.
Dear Jim, you're absolutely, completely insane. You ask me, who can neither spell nor punctuate properly, to write an article about our post. I've never written an article in my life, or anything else that made sense. I don't intend to start now. However, I'll give you the dope, and you can write your own darned article. Here goes. Have you ever heard the east wind? Well, just come up on this post with me some graveyard shift. It always blows when I'm here. The kind of wind that you have to lean into to stand up straight. But I should worry now. I'm snug inside the only building on the mountain that can keep the wind out. And I know that when the snow flies up here at 4,300 feet elevation, we're really going to appreciate this new post more and more. But to think back, a year ago this month, when our post first organized, and we were located at Pine Hill, some 3 miles away. We had one of the many cabins at Kruger's Summer Resort, the resort being closed for the winter. Snow was heavy. War had just been declared. It was spooky walking around in that deserted camp, and just a bit scary. I remember hearing Annie Grand and Myrtle Bott speak of that very first watch they served up at Pine Hill.
Myrtle? Yes, Annie? Are you going to like coming up here, nights, I mean?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I guess it'll be all right once we get used to the place.
It's sort of lonesome and... Oh, what was that?
What?
Thought I heard a sound.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
My imagination, I guess. What time is it now?
3 a.m. 4 minutes after.
Well, you come to relieve us at 5.
I know. I think that maybe... Wait.
What?
I thought I heard an airplane.
I'll open the cabin door.
What? It is a plane. Oh, quick. Let me put on my coat and galoshes.
Oh, I'll go with you.
I wish you would. Did you see the plane?
No, often we see planes until they're right over us here.
I know, so many trees. There, my overshoes. Come on, let's go.
Do you know where the phone is over there, Annie?
Yes, right inside the main lobby of the hotel building. I have the key to the front door.
Oh, I'd feel better if there was a caretaker or somebody living in the hotel up here.
We mustn't think about it, Myrtle. Here, come on.
Close the door. Keep what heat there is in the cabin.
There. It went right overhead.
It had one motor.
Yes, flying low. Come on.
Our post at Pine Hills was in a beautiful setting, but you couldn't see out to look for planes on account of the tall trees. I remember another time, about a month after the post was opened up there at Pine Hills. Dick Farley, who, in spite of a broken leg and against the advice of his friends, insisted upon taking his regular midnight watch. I was on duty that night. My partner and I were supposed to be relieved by Dick at midnight, but he didn't come. Finally, about 2 a.m., we really began to worry about him.
I've been thinking, Mary. Maybe Dick tried to drive up here and something happened to his car. Maybe we should go and look.
Oh, maybe you're right. Look, you stay here and watch for the planes and make any reports. I'll go.
Well, I'll walk out to the road with you. I'll keep within distance of the hotel building and the phone.
Oh, I'm so worried about Dick.
We shouldn't have let him try to come to the post tonight.
Oh, nobody could stop Dick. Oh, wind again. Come on, we'll look for him. I remember we walked down the road less than a quarter of a mile. And there, we found Dick Farley's car off the road, in the ditch, jammed into a snowbank.
It's Dick Farley's car, all right. Oh, it's in the ditch.
Oh, girls.
Oh, Dick. Dick, are you hurt?
Hurt? I should say not.
Your car is wrecked?
Oh, no, just slid in the snowbank. Can't get it out. I knew somebody'd come.
Oh.
Hey, sorry I'm late. What time is it?
Oh, it's a little after 2. Now, Dick, what are you doing? Now, don't get out of this car.
You think I'm going to sit here and keep on freezing now that I got some help? Here, Mary, would you hold my crutches for me?
How's your leg?
Okay. Here, help me get on these things.
Well, one of us can drive you back to town in our car.
Nothing doing. I'm going to finish out what's left of my watch tonight. You ladies can go on home as soon as you see me up to the post. I knew I couldn't make it up the hill alone on these crutches. Well, come on, you girls. I can make it to the post now.
Dick Farley continued to come to the post there at Pine Hills, even though he had a broken leg and was on crutches. You couldn't stop a fellow like Dick. He's in the Army now. I don't know where, but I'll bet he's still got plenty of the same old fighting spirit. The roads were so bad that first winter that we were finally forced to move from Pine Hills to the fire station in town. But the few weeks we were there, the snow plow worked continuously, trundling snow off the main street of town.
You'd think those highway boys would finally get through plowing snow. Snow keeps falling. Well, this fire station's sure a bum place for an observation post. Yeah. When that snow plow isn't roaring up and down the street, truck line boys across the way are warming up the diesel. Couldn't hear a plane if we had to. We've got to keep watching the skies every minute. I think as soon as the weather breaks a little, we'll have to move the post back to Pine Hill.
Our post seemed destined to misfortunes, but we still kept it running some way. In March, our Grand Chief Observer, Harvey Bassford, a veteran of the last war, moved the post back to Pine Hills. It was a relief to get away from the noisy fire station. Well, you can imagine our dismay when hard-working Harvey Bassford resigned as Chief Observer about that time to join the Marines. We were all concerned. Our fears were well-founded, for trouble began from the day he left. Things went from bad to worse. The post was more unmanned than manned, and we were ashamed. Some people began to howl too far to go, too hard on tires. So in desperation, the post was moved again. Mrs. Eyre donated a cabin about a mile from town. That cabin was desperately cold.
Oh. Look, I'm not going to come here and freeze, get sick, and...
Well, after tonight, I'm through coming here. Somebody else can be the sucker.
Yeah? Well, this is my last night, too. Fella doesn't want to get sick.
People quit one by one. Finally, as a last resort, we moved again right into town. Another move. It was a miserable one-room shack. We burned every shelf and movable board trying to keep warm. Some observers wrapped themselves at night in the curtains. There were mice, rats, bugs, and fleas. Fleas that nearly drove us crazy. Several nights the post sat dark. In the daytime, a few old faithfuls kept up a pretense. It was time to quit bluffing. It came time to ask for help. Right at the critical time, you, Jim Franks, and Captain Bill Droege of the San Diego filter area arrived. Into your ears, we poured our tale of woe.
We want to keep our post running.
Well, that's the spirit.
That is just about impossible. There's only a handful of us left.
Folks, I just heard that your old chief observer, Harvey Bassford, is back in town.
Say, Harvey did just get back.
The Marines gave him a medical discharge.
Now, look, when Harvey was chief observer of Julian Post, he made things jump.
How'd you like to have Harvey Bassford back as your chief again?
Oh, sure. It'd be wonderful.
Captain Drogi.
Yes?
It is important that we keep the Julian Post operating, isn't it?
Oh, if you only knew how important it is. If everybody in your town could understand that, they'd all help. But I'll tell you something. You know what's wrong with this post, folks?
What, Captain?
You need a good building. You've put up with enough discomforts. If you had a comfortable post building, I think most of your troubles would be over.
Oh, yeah? Where are we going to get such a building?
Well, we're going to work on it, get organized, get new recruits. And most important, get your old chief observer, Harvey Bassford, back on the job. He'll make people go to work. Yeah, we'll make Harvey take over again.
Fine.
Harvey Bassford, with his personality and his ability to organize, resumed his old task as chief observer of Julian Post. With the help of the American Legion and the people of our town, we built our present wonderful post building. We're high on a mountain, 4,300 feet up, and we can see and hear planes, and we report them to the Army, too. Our post is well manned, and the spirit is swell. Well, Jim, I didn't think I could write an article. Maybe I haven't. At least I've told you a lot about us. I haven't told all I know, but I think the rest is better left unmentioned. If there's anything else you'd like to know about the Julian Post, of which we're all pretty proud these days, just let me know. As ever, Mary.
Such was the letter Mary Broadbrewer wrote. A beautiful letter, a record of the strife, the sacrifices, the wholehearted desire of an American community to see a tough job through to a successful end. So, hats off to the people who man the observation posts of the interesting little Southern California mountain town of Julian.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here is Captain Joseph E. Drogi, who is now Ground Observation Officer of the West Los Angeles filter area, to make this week's presentation. Captain Drogi.
The spirit of the American people cannot be daunted by obstacles. The people of this nation are determined to protect their nation. Small towns like Julian, California, are a link in the great Army system of protection. The people of that community have proved their courage, fortitude, and willingness. Today, the Julian Post operates with efficiency. To the Julian Post, we proudly present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
This is Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attacks by air. Good night.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Perhaps you can win a prize. And if you want a free mimeographed copy of The Recognition, send your request to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and directed by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single motor. Very low. Scene. 6 Kenneth 3. Overhead. West.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 25th gala performance of Eyes Aloft. You'll hear Filter Center News, edited and presented by the famous newscaster Sam Hayes. This week's winners of the Why Do I Come Here contest, the presentation of the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award, and another great American story. There'll be special music by the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Kingsmen. And we have some very good news about your Eyes Aloft theme song. At this moment, we turn the watch over to your narrator, Gayne Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is news that will interest Aircraft Warning Service volunteers. Word has just been received from the West Coast office of Shapiro Bernstein and Company, New York music publishers, that Eyes Aloft, the official theme song of the 4th Fighter Command, has reached the counters of most of the music shops and 10-cent stores this week. In a few minutes, Ken Carpenter will give you full particulars about how to get a published copy of our theme music, Eyes Aloft. Now we present the 100-word entry that won this week's popular Why Do I Come Here contest. A weekly prize, a Treasury Department War Savings Stamp Book with $5 worth of war stamps goes to the winner. Also, his or her observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock as a prize. Gordon Jenkins composes an original musical score to background the dramatization of each winning entry. This week's winning entry is unusual as it was written by a 14-year-old girl observer. Why do I come here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Miss Betty Lou Ramsey, box number 686, Barstow, California. And this is 14-year-old Betty Lou Ramsey's winning entry.
Why do I come here? Why do I come here to a lonely desert hilltop to share my vigilance with God alone? Why do I keep company with the sentinels of the past? I'll tell you why. Because I'm an American. I'm free to live, to worship, and to talk as I please. I'm not forced to serve my country at this post because I am free. Yes, I'm an American. I come up here because of those 3 words. I'm an American. I come up here to serve the country that gives me everything. While I give a few hours of my time, so many men and women of this nation are giving their lives. I merely serve because I'm an American. That's why I come here.
Congratulations, Betty Lou Ramsey of Barstow, California. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your Barstow observation post a handsome clock. Because of their excellence, we wish to give honorable mention to the following 3 contributors to the contest.
Books with $1 worth of war saving stamps have been forwarded as honorable mention prizes to Maud E. Nelson, Route 2, Box 171, Canby, Oregon, Mrs. Bess L. Seifert, 1307 California Street, Mountain View, California, and Mrs. Harry Klemp, Mukilteo, Washington. The statements are judged on the basis of originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie.
Congratulations, all. Those civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service who wish to contribute a 100-word entry to next week's Why Do I Come Here contest, please send your entry to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Merely state in approximately 100 words why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be one of the next week's winners. Filter Center News, compiled, edited, and presented each week for the 4th Fighter Command by the noted newscaster Sam Hayes. Here's the 4th edition of Filter Center News, presenting Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Eyes Aloft reporter, Sam Hayes, bringing you personal news of Pacific Coast Filter Center volunteers from border to border. Portland, Oregon. Snow, sleet, and rainstorms last week might have paralyzed Portland public transportation, but dressed in ski pants, hip boots, slacks, and whatnot, Portland Volunteer Filter Center women arrived regularly and kept all shifts fully manned. One example, Miss Billy Thomas of Shift 6 skied 5.5 miles to work. That's the stuff, Portland. Bellingham, Washington. Stork work. Congratulations to Mrs. Mildred Engdahl of the Bellingham Filter Center. She plotted that great, long-legged, single-motored transport, the Stork, right to her own doorstep and presented her husband with a fine baby boy, Craig Albert. San Diego. Here's a record, we think. Elsie Brick, Team 1B, was absent January 27th due to illness. Her first absence since coming on duty, December 8, 1941. San Diego. Mrs. Carl Engel, a new volunteer, gives this reason for offering her help to the aircraft warning service. Her husband has been in Australia for the past 9 months. Her father is now a prisoner of war at Taiwan. Port Angeles, Washington. Wedding bell. Phyllis Stannard, Shift 10, is proudly wearing a new diamond ring. The lucky fellow is Staff Sergeant Troy Hurry of Olympia, former member of the Port Angeles Filter Center. Nuptials in June. North San Francisco Filter Center. Team 8 devotes all its spare time to making scrapbooks of complete serial stories, short stories, cartoons, and crossword puzzles for boys in hospitals overseas. Good idea, Team 8. Seattle. Only one casualty in the ranks of Seattle Information Center volunteers resulted from the recent storms. Lillian Grieg, Shift 10-0, fell on ice and sustained a brain concussion. Fresno, California. Mrs. Harold C. Lewis entertained the third afternoon team at tea in her home. The entire team enjoyed the afternoon and hoped someone else gets a similar idea. Redding, California. Dorothy McRae has now reached the 1,000-hour milepost. Redding. Men have been pouring in this past week to offer their services, operating the Redding Filter Center's graveyard shift. Other filter centers, please copy. Roseburg, Oregon. Shift A has 3 sets of sisters. Supervisor Miss Yvonne Gadway is the sister of Mrs. Don White. Mrs. Thelma Watson's sister is Miss Dorothy Crocker, and Miss Virginia and Faith Young sisters all serve on the same shift. Sacramento. Mrs. Frances Alstrom, Shift 1, serves 2 shifts each week, attends radio school 5 days a week, and has just signed up for the chemical warfare course given by the Filter Center. Mrs. Alstrom also manages a home and 3 children. Here's a report from Port Angeles, Washington. We aren't sure whether we to believe it or not. Norma Feta of Shift 10 yesterday released this latest military secret from Italy. She claims that the new paratroop planes of Italian design carry 20 men and 1 paratrooper. The other 20 men are there to push the paratrooper out. And thus, we conclude tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination to the Honor Roll of Service. This week, we name Mrs. H. Pickrell of Priest Valley, California, who last October, in a single month, served 316 hours. Who among you can beat that record? This is your Eyes Aloft Filter Center News reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
Here's an announcement for women only. If you can qualify, you too may be given the opportunity of sharing the vital work of operating the Army Air Force's filter centers, which are located in many key cities of the Pacific Coast. True, not everyone can be accepted for this secret work. If you want to volunteer as a filter center worker, call your local civilian defense headquarters. They will put you in direct contact with the proper military authorities who supervise the work. All those women who serve say it's the most fascinating work they've ever done. Telephone your local civilian defense headquarters if you would like to learn whether you can qualify. And now, good news for those who have wanted to own a copy of our theme song, Eyes Aloft. Here's Ken Carpenter to tell you all about it. Ken?
Well, several months ago, we asked you if you'd like to buy a published copy of our theme, Eyes Aloft, which Gordon Jenkins wrote. At the time, we expected it available for purchase long before this. However, paper shortage made it necessary for the New York song publishing firm of Shapiro Bernstein to delay. But now the song is printed. Its attractive cover is the dark blue of the night skies. Searchlights pierce the darkness and illuminate the printed words at the top, Eyes Aloft. There's also an interesting photograph of Gordon Jenkins on the cover. You'll readily recognize the song when you stop into your local music song shop or 10-cent store to buy a copy. Buy a copy? Oh, yes, indeed. It'll sell at approximately 35 cents. And do you remember where we told you the profits from this song are to go? Well, Gordon Jenkins has turned over all of his title rights and profits, all of them, to the Aircraft Warning Service. However, Gordon specified that the money, his profits from the sale of Eyes Aloft, is to be used to build a comfortable, modern, well-equipped observation post for some community whose observers need such a post building. Obviously, the more copies of Eyes Aloft purchased, the sooner a tower will be constructed for some worthy observation post.
Ken, may I interrupt?
Oh, yes, Gayne.
You say a tower, Ken.
Well, I did say that, yes.
Well, if the song goes over, as we now have indications, I wouldn't be surprised if there'd be money enough to build several towers.
We certainly hope so. Say, Gayne, did you see the copy of the blueprints of the tower we're going to build?
No, I didn't. Who drew them up?
Well, we got them from the Clackamas County, Oregon Civilian Defense Office. It's a tower that they've built up there in Clackamas County. Very nice, warm, comfortable, offers a fine view from the lookout room itself.
Windows on all sides, I suppose?
Mm-hmm. Large windows that'll open up in the summer when the heat comes and keep the rain, snow, and wind out at this time of the year.
How high is the tower that you have the plans for?
27 feet. 18 feet from the ground level up to the catwalk that runs completely around the observation room.
The whole thing's built out of pretty sturdy lumber, I'll bet.
Oh, yes. The main legs of the tower are of 8x8 timbers. The legs are sunk into huge blocks of concrete at the four corners to guarantee absolute anchorage. Oh, it's the kind of tower that any community would like to have for its observation post building.
Particularly some community that's put up with an old tent or a broken-down shed or such.
Oh, yes. Too many people are putting up with fall, winter, and spring discomforts of cold and exposure. But if everybody gets behind the Eyes Aloft song and buys a copy for 35 cents, a number of worthy communities will find themselves the proud possessors of an Eyes Aloft tower post.
Well, I think we ought to hear the song right now, Ken.
Well, it's coming right up, Gayne. Gordon and his orchestra and the notable Kingsmen have a very special version all cooked up for right now. Gordon, Kingsmen, orchestra, you ready?
Ready.
Okay, then play it and sing it, guys. Eyes Aloft.
Watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA. This is the way Eyes Aloft can be played for a dance. We mean swing style. Dig it, Jenkins. Eyes Aloft could be played if you like to waltz. And who doesn't like to waltz? We like to ask if we have enough breath, and we have a waltz. Choose partner. As we say in Roma, shall we all pick our claves and our gourds? We shall.
theme song, the official song of the Aircraft Warning Service, the way everybody likes to sing it.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One it by land and two it by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
Your own official theme song of the Aircraft Warning Service. You'll want a published copy for your home, for your club, grange, school, or service club. Buy Eyes Aloft and then hear some worthy communities sing when it's presented with the Tower Observation Post. Go to your music dealer, song shop, or dime store now. It's on sale at all music counters for approximately 35 cents. Sing Eyes Aloft.
Now, tonight's new and true Great American Story. In many communities, the local observation post has grown to mean more than just the place from which reports are made to the Army about airplanes. Take the case of Bellingham 25. This post is located in the center of a group of 5 Washington communities: Lawrence, Deeming, Van Zant, Goshen, and Hopewell. At first, the post was housed in one of the cabins of a tourist court near George Lusk's General Store at a crossroad about 1.5 miles from the town of Lawrence. But today it proudly operates from a new tower recently completed and occupied. And how did this observation post become so important to the community? Well, listen to what happened on the very cold and foggy night of January 11th. Mrs. Mary Wakefield and Mrs. Ruby Clark had just come on their regular midnight to 3 a.m. shift.
I'll open the window, Mary.
Yes, do. I'll put some more wood in the heater.
I wore a heavy sweater under my coat tonight. It's below freezing right now, you know. There. The window's open.
Whew. Cold, all right. I guess a lot of observers would think we're plain batty if they saw the way we operate our watch.
You mean open the window and then heap wood in the stove?
Well, I don't care, Ruby. We come here to watch for airplanes.
Watch for airplanes on a pea soup night like this?
That's it. We have to listen for them. Remember what that Army officer said when he came and held the meeting?
Well, what do you mean?
About the Japs, if they ever come over.
Oh, sure. He said they'd probably fly over at 30,000 feet or higher.
Well, you certainly have to be listening sharply to hear a plane at that altitude.
Oh, maybe we're talking too much now, tonight.
We are. I'll hush up.
We're only here 3 hours once a week. I guess we can keep quiet and listen that long.
Yes, some observers make a regular clubhouse out of this place, and I personally think that... Wait.
Hear a plane?
I'll step outside on the catwalk.
Just leave the door open, Mary.
Well,
we got fooled. A car.
Yes, auto going up the highway. Just crossed the bridge.
Oh,
it's terribly foggy, Ruby. I'm going to stay out here and walk around the catwalk.
Well, you stay for 10 minutes, and then we'll trade off.
Well,
I'll come out, and you can come in and sit by the window in the stove.
We just mustn't miss any plane.
Oh, I know. It's all so very important, isn't it? I wish more people felt as we do, Mary.
It was the kind of a night when some observers would have huddled closer to the stove and attempted to convince themselves that no planes, enemy or friendly, could possibly be in the air. But not Mrs. Wakefield, Mrs. Clark. About 2:15 that bleak morning, the two ladies heard an odd sound.
What on earth is it?
It's coming from the tourist camp down there, I think.
What?
See, Ruby?
Isn't that a sort of a glow showing up through the fog?
Oh, it is. I see it now. It's a fire.
Why, it is.
Oh.
The cabin camp has caught on fire.
Oh, that camp's filled with people, you know.
Come on, down the stairs. Those people are probably all asleep.
Oh, but maybe I'd better go back up and telephone to Everson to send their firefighting equipment.
Everson's 7 miles away. They'd get here too late. Look.
Oh, heavens. I put the entire front porch of that cabin's ablaze.
I'll go wake Herb Pierce. He has one of those foam-eyed fire extinguishers.
Yes, well, go on, Mary. Go on, hurry. I'll go over and rouse George Lusk. We'll still be able to hear any planes that pass over. Oh, but after all, that whole camp's asleep.
We've got to get the people out of this one cabin or they'll get burned to death. You get George Lusk. I'll get Herb Pierce.
but a matter of moments, the two women of the observation post had awakened half the camp. The flames of the burning porch of the one cabin rapidly spread to the roof. Heat and sparks threatened the other close-by cabins. The glow of fire threw an ominous light upon those who feverishly worked with hand fire extinguishers, with buckets.
Is there anybody in that cabin?
Yes, Mrs. Thelma Greenow and her 12-year-old boy. Come on, boys. Pass those buckets of water.
Can't they get out the back door?
No back door. They got to be taken out the front. What are you going to do with that fire extinguisher now, Herb?
When I get up closer, smother the fire around the door.
Well, somebody get a rake or something. Pull that burning piece of lumber that just fell off the porch.
I'll get it. Hey, turn that extinguisher over this way a while, Herb.
I'm busy putting out the fire around the door.
All right, it's out now. I'll yell to Mrs. Greenow to be ready. I'll run in and open the door.
Be careful, George.
It's all right now. Oh, Mrs. Greenow. Mrs. Greenow. Don't worry. We'll get you out all right. Gotta get that door open. Oh, the door's stuck.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Come on, Mrs. Greenow. Take my arm. We'll run across the porch.
Yes. Come on, son. All right, Mother. Keep hold of Mother's hand. Oh, we were trapped in there.
Yes, I know. We'll talk later.
A blanket of fire at our door. Oh, you saved my life and my son.
I said, come on. Come on. Now, watch out you don't slip. The porch is wet now. Come on, Mrs. Greenow. Come on, son.
Hey, here they come.
The occupants of the burning cabin, a mother and her young son, were saved. The fire was controlled, finally put out before the other cabins caught. Dire disaster might have been the result had not Mrs. Mary Wakefield and Mrs. Ruby Clark, two airplane watchers, been alert. The fire happened on the night of January 11th. On the evening of January 14th, nearly 125 people of the communities attended a meeting in the Lawrence Grade School. A meeting to dedicate the new observation post tower, which had just been occupied. Lieutenant E.M. Ford, ground observer officer of the Bellingham filter area, commended the community.
This is, has always been, one of the best posts in this area. Bellingham 25 has always had a splendid record of efficiency in making plane reports. Tonight, as we dedicate the handsome new tower you've built, you must think of it as an emblem of the fine cooperation and teamwork you of this district have shown. The Army congratulates you.
The dedicatory services continued. Chief Observer Laura Williams thanked all who had assisted with the construction of the tower, those who had donated materials and labor. She thanked observers new and old for helping establish the post's good record. Lieutenant W.S. Merrill told of his experiences at Pearl Harbor and then awarded 100-hour armbands to 79 observers and 6 assistant chief observers. The coveted 500-hour pin was awarded to 4 observers. Assistant Chief Observer W.D. Wills gave a history of the post, and then Lieutenant Merrill asked Mrs. Mary Wakefield and Mrs. Ruby Clark to come forward. As the two bewildered ladies stood there before the audience, Lieutenant Merrill said,
On Tuesday morning of this week, the Army received from your Chief Observer a written report of an incident which occurred at your post on Monday morning, January 11th, about 2:15 a.m. You, Mrs. Wakefield, and you, Mrs. Clark, observers on duty at that time, discovered a fire on the porch of a nearby cabin. The two occupants were sleeping soundly despite the noise of crackling fire and falling wood. Had the fire gone much longer undetected, it would have trapped them and would have quickly spread to the adjoining cabins, one of which was occupied by an elderly invalid. Friends, these two observers were on the alert. They awakened neighbors who extinguished the fire before it had reached any serious proportions. Mrs. Clark, Mrs. Wakefield, for Lieutenant Ford, myself, and other officers of the Aircraft Warning Service of the Bellingham filter area, I wish to commend you for your exceptional devotion to duty.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea what...
Just a minute, please. There's something else. Here, these. One for each of them.
What in heaven's name?
Your community wishes to prove to you its appreciation. From the well-financed post funds, they purchased a $25 war bond for each of you. And with them go the thanks of the people with whom you live.
I don't know what to say. Just a minute. Lieutenant Merrill.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Williams. Has the Chief Observer something to say about all this?
Well, I've been talking plenty tonight. But I think Bobby Lusk here would like to say something. Step up there, Bob.
On behalf of my father and the other folks on this corner, we would like to duplicate the award given by the Post.
If you hadn't seen that fire and did what you did, Dad and other folks say there probably wouldn't be a corner store or cabins or anything left standing today. Here, another war bond for each of you. And thanks.
Oh, well, I'm so overwhelmed. I just can't say anything but thanks.
Yes, thanks to everyone. Oh, believe me, it's good to be appreciated by your home folks. Thanks, everyone.
Those are the kind of people who live in the rural Washington communities of Lawrence, Deeming, Van Sant, Goshen, and Hopewell. Those are the folks who so successfully and efficiently operate observation post Bellingham 25. Perhaps now you understand what we meant when we said in some communities the observation post means more than a place from which airplanes are reported. In many communities, the observation post has grown to be a symbol of the spirit of the community. We salute the people of Bellingham 25.
Each week, the National Broadcasting Company presents the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding post or filter center. Here is Major Russell Z. Smith to make this week's presentation. Major Smith.
The Aircraft Warning Service is a new part of the United States Army Air Forces. Our Volunteer Ground Observer Corps has been given standards by which to serve. However, it is making its own traditions. The story of Ruby Clark and Mary Wakefield on the alert during the foggy midnight shift of January 11th, 1943, has added a glorious and new chapter of the post history of Bellingham 25 and to the records of the 4th Fighter Command. To that post, we proudly present this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attack by air. Good night.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Send your entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. And don't forget to check your music shops or dime stores for our theme song. If your dealer doesn't have it yet, ask him to order it. Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single motor. Low. Scene. 5 William 3. Overhead. South.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and their ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
We'll help protect the USA.
Good evening. This is Harry Von Zell, pinch hitting for your regular Eyes Aloft announcer, Ken Carpenter. Tonight, the 26th gala performance of Eyes Aloft brings to our microphone the commander of the 4th Fighter Command, General William E. Kepner. He has flown his plane from his northern headquarters to Hollywood this afternoon so that he can appear before this microphone tonight with a special message to his 150,000 volunteer civilian army. Also on this broadcast, you'll hear the music of Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood Men. Filter Center News, released by the noted newscaster Sam Hayes. The fourth weekly winner of the Why Do I Come Here contest. Another great American story and the presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Here now is your Eyes Aloft narrator to take over the shift, Gayne Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Today is a sort of a birthday for us. This is our 26th broadcast. Tonight we are celebrating our first 6 months on the air, and we're indeed pleased that General Kepner can be with us. Yes, we are 6 months old on the air tonight. Fan mail now pours in from observers, filter center workers, and the military of the Aircraft Warning Service at the approximate rate of 1,000 letters a week. Be assured that every letter is read carefully. We thank you for writing, for much of the material for these radio programs comes from the letters you send us. We'd like to take just a moment to read a letter which just arrived. A letter from a soldier stationed at Gardner Field. A letter which I'm sure will inspire every Aircraft Warning Service worker. The letter, dated January 30th, reads,
Dear Eyes Aloft, I just heard your program and would like very much to have 5 copies of the poem The Recognition. The one about the soldier on sentry duty who imagines he meets Christ. I'm writing this letter for the boys in my barracks, and we would all like to have a copy if that's possible. I'm in a guard squadron, and we too know what it is to stay up all night, walking around alone and just listening. It is good to hear your program and know the civilians are helping the soldiers who stay up all night to guard our wonderful country. I know what a swell country we've got, because I spent the first 6 months of this war overseas on a lonely island, standing guard over an anti-aircraft gun day and night. Sure gives a guy an awful lonely feeling. But when you think that there are others, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and civilians at home doing the same thing, a fellow doesn't feel so lonely after all. So, as I've tried to tell you, that poem, The Recognition, sure hit the spot with us.
The letter is signed, Eyes Aloft Together, a soldier. Private First Class Wallace Carmichael, Gardner Field, California. Well, don't you volunteer civilians of the Aircraft Warning Service feel a tinge of pride when you hear something like that from a boy who has been there and knows what he's talking about? Well, you have a right to be proud of your work with the Army. And now, let's turn to our Why Do I Come Here contest. Each week, we present a Treasury Department war-saving stamp book with $5 worth of war stamps to the person sending in the best 100-word entry stating why he or she continues to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Also, the winner's observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock. Gordon Jenkins composes an original orchestral score to background the reading of the winning entry. Here is this week's winner of our contest, Why Do I Come Here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Bessie A. Simpson. Kalama Observation Post, Kalama, Washington.
Why do I come here? I have no one to give to save my land, while other women's sons must fight and die. Others must do the work, but I can stand hourly in cold or heat, searching the sky for friend or foe, and listening for the hum of flying death. Perhaps I cannot see. And I'm glad, God grant it never come, that I can give a little bit of me.
That is this week's Why Do I Come Here winning entry. Congratulations, Bessie A. Simpson of Kalama, Washington. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your Kalama observation post an attractive desk clock. Because of the many excellent entries, we wish to give honorable mention to the following 3 contributors. Harry?
Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been mailed as honorable mention prizes to the following persons. Dorothy E. Frank, San Diego Filter Center, San Diego. Edna B. Loudon, 107 Oak Street, Kelso, Washington. And Patricia Galvez, Box 712, Galt, California.
Congratulations, all. Volunteers who wish to contribute a 100-word entry for next week's Why Do I Come Here contest should address their entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Statements are based on originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie. Merely state why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be a winner. In the 6 months that Eyes Aloft has been on the air, we have presented a wide variety of features. One of the most popular proves to be our new department, Filter Center News, edited by the noted news analyst Sam Hayes. Here he is with the 4th edition of Filter Center News. Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes bringing you personal news items about Pacific Coast Filter Center workers from border to border. Bellingham, Washington. Hats off to Miss Nancy Hennessy, who works on A shift at the Bellingham Filter Center. Since Pearl Harbor, she has walked 4.5 miles to her work at the center 3 times a week. And some people grouch about gas rationing. San Diego. At noon today, members of Team 7B and 7D enjoyed luncheon at the Golden Lion. Mrs. Edna Jensen made the arrangements. Portland, Oregon. 4 Portland volunteers have just left the Aircraft Warning Service to adopt the uniform. Miss Almarine Wattenberg, Mrs. Evelyn Stenlake, and Mrs. Farrelly Rowland have enlisted in the WACs, and Miss Clarice Gates has joined the WACs. Note, if there are 4 other women in the City of Roses who would like to offer their service at the Filter Center to replace the girls who are leaving for war duty, telephone Atwater 9651 now. The number is Atwater 9651. Seattle. Trick 3F is glad to welcome back Mrs. Lou Key, who has returned from a visit in Washington, D.C. and New York. Mrs. Key has worked at the Information Center in Seattle since September 1941 and was supervisor for the first all-Chinese ship. While in Washington, D.C., she was entertained at the Chinese Embassy. Roseburg, Oregon. Wedding bells. Wedding bells will ring the latter part of February for Wilma Pounds and Sergeant Jim Beaver, both of the Roseburg Filter Center. Sacramento. Good luck to Dorothy Myers, Beth Lemon, Patsy Seuss, Catherine Harrington, and Mary Jane Brown, loyal volunteers, who are now awaiting their travel orders for military duty outside the United States. Note, will 5 other Sacramento women call and volunteer their service at the Filter Center to replace the women who are leaving. The Sacramento number to call is 25041, extension 372. I repeat, 25041, extension 372. San Francisco Information Center. A big bunch of gardenias to Nina Forbes and Vera Davis, who have both served over 1,500 hours without missing a day. Mabel Lay is training for nurse's aide in the California State Guard, and Mary B. Cook, with 1 son in the Army and 1 in the Navy, drives 35 miles round trip from Mount Tamalpais to do her job at the Filter Center. Port Angeles, Washington. The title Glamour Boy has just been won by Corporal James Ward of the Port Angeles Filter Center. As of February 1st, he had received 19 Valentines, and they're still pouring in. Who said Victor Mature was such a beautiful hunk of man? Redding, California. It was a big surprise for Emily Howard on January 28th. Members of Ship 1 showered Emily with birthday gifts. North Coast Filter Center, San Francisco. Ethel Simon, upon receiving her 500-hour pin, gave a rousing party to Shift 6. Shift 10 gave Camilla Stansfield a birthday party January 26th, where she received her 500-hour pin. Fresno, California. I don't want this to get around, but it's being whispered that the girls of Shift 10 are simply thrilled with their new filter officer, Lieutenant Sliker. And thus we close tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination for the Honor Roll of Service. This week we name Mrs. Negley F. England, Director of Civilian Components of the Seattle Air Defense Wing, who has served the Aircraft Warning Service for more than 4,400 hours. This is your Eyes Aloft news reporter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
Now I think we'll ask Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywood men to give out with their arrangement of one of the brightest of the war songs. You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith. We're all ears, boys.
You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith, to be able to live as you do, and to have that swell Miss Liberty gal carrying the torch for you. You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith. Do you know just how highly you rate? You should thank your lucky stars, and you should thank all 48. And you've really got a family tree with Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Lee. You're lucky to have ancestors like that. Don't you know you were born with a feather in your hat? You're a very, very wealthy gent. I don't care if you haven't a cent. You've got your American way. And brother, that ain't hay. If some poor sucker could choose, they'd love to be in your shoes. That proves that your good fortune's no miss. You'll find it mighty handy to see a Yankee Doodle dandy. You're a lucky fellow, Mr. Smith.
Twice before, it has been our pleasure to have the commanding general of the 4th Fighter Command a guest of these broadcasts. He was with us on our initial program, August 17th of last year, and also on the December 7th memorial broadcast. He is with us again this evening. We have a surprise for the man who has given his heart to this program. Approaching the microphone is our General Kepner and Robert L. Redd. General Kepner, take it away.
Thanks, Gayne. You have all heard the expression, the Army takes over. Well, this is one of those times, for I have disrupted the smooth-running routine of a major program and brought its writer-director, Mr. Robert L. Redd, to the microphone with me. Bob, this is a complete surprise to you, and I want you to forgive all of us for taking you away from the direction of this excellent program and playing this kind of a trick on you. You know, Bob, that the 4th Fighter Command awards a medal to filter center workers and ground observers for 500 hours loyal service to the command. You know, too, that a medal is also awarded to civilian supervisors of the Army Air Forces Ground Observer Corps for 6 months continuous service. Well, Bob, you became entitled to the latter medal some time ago, but we have held out on you because we wanted to present the medal to you on this particular program, which commemorates the completion of 6 months of the program on the air. Bob, you have done an outstanding job for the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service and for the command. Through this program, you have told stories of loyalty and devotion to duty on the part of filter center workers and ground observers. You have shown where they fit in the defense of the Pacific coast against air attack. And, most important, you have brought about a greater realization upon the part of the general public of their debt to these 150,000 volunteers. On behalf of the 4th Fighter Command, and with my personal congratulations for the fine work you have done, I herewith present you this medal as a small token of the regard in which the command and the volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service hold you.
Well, this is the first surprise party I've ever been to where anyone was ever surprised. Believe me, I'm surprised. I'm very proud of this, General Kepner, and to be presented with a pin by the General, by my commander, makes me doubly proud. I would like to say that this is not a one-man show by any means, because there have been so many of us working on it. And there's been Gordon Jenkins and Gayne, Whitman, and Ken Carpenter, and the actors, the radio people here of Hollywood, and the orchestra, and Bill Day's quartet, and the Hollywoodmen, and the Kingsmen. You could go on and on and on, and we're just proud and pleased to be doing what we can.
Thank you, Bob. I knew that you'd be very sincere in this. It is my sincere wish that circumstances might permit me to make a personal presentation to each volunteer entitled to the medal award. Since I cannot do that, I have made this presentation tonight to Mr. Redd as a token of my appreciation to all of the volunteers who have received medals and to all those who in the future will become entitled to medals. I should like also to express my thanks and the appreciation of the command to the National Broadcasting Company, and particularly John Swallow, West Coast Program Director, to Gordon Jenkins, to Gayne Whitman, to Ken Carpenter, and to all those who, during the past 6 months, have contributed to the success of this program. There has been an excellent spirit throughout the entire time, And I know that the 150 volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service on the Pacific Coast join with me in saying thank you and well done.
Thank you, General Kepner. Tonight's new and true Great American Story. So often, people who live in small towns say nothing exciting ever happens in our town. But things are happening everywhere these days. Take the case of the enthusiastic little Oregon community of Colton, located in the mountain foothills some 40 miles southeast of Portland. On the Wednesday of January 20th, 1943, something very exciting happened in Colton. It happened just like this. First, let us explain that the countryside was covered with a heavy blanket of first snow. Many roads were nearly impassable. On that early Wednesday afternoon, the snow began to fall again, heavily, silently. At the little Colton observation post, a woman, Mrs. Bill Compery, kept watch alone. She was just putting another stick of wood in the stove when...
Oh. Try to keep warm. Snow. More snow.
Mrs. Compery sat there alone, watched through the windows, listened, wondered to herself if the fall of so heavy a snow would blanket out the sound of some plane that mapped high above. And then, as the observation post clock pointed its hands to the hour of 1 p.m., 14 minutes after 1, Mrs. Compery thought she heard the sound of a motor.
Wait. A plane? A plane. Low. There, I can just see it. It's lost. Circling. Can't see in the snowstorm. I've got to report it. It might crash.
Number, please.
Mrs. Freeman.
Yes?
This is the observation post. I mean, Army Flash.
One moment, please.
Oh, please hurry the call through to the filter center. Oh, the poor pilot. He can't see. He's flying so low.
Army, go ahead, please.
One. Single.
Single.
Very, very low.
Low.
Scene. Portland, 75.
Portland, 75.
Circling.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't see him now for the snow. Oh, I hope that boy doesn't crash.
From the very beginning of the Aircraft Warning Service operations, the community of Colton, Oregon has been most enthusiastic and cooperative. That afternoon, other observers in Colton heard the lost pilot's plane. They knew, of course, that the observer on duty would report. But to be doubly sure, other observers not on duty called the telephone office, talked to the operator, Mrs. Jessie Freeman, to see if the post had reported.
Number, please.
Mrs. Freeman?
Yes, who is this?
Walter Yost, an observer. Did the post report that plane that's lost?
Yes, Mr. Yost.
Well, I just wanted to be sure. I just saw it skim over the hill back of town.
Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Yost. I recalled. Number, please.
Hello, telephone operator?
Yes?
Oh, this is Nan Nyquist. I'm an observer. I'm not on duty, but I just saw an airplane trying to land over in the Morin place.
Where?
On the Morin farm. I saw it. It's landing if it doesn't hit some trees or something.
Hang up. I'll tell the observer at the post so she can make another flash message.
The observers of Colton, Oregon were on their toes that Wednesday afternoon. They sensed that the plane was lost in the snowstorm. Quickly, they reported to the Army exactly where the plane was seen to be trying to land.
Well, at least I'm down. But where? Might as well get out and take a look around, see if I can make a fix. I better take off from here before this snow gets any deeper. If I don't, I'll really be in trouble. Let me see now. That must have been the Willamette River I followed. Lots of trees around. Gosh.
Bewildered, snowblind, no blind flying instruments in the little trainer plane he was flying, Lieutenant Joseph E. Sipper was lost. He landed safely, but he was lost. Through an uncanny act of fate, he had selected the only field in a 5-mile radius that was not plowed. As he stood by his plane, his motor still running, Lieutenant Sipper saw a man come running across the field.
Hey, are you hurt?
Oh, I'm okay.
I was driving down the road and I saw you land out here. Jumped out of my car and came over. Can I help?
Oh, I'll say you can help. Where am I?
We're just about 2 miles from the town of Colton.
Colton? Isn't that the Willamette River over there I've been following?
Willamette? That's the Clackamas. You're way off your beat.
Oh, you're telling me. So which way's due north?
This way, due north. Where are you heading for?
Portland. Well, if that's north, I got my bearings straight now. I better get out of here.
Are you going to try to fly off?
Oh, sure.
The snow's getting deep awful fast. Wind's up, snow's drifting.
I see. Yeah, look, will you help me lift up the tail and turn my ship into the wind? I can still get out of here and over to Portland.
Well, sure, glad to help. Just tell me what to do.
It was Frank Bratt who came to offer the pilot help. Together they wheeled the plane about so its nose faced into the wind. Pilot Zipper climbed in, waved goodbye, revved up his motor, and the little plane went plowing off through the snow.
Snow is too deep to get up enough speed for a takeoff. Brother, I'm really stuck here. Well, I'll taxi over by that tree and stay here.
Lieutenant Zipper taxied his tiny plane over by some trees, cut off the motor, and with the man who had come to help him, they went over to the house that stood on the edge of the clearing. It was the home of Jesse J. Moran, a logger.
Say, Lieutenant, this is the house here. You'll have some protection at least.
Yeah.
I hate to leave you, but I don't have chains on my car. I think I better get back to it and get it off the road before I get drifted under.
Well, you run along, Mr. Bratt, and thanks for everything.
I'll tell the folks in town I found you, and they'll send help.
Okay, I'll go in the house here. So long.
So long.
Thanks, and see you later. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Somebody ought to be home.
Yeah? Oh.
Oh, you see me land my airplane out in your field a minute ago?
Airplane? No, where?
Oh, right over by the tree there, see?
Well, I'll be doggone.
What is it, Jesse?
Airplane landed on our place, Bertha.
An airplane?
Come on in. Don't stand out there in the wind and snow. Come on in.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you're an Army flyer, huh?
Yeah, I got lost in the snowstorm. Hey, it's nice and warm in here.
Would you like a cup of coffee? Only take me a second to make it.
Say, that sure would be good.
You a captain or a general or something?
Oh, I'm a lieutenant, Lieutenant Zipper.
I'm glad to know you. My name's Moran, Jessie Moran. Is my wife.
How do you do, Miss Moran? You got a phone here I can use?
Oh, sorry, I don't have a phone.
Oh.
Oh, you could take him over to Roy Woodward's place, Jesse. He's got a phone.
Yeah, you want to go over to neighbors and phone?
Yeah, I better. I got to report my location into the Army base. I don't want them out in this weather trying to look for me.
I'll get my coat and cap.
Well, now, you wait a few minutes, Lieutenant. You need some coffee. Then you can go. It'll only be a minute.
What's this, more company?
Well, haven't had so many visitors to our place in a month of Sundays.
I'll stay not. I'll see who it is.
Is there an Army pilot here? His plane's out in your field.
Oh, come on in. Get out of the snow.
Thanks. It's quite a wind driving the snow now.
Oh, you are here.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your plane, of course.
Yes, it is. I got forced down by the bad weather.
Are you alone?
Yes, ma'am.
And nobody was hurt. We heard you circling over town. The post reported you right away.
The post? You have an aircraft warning observation post around here?
We certainly do, and a good one. We reported you to the filter center with an Army flash right off.
Oh, then the Army knows where I am. Say, that's great.
About 3 of my observers, besides the lady on duty, reported you. My post is on its toes, Lieutenant.
Your post?
Well, I mean, I'm the chief observer at the Colton post. I'm Mrs. Fordyce.
How do you do, Miss Fordyce?
Here's your cup of coffee, Lieutenant. Now, you sit right down here at the table.
Oh, this is quite a welcome you people are all giving to a stranger. Say, that's good coffee.
How are you going to get your plane out, Lieutenant?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to wait till the snow's over and then see what conditions are.
Well, I have my car outside. I can drive you back to town or help with anything you need.
Well, I would like to go somewhere and phone to the Army, make a personal report, and get my instructions. Mr. Moran.
Yes, sir?
That plane's government property, and it has to be guarded at all times. While I run into town and phone, would you keep guard of my ship?
You bet your life I'll go right out there now, if you say.
Oh, I think you can keep an eye on it from the window here. Say, in case I have to stay around here a few days, have you got an extra bed where you can put me up?
Well, I can make up the couch in the front room, Jesse.
Well, I'm afraid the way the snow's drifting, the roads are going to be blocked to car travel. I hate to hurry you, Lieutenant, but I better get you into town, let you phone, and then bring you back.
Well, okay. We'll be on our way, Mrs. Fordyce.
I'll go on out to the plane. Take my gun with me just so as I can back up there.
Well, you know, Lieutenant, some of my observers have been saying lately that nothing exciting ever happens at our post.
Well, your observers certainly turned in a neat job today, reporting one very badly lost flyer. I'm certainly indebted to them for letting the Army know so fast.
I wish my people could hear you say that. Some of them think their work isn't so important.
It's just about one of the most important civilian jobs anybody can be doing today. I'm certainly indebted to your observation post. Well, thanks, folks, and I'll be back in about an hour, I guess, to be your star boarder for a few days.
Mrs. A.W. Fordyce, Colton, Oregon chief observer, drove Lieutenant Zipper back to town. He reported by phone to the Army. Later that afternoon, other observers got a sleigh, packed it with canned goods and extra supplies, and drove the lieutenant back to the Moran place. For 3 days, Lieutenant Zipper lived with the Moran family, guarded his plane. When the weather broke, the Army came in with snowplows and a truck and hauled the tiny plane away. Today, Lieutenant Joseph Sipper cannot give enough thanks to the people who manned the Colton observation post for so quickly identifying and reporting his lost plane, and thus bringing him aid in a moment of dire emergency.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. We are fortunate to have Colonel Ernest Moon, Executive Officer of the General's Headquarters, to make this week's presentation. Colonel Moon.
The Aircraft Warning Service was originally set up to aid in the protection of the nation from a surprise attack by the enemy. That is still the Aircraft Warning's principal mission. However, with the Army, Navy, and Marines operating so many training bases for flyers, the Aircraft Warning Service has automatically assumed a new responsibility. Time and again, the Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians have either saved a young pilot's life or have been instrumental in bringing immediate aid. The people who man the Colton, Oregon observation post have done just that. On January the 20th, 1943, these observers joined in protecting a pilot and an Army plane. The people of Colton deserve recognition from the 4th Fighter Command, and we present to them this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attack by air. Night.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Perhaps you, too, can win one of the many prizes. Send entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Music on this program is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Eyes Aloft is written and directed by Robert L. Redd. This is Harry Von Zell charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Will cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky.
National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1. Single motor. Low. Steam. 6 John 3. Overhead. West.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, dedicates this official weekly radio program to the 150,000 volunteer civilian filter center workers and ground observers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard at the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Good evening. This is Harry Von Zell speaking. Tonight, the 27th performance of Eyes Aloft brings the first news release of the War Department's decision regarding the change in its tentative plans that the WACs would take over operation of the filter centers. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Frost, signal officer of the 4th Fighter Command Headquarters, was flown here this afternoon to make this important explanation. Also, you'll hear the music of Gordon Jenkins and the Holly Whitman, filter center news by Sam Hayes, this week's winning entry of the Why Do I Come Here contest, another great American story, and the presentation of the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Brooklyn. For an interview with Lieutenant Commander Rudolph Bauer, Navy flying officer who saved a soldier's life through the aid of members of an Oregon observation post. And now here is your Eyes Aloft narrator, Gayne Whitman.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Tonight we have a most vital announcement of interest to every filter center worker. It will clear up many questions and rumors about the future of filter center personnel. But we open our program with the winner of this week's Why Do I Come Here contest. Each week we present a Treasury Department war-saving stamp book with $5 worth of war stamps to the person sending in the best 100-word entry stating why he or she continues to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Also, the winner's observation post or filter center receives a handsome desk clock. Gordon Jenkins composes an original orchestral score to background the reading of each winning entry. Here is this week's winner of our contest. Why Do I Come Here? Why do I come here?
This week's winner, Mrs. George C. Flower, Gresham, Oregon.
Why do I come here? Daughter of a man who was an emigrant from a little country in Europe, I learned when a tiny child what the four freedoms meant to one who left the land of his birth and crossed the ocean to a strange country to satisfy his freedom-loving heart. Love for our United States is perhaps stronger in one who realizes what it means to live without freedom. And my father instilled this great love of our country in the hearts of his family. Coming to the post for a few hours' watch is such a small contribution to make. But as I scan the starlit skies, my ears tuned to the roar of motor, there is a prayer of thankfulness on my lips for the privilege of being an American. And in the twinkling of the stars, I see the twinkling smile of approval from my freedom-loving father. Yes, that's why I come here.
Congratulations, Mrs. George C. Flower of Gresham, Oregon, for contributing this week's winning entry. Your prize of $5 worth of war stamps has been mailed to you. Also, you have won for your observation post an attractive desk clock. And now, Harry Von Zell, will you read the three names of the honorable mention prize winners?
Right, Gayne. Books with $1 worth of war-saving stamps have been mailed as honorable mention prizes to the following persons. John P. Thompson, 217 Church Street North, Montesano, Washington. Dorothy Adams of Winters, California. And Mrs. Iris Stanley, 208 South State Street, Kent, Washington.
Volunteers who wish to contribute a 100-word entry for next week's Why Do I Come Here contest should address their entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood, California. Statements are based on originality and sincerity. Decision of the judges is final. Duplicate prizes will be awarded in the case of tie. Merely write in why you continue to faithfully serve the Aircraft Warning Service. Maybe you will be a winner. Time now for that popular department, Filter Center News, edited by the well-known newscaster Sam Hayes. At the conclusion of this news feature, you will hear from Colonel Robert Frost, who interprets the War Department's statement regarding Filter Center personnel. But here first, the 5th edition of Filter Center News. Sam Hayes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes bringing you personal news items about Pacific Coast Filter Center workers from border to border. Seattle, Washington. Mae Peterson, Seattle Information Center worker of 4-0 Trick, will leave February 20th to begin her training as a WAC. This brings to 14 the total enlistments of Seattle Information Center volunteers in the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. The loss of the Army Air Force's Aircraft Warning Service is the gain of the WACs. Both are essential war services. Olympia, Washington. The Washington State Military Affairs Committee and other legislators now in session in the state capitol visited the Olympia Filter Center recently at the invitation of Captain Leroy J. Wanlass, Filter Center officer. More Pacific Coast legislators to learn firsthand of Aircraft Warning Service activities. San Francisco. Evelyn Derrick, age 21, of shift number 4 today, is mourning the loss of her brother, Walter, age 19, a third-class petty officer of the United States Navy, who was killed while on active duty. Evelyn volunteered the day after Pearl Harbor and has been serving the AWS ever since. Our deepest sympathy, Miss Derrick. Also, San Francisco. Margaret Oldenburg, shift 9, wife of Ensign Jack H. Oldenburg, who is on active duty, has just left for Texas, where she will train for the Women's Auxiliary Ferry Squadron.
Sam, may I interrupt one moment?
Certainly, Harry.
Well, thanks. I want to speak now to the women of San Francisco only. Ladies, many former filter center workers are joining the WACs and the WAVs. This leaves vacancies for new recruits to the Aircraft Warning Service. If you are willing to share this work to help protect your nation, go to your phone at the conclusion of this broadcast and learn how you may become a San Francisco filter center worker. Just dial Xbrook 5998. The number again, Xbrook 5998. You are needed. You can hold a place in an essential war work and still remain in your home city. Call Xbrook 5998.
Port Angeles, Washington. The 48-hour week won't influence Connie Wonder's loyalty to the filter center. Connie works from 12 midnight to 8 in the morning at the mill in Port Angeles and then comes in for 3 hours of duty nearly every day at the Port Angeles Filter Center. That's the way to help win the war. Sacramento. Miss Dorothy Myers, a Sacramento junior college girl who has served the AWS more than 1,500 hours, is now reporting to duty in a special overseas military unit. Eugene, Oregon. Wedding bells. Wedding bells will soon ring for Marjorie Brazil, who has just announced her engagement to handsome Sergeant Ted Strupp of Eugene Filter Center. San Diego. Mrs. Lillian Britton completed 1 year's service at the San Diego Filter Center on February 6th. During this time, she was never absent nor tardy from her midnight to dawn shift. Mrs. Britton not only fulfills her duties at the Filter Center, she manages a home for her family and also holds down a full-time job during the day. That's what we call really pitching in. Bellingham, Washington. Happy birthday stuff.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Corporal Ernest Simmons and Private First Class Glenn Schurz of the Bellingham Filter Center. Roseburg, Oregon. More wedding bells. On February 14th, Lois Blake and Lieutenant Norman Benson were married at the First Christian Church. Lois Blake is the daughter of Mrs. Bertha C. Blake, supervisor of Shift N at the Filter Center. Redding, California. There have been some changes made. After serving over a year, the women of Shift 8 conceded the graveyard shift Thursday mornings to the men. North Coast Filter Center, San Francisco. Martha Barham, shift number 7, has temporarily resigned, anticipating a blessed event. And thus we close tonight's Filter Center News with this week's nomination to the honor roll of service. This week, we name Mrs. Helen Longfellow of Shift 6 of the Redding Filter Center, who served the Aircraft Warning Service during the month of January, 201 hours. This is your Eyes Alofter, Sam Hayes, bidding you one and all a very good evening.
We present at this time Colonel Robert Frost, Signal Officer of the 4th Fighter Command. Harry Von Zell, will you and Colonel Frost take over?
We have it, Gayne. Now, for the past several months, it has been generally understood that the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, the WACs, would relieve the civilian volunteers of the information and filter centers. Can you tell us what the present plans happen to be?
I am happy to be able to make the first formal and authoritative announcement relative to this problem. Plans have been changed now.
Changed? You mean the WACs will not replace civilian volunteers at the filter and information centers?
Positively not. These volunteers have spent many long hours carrying on the work of the Aircraft Warning Service and have demonstrated to the War Department their willingness and ability to perform this indispensable service to the 4th Fighter Command.
Well, that's certainly true, I know.
We have just received word today from the War Department in Washington. The Commanding General of the Army Air Forces has just notified the Commanding General of the Western Defense Command that no members of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps will replace volunteers who man the Aircraft Warning Service installations in the continental United States.
In other words, the Army is pleased and satisfied with the work the civilians have done.
Yes, the most efficient kind of a job. As a matter of fact, civilian volunteers will be called upon now to perform vital services for the Aircraft Warning Service on an even larger scale.
Oh, then the AWS needs more recruits?
Positively. Any woman who can fill the necessary requirements is asked to offer her services. You see, the WACs, on the other hand, will be used by the War Department to release military personnel for service in combat areas. WACs will not be used to replace civilian volunteers who are already performing an essential service in a superior manner.
A superior manner? Just how do you mean that, Colonel Frost?
I simply mean that the civilian volunteers of the 4th Fighter Command have been doing a superior job for more than a year. As you know, Harry, superior is the highest rating we have in the Army.
Yes, I know. And you say more civilians are needed now to keep the filter centers in operation according to Army requirements.
8,000 volunteers are needed to man information and filter centers here on the Pacific Coast. They are needed as plotters, filterers, tellers, clerks, teletype operators, and in a variety of other assignments.
I see. Well, what is the War Department's attitude regarding the filling of these vital jobs?
Well, the War Department has, by this new and well-defined action, placed the responsibility of manning the filter centers and observation posts squarely upon the citizens of the Pacific Coast.
Well, now that they know where they stand, I think everyone who has served is ready to settle down in their jobs for the duration.
We of the Army believe they will continue. However, the turnover of filter center workers is large at this moment.
Turnover of personnel is higher now? Why?
For many reasons. Many men and women are joining other branches of the armed forces. Increasingly difficult domestic problems require some to leave. Countless reasons open the way for any number of civilians to share the responsibility of operating the Army's information and filter centers.
Mm-hmm. Well, how can people volunteer? Whom do they call? Where do they go to find out if they're acceptable?
They should telephone or visit their local office of civilian defense and say that they want to join the Aircraft Warning Service. It is every citizen's duty to offer his services, if he or she can possibly spare the time each week while this war is going on.
So thank you, Colonel Frost, for coming here to release that good news tonight on our Eyes Aloft program.
The artillery, the Air Corps, the Navy, the Quartermaster's Corps, they all have their own fighting song. Not so the famous infantry of the Army. They have no official song. So Jack Rock, well-known Hollywood songwriter, has just written an up-to-the-minute song for the infantry. The song has been presented to infantry headquarters in Washington for consideration. And here, Gordon Jenkins and the Hollywoodmen give the premiere performance of this catchy, exciting song, Marching Feet.
Send out the news that hobnail shoes are on the march again. Send out the word that we have heard, the cry of conquered men. We'll fly when we can, we'll ride when we can, but the chant of victory is the rhythmic beat, the marching feet of the U.S. infantry. Started marching on the morn that America was born. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Marching always with a plan for the liberty of man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Through the dust and through the snow, forward marching on we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Marching with a steady tread for the victory ahead. Here we come. Tell them to beat the drum. Tell them the infantry's marching on. Send up the cheer that we are here and on the winning side. Send up the noise that Sammy's voice will never be denied. We'll fly when we can, we'll ride when we can, but the chant of victory is the rhythmic beat, the marching feet of the U.S. infantry.
We switch controls now to Portland, Oregon, where Lieutenant Bill Hines, Executive Officer of the Portland Filter Area Ground Observer Corps, is waiting to interview Lieutenant Commander Rudolph C. Bauer, U.S. Navy. Are you there, Portland?
This is Portland. Lieutenant Hines speaking. Sitting here with me is the executive officer of the Naval Air Station at Tongue Point. He's Lieutenant Commander Rudolph Bauer, who made the daring rescue of a soldier who was the member of a crew of an Army bomber which crashed into the ocean just off Gerhardt, Oregon. When did it all happen, Commander Bauer?
Last November 20th. I'll never forget that day.
Well, your station received the call, and you took a plane and went to the rescue.
Yes, but the thing that I have thought about so many times since is the fact that my Naval Air Station received that warning call so fast.
Well, just what do you mean, sir?
I mean, It was a murky, drizzly morning. There was an overcast, and visibility was poor. Yet somebody, a civilian, saw that Army bomber crash into the ocean and knew what to do about it.
I know. The observation post at Seaside, Oregon, some 3 miles from Gerhardt, where the plane crashed, made an immediate report to the Portland Filter Center.
Yes, and there was still another report, that of a Mrs. Henry Goodrich at Gerhardt. The accident happened right out in front of her house on the beach.
How far from the shore did the plane crash into the ocean?
Well, I judge about a half a mile to a mile offshore. The pilot was evidently trying to get into land, but the headwinds were too strong.
But to go back to Mrs. Goodrich, she saw the bomber crash in the ocean. Did she call the Naval Air Station at Tongue Point?
No. She knew what to do. She called the Seaside Observation Post and reported.
Oh, but they'd seen the plane and reported it.
Yes, I know. But the observation post was 3 miles away. The accident happened right out in front of where Mrs. Goodrich lives, and she called and confirmed what the post observer...
Mr. Charles Voorhees?
I think so. Mrs. Goodrich confirmed and added to the observer's observations. He was able to make a complete report, and the nearest air station to the accident, the Naval Air Station Tongue Point, had a complete report before we took off for the search.
You say before we took off?
That's right.
Well, don't you mean you? You're the man who flew out there and rescued one of the men.
Well, I had Regiment First Class R.K. Whalen with me, and we did what we could do together.
Well, the people down in Hollywood are going to dramatize the actual facts of the incident. Shall we cut back to them? You might get a kick out of hearing just the way it all happened, Commander Bauer.
I certainly would. But first, may I say something?
Why, certainly, sir. What's that?
We of the Navy think that the observers, the Filter Center people, all of those aircraft warning service are doing a great job. If it hadn't been for those volunteers, a man's life might have been lost. As it was, 2 men died, but 2 lived after the crash.
You saved one.
And 1 swam ashore exhausted. But the man's life who was saved by the prompt reporting by the ground observers in that area must be worth every hour that any member of the Aircraft Warning Service has ever put in.
Well, thank you, Commander Bauer. And let's switch back to Hollywood and listen to the entire incident recreated. It's yours, Eyes Aloft.
Yeah, that is a plane. Awful low. Dropped something white. There's another. Must be little parachutes. It's so rainy I can't see. Better call and report. Hello, operator. Operator. Oh, Army flash. 1 unknown.
Charles Voorhees, Seaside, Oregon ground observer on duty at the time, reported the plane and the fact it was dropping some sort of parachutes. The Portland Filter Center, to whom he reported, notified the Portland Army Air Base at once. It went into immediate action.
Plane in trouble. Off the Gerhardt coast. Bad weather there. Get right down there.
Yes, sir.
The Portland Army Air Base dispatched searching planes. But Gerhardt, near Seaside, Oregon, is some 100 miles from Portland. In the meantime, Lieutenant Southern, pilot of the distressed plane, was bucking a stiff headwind, trying to fly his crippled Army bomber toward the shoreline. When his first motor quit, he was almost 50 miles from shore. Now he is less than 5, but his altitude is low.
The other men bail out?
3, yes.
Their chutes open?
1 did. The other caught on the loop antenna.
They're dead. Where is he?
Hanging onto the tail fin, I think. Riding her down piggyback.
Hey, what goes now?
Other motor given out?
That's gone. I don't think we can make it in. A bad headwind.
How far offshore are we?
About a mile. Not much more. Oh, you feel that? That one pulled our nose down.
We're going to crash.
Yeah. Any minute. We're going to... Hey, look out, Sergeant. Hold on. Brace yourself.
On the Oregon shore, a Mrs. Henry Goodrich, while walking on the beach in front of her home, saw the plane fall into the water. Then she saw no more. The sea was rough. The wind was growing. Mrs. Goodrich ran to her home to try to call the Seaside Observation Post.
A
Operator.
Number, please.
I don't know the number. I want to talk to the Seaside Ground Observer Post there in the promenade. And hurry, please.
I'm sorry. I cannot connect you with that number. That's a military line.
You have to connect me. This is an emergency.
Emergency?
Yes, I just saw an airplane, an Army bomber, I think, crash into the ocean.
I can't connect you with the post, but I'll report to them. However, they've already made the report to the filter center.
In but a matter of minutes after the Army bomber had fallen into the sea, a call reached the Tongue Point Naval Air Station near Astoria. The call reached Executive Officer Lieutenant Commander Rudolph Bauer.
Hey, get a plane warmed up at once. I'll fly a Grumman amphibian. Have it ready. I'll be right down. Okay, goodbye.
What's the trouble, Commander Bauer?
A plane crashed in the ocean off the Gerhardt Beach.
Whose plane?
Report didn't say.
Where'd the report come from?
One of those aircraft warning service posts saw the plane fall. Posted seaside. Say, I gotta get on the plane.
You flying out, Commander?
Sure. Look, call Whalen. Tell him to report at once.
Yes, sir.
Sea's heavy. Crash plane isn't gonna have much chance of holding together in this weather. I hope we can get the crew off it, if they're still alive.
Lieutenant Commander Bauer, U.S. Navy, flew out within 11 minutes after the plane had crashed. Accompanied by Radio Man First Class R.K. Whalen, Commander Bauer flew a single-motored Navy amphibian out toward Gerhardt, Oregon Beach. They flew low over the turbulent water. The ocean was a vast expanse of chop and whitecaps. At last, Commander Bauer sighted the wreckage less than a quarter of a mile from shore. He circled. Then, Commander Bauer saw a man swimming in the water below.
We're gonna land, Whalen. Brace yourself.
Can we make it?
I don't know. We can land, but I don't know if we can take off again. Hold tight.
Yes, sir.
We gotta try to pick up that man down there in the water. If we can get him, we can taxi back or wait for a Coast Guard boat or something. Hold on. Here we go into a trough. Never mind. I'll try to hold her nose into the wind and keep us from upsetting. Climb out there on the wing. Try to reach that boy. Hurry it up, Whalen.
Yes, sir.
With Commander Bauer trying to hold his light seaplane steady, Radio Man Whalen climbed over the wing, lay on his belly, and fished down into the sea where an exhausted Sergeant Bill Dart was making his last fight for life. Whalen finally succeeded in pulling the nearly drowned man onto the wing.
Yeah, here we come, buddy.
There we are. Good work, Whalen. Now pull him over. Put him in the rear cockpit if you can make it. Sorry I can't leave the controls. Come help if we be settled.
I'll make it with him, all right.
All right, come on, boy.
You're okay now.
All right, a little more.
Radio Man Whalen succeeded in getting the member from the wrecked bomber into the cockpit. By superhuman efforts and great skill, Lieutenant Commander Bauer tried for a takeoff. And he made it. In less than 30 minutes from the time the report was made, one member of the wrecked bomber was ashore in the hospital at the Tongue Point Naval Air Base.
How about it, Doctor? Will the boy live?
Well, he was more drowned than alive when you brought him in, Commander.
I say, will he live?
For the first 2 hours, he didn't have a pulse. Or at least we couldn't find it. Now he's coming around nicely.
Oh, thank heavens.
Oh, when he gets better, he can thank you, Commander.
Oh, not me. I just went out there. If the observers at that observation post hadn't seen the crash and reported it as fast as they did, well, I nor anyone else could have gotten there in time to do anything. Now, Sergeant Dart can thank those observers for saving his life.
Yeah. You know, the pilot, Lieutenant Southern, got ashore okay. Word came in about an hour ago.
How is he?
Completely exhausted. Infantry beach patrol boys pulled him out of the breakers. Lucky for him, they were on hand.
Yeah. What about the other 3 men? Any report?
No, not yet. I guess they didn't make it.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll take a plane and go back out and look some more.
You've gone back 3 times, Commander. Weather's worse now. You better not try it.
Well, I'll go back and look once more. There's always a chance.
Though Navy, Army, and Coast Guard spent the remainder of the day searching, only 2 of the bomber crew came out alive. The pilot who swam ashore, the sergeant who was picked up at sea by Lieutenant Commander Bauer. His life was saved. Saved by Lieutenant Commander Bauer, who was able to get to the scene of tragedy so quickly because the Seaside Observation Post so efficiently made a report of the accident. Today, a soldier thanks the Ground Observer Corps for his life.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Tonight, Major Gomer Lewis makes the presentation. Major Lewis.
On guard day and night means on guard every minute, every second of the day and night. By the quick and intelligent action of a ground observer at the Seaside, Oregon observation post, it was possible to save the life last November 20th of a young flying sergeant. For diligence, for efficiency, and for clear thinking, we salute the Seaside, Oregon observation post and proudly present the personnel of that post with this week's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
This is Gayne Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 valiant Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be ever safe from enemy attacks by air.
Don't forget to send in your 100-word entry to the Why Do I Come Here contest. Send entries to Eyes Aloft, Hollywood. And if San Francisco women would like to offer their services to the Filter Center, they should immediately call Exbrook 5998. Eyes Aloft is written and directed by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Harry Von Zell charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on good.
This program comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Army flash. 1, multimotor, high, scene, 15 Lucy 4, overhead, southeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, present the premiere of this new series of Monday evening programs, honoring the 150,000 volunteer observers and filter center workers, whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we're helping protect the USA.
During this program, and with the sanction of G2 Army Intelligence, we switch controls to an unknown address in San Francisco, where General W.E. Kepner, Chief of the 4th Fighter Command, and his staff officers will honor 8 outstanding civilian volunteers who have come from Washington, Oregon, and California for the ceremony. Also, the new 4th Fighter Command Allegiance Pledge will be given by Colonel John Gray to a mass listening audience of observers and filter center workers gathered around radio sets from the Puget Sound to the Mexican border. Now, may we present the well-known radio, motion picture, and newsreel commentator, Gayne Whitman. Recently, Gayne Whitman has participated in the making of 17 Army pictures at the Walt Disney Studios, entitled The Identification of Aircraft. We present Gayne Whitman.
Thank you, Larry Keating. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the summer of 1941, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces planned a coast-wide border-to-border practice maneuver. For the first time in American military history, civilians were to become participants in the war games. Quietly, swiftly, the Army went at the gigantic task of organizing civilian forces. Army officers called upon leaders in every coastal county of the states of Washington, Oregon, California, and Arizona. For example, in Merced County, in Northern California's bountiful San Joaquin Valley, an Army officer one morning paid an unannounced call upon Mr. Joe Gastel, owner of the local Ford agency in Merced. August 1941.
Beg pardon, are you Mr. Gastel?
That's right.
Captain Underwood's my name. I'm attached to the 4th Fighter Command. I'd like to talk with you.
Chair?
Thanks.
What have I done to run amok with the Army, Captain?
Well, Mr. Gastel, your name was furnished to me by the State Civilian Defense Office.
My name was?
Yes, the Civilian Defense Office has been working closely with the 4th Fighter Command in this state. And we want the help of men like you.
Yeah. Well, sure, anything I can do. The Army needs my help?
To organize a group of volunteer workers in your county. We're planning war maneuvers which will begin December 11th of this year.
Well, that's quite a while off.
Only a few months. We have to enlist a big staff of volunteer civilian workers. Train them for the job they're to do.
What job is that, sir?
The Army wants civilian forces to operate a closely knit coastwise border-to-border aircraft warning service.
This sounds like a big thing, Captain Underwood.
It is. There'll be thousands of observation posts set up at vantage points. Civilian watchers will operate these posts 24 hours a day.
Oh, during the period of the war games?
Yes. They'll report by telephone directly to filter centers. Any airplane they see or hear.
Yeah? Well, what's a filter center, Captain?
Well, I can't tell you much about our filter centers, Mr. Gasdale. They're more or less secret.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, when we get these war games started, civilian observers will call into these centers and report all airplanes they see.
Oh?
Officers at the filter centers will either identify those planes as friendly or as enemy.
What happens if they're enemy, Captain?
Don't worry. After the civilian observers have warned us, the Army will take care of the rest.
Yeah, sure.
Well, what do you say, Mr. Gasdale? I put you down as county organizer for Merced County?
Say, I wouldn't miss a chance to help out on a thing like this for anything.
There'll be no compensation. You won't even get expense money for running your car.
I'll be working for my country, won't I?
Yes, Mr. Gasdale. You'll be working for your country.
What do I do? When do I start? Let's get this thing rolling. Say the war games start December 11th, Captain?
Yes, December 11th, Joe. That's when the war games will start.
For 4.5 intense months, the 4th Fighter Command worked with local civic leaders. The Ground Observer Corps was organized. It was a tightly formed system and intersystem of thousands of observation posts, filter stations, information centers. This Ground Observer Corps would, when the time came, activate Army aircraft, coast artillery, searchlight systems, anti-aircraft batteries, set into immediate motion a vast and intricate maze of military defense units. At last, all was ready to test. The system was to be tried December 11th. The war games to be started, but... On December 7th, a tyrant nation started a different sort of war game. A real war game. Sunday morning, December 7th, 1941. The Hawaiian Islands. Honolulu. The dastardly bombing of Pearl Harbor by the Japanese. Sunday morning, here in a trusting, believing America, people went about their way as usual. Those who weren't at church perhaps were relaxing in front rooms of homes. Sunday papers scattered about. Children reading funnies spread out on the floor. Wives in the kitchen contemplating the Sunday dinner menu. Such a Sunday morning it was in this typical Pacific Coast American home.
Daddy, Bill won't let me have the part of the funny paper with Blondie.
Oh, now, what's the matter with you, Bill?
Oh.
Give your sister the part with Blondie.
Here.
Henry,
Yeah?
what are you doing?
Reading.
You promised to clean the garage today.
I said some Sunday, not this Sunday.
Well, you just go put on some old clothes and get at it.
Oh, now, Martha.
And while you're out there, get the Christmas tree ornaments down off that top shelf.
Why clean the garage? Everybody just gets it all messed up again. Yeah, I'm going to see what's on the radio for a minute. Yeah.
Henry, why do you always stall?
I just see what the radio has to say.
Henry, if you don't turn that radio off and go clean that garage, I won't cook dinner.
Hear that, Martha? Sky Lombardo. Her favorite orchestra.
You ought to get the symphony.
I'm not very good at listening to symphony. Anyway, Sunday's a day for rest tonight.
We interrupt this program for a news flash from Washington, D.C. One moment, please.
Hey, what goes?
At 7:36 a.m. Hawaiian time this morning, Japanese planes dropped bombs on the Pearl Harbor Naval Base in Honolulu. What? Many civilians, as well as Army and Navy personnel, are believed dead. Amount of destruction unknown.
Good Lord, man.
Keep tuned to this station for latest news developments. We return you to the program to which you were listening.
Please, Henry, turn it off.
Yeah. I've told you before, Martha. I never trusted those dirty Japs.
But I just can't believe it.
Well, what's happened, Daddy? The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor.
That'll mean war for us, won't it, Henry?
Yeah. That'll mean war for us. Now, don't get jittery.
Well, answer the phone.
Yeah, it's probably just Jack Miller calling to see if I heard the news.
Will Daddy have to go to war, Mother?
I don't know. Not for a while. Don't you worry, Betty.
Yeah? This is Henry Smith. Oh, who? Oh, yes. Now? Me, huh?
What is it, Henry?
Oh, you bet. I'm glad to. Yes, I'll put on my coat and be right up. You bet. Goodbye.
Where are you going, Henry?
I don't want Daddy to go anywhere and leave us.
Now, Martin, children, this is no time for a display of nerves.
Yes, but where are you going?
That was Phil Lockhart. He's chief observer of our post.
Oh.
He's calling observers to man the post. Say it's 4 days ahead of December 11th. But the aircraft warning service is going right into operation anyway.
This won't be the play war as you'd planned it.
No, Martha. This is the real McCoy. We'll be watching for real enemy planes now. I got to get my leather jacket. It gets cold up on that hill.
You don't know when you'll be back?
I'll be there as long as they need me. Gosh, Martha. Just think.
What?
The honor I just got tossed at me. I'll be standing guard on the first doggone shift.
Yes.
Yeah. Gee, kid. You ought to be proud of your old dad now.
Up and down the Pacific coast, in every city, town, village, and hamlet, civilian men and women observers were called to duty that Sunday morning. Thousands of women left whatever they were doing, hurried to the dozen or more nerve centers, the filler stations in key cities. The Army supervised the job. The people of the country, volunteers, were working in civilian clothes as part of the Army of the United States. Though they wore no uniforms of khaki, they knew on that ominous Sunday that they, too, were members of the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces.
In this series of Eyes Aloft programs, we will dramatize the true life stories of those patient, valiant American men and women who, in many cases, at great personal sacrifice, have unselfishly stood the long, weary, uneventful day and night watches as observers, or have sat hour on end with telephones clamped to their heads, waiting for the approach of the enemy by air, ready to swing into action and instantly warn the rest of this nation. It is to those 150,000 volunteer civilians of the Army Air Forces we dedicate these programs and call out the watchword, Eyes Aloft.
Now, we switch controls to an unknown address in San Francisco. This morning, 8 distinguished aircraft warning service workers from Washington, Oregon, Northern California, and Southern California regions arrived in San Francisco. Each of those persons has served at least 500 hours for the Army. They are to be recognized for their service. Also, throughout the Pacific Coast area at this very moment, thousands of other workers are gathered in meetings where radio sets release this Eyes Aloft program. They, too, will participate in the impressive ceremony which will now follow. Now to San Francisco, where waits General W.E. Kepner, Commanding General of the 4th Fighter Command, his staff officers, Colonel Ernest S. Moon and Colonel John Gray, and the 8 distinguished volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service. With permission of G2, Army Intelligence, we switch controls to unknown address, San Francisco.
May I present General W.E. Kepner, Chief of the 4th Fighter Command. General Kepner.
In 1775, an American patriot rode on horseback through a dismal night, giving warning of the approach of enemy troops from Boston. Today, with telephones instead of horses, 150,000 modern Paul Reveres stand the constant vigil to instantly warn our nation of the possible approach of another enemy.
It is to these 150,000 volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service that the Army pays tribute tonight. Standing before me are 8 distinguished representatives of our vast civilian Army. Tonight, they and others are to receive the coveted 500-hour service medal. Colonel Gray, will you please read the names of these 8 workers who are present at this ceremony tonight?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Milford K. Kingsbury, Seattle, Washington.
I am a supervisor at the Seattle Information Center.
Mrs. Murray McCauley, Forks, Washington.
I am a ground observer in Clallam County.
Mrs. Mildred Feinberg, Portland, Oregon.
I am a supervisor at the Portland Information Center.
Mrs. Faye McKay, Coos Bay, Oregon.
I am a ground observer in Coos County.
Mrs. Alice Jean Jackson, San Francisco, California.
I am a raid clerk at the San Francisco Information Center.
Mr. Burton M. Doolittle, Carmel, California.
I'm a ground observer in Monterey County.
Mrs. Betsy Moore, Los Angeles, California.
I am a teletype supervisor at the Los Angeles Information Center.
Mr. Thomas Wilkes, Wildemar, California.
I am a ground observer in Riverside County.
Now, before Colonel Moon reads the citation, our announcer will give a few instructions to our listeners.
These instructions are directed in particular to the hundreds of aircraft warning service meetings being held at this moment throughout the Pacific Coast area. Will the following persons rise to their feet? Observers and filter center workers who have served 500 hours or more. County directors, area supervisors, and chief observers who have served 6 months or more. You will also receive your medals at this time and accept the citation. All right, General Kepner.
Colonel Moon, will you read the citation?
Yes, General. For patience, stamina, diligence, for unselfish service to country, the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces awards to the worthy the 500-hour service medal.
Now will every member of the Aircraft Warning Service, except those on duty wherever you are, at home or at one of the many meetings, please stand and repeat with us the Oath of Allegiance as given by Colonel Gray.
The 4th Fighter Command Oath of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
To the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces.
To the 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces.
And to the mission with which it is charged.
And to the mission with which it is charged.
The protection of the Pacific Coast and of the nation.
The protection of the Pacific Coast and of the nation.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
From invasion by enemy aircraft.
This is General Kepner congratulating the 150,000 of you who are soldiers of the United States as surely as we who have the honor and the privilege of wearing the Army's uniform.
We return the Eyes Aloft program to Hollywood.
Now, true life stories of the Ground Observer Corps. Perhaps you will hear your story tonight or in the broadcasts to come. Southern Oregon, night. A post located in what was once the garage on the Elvin Cloak Ranch, just 5 miles out of Roseburg. Lieutenant Truman Runyon, Grand Observation Officer of that area, making his inspection rounds, drives up in front of the building in an Army carryall.
I've got the motor, Sergeant. I'll be here to visit for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Nice warm night.
Swell.
Well, I'll go on in. There's a light on the post here.
Hello out there. Who is it?
Lieutenant Runyon.
Oh, yes. Come in, Lieutenant. Glad to see you.
Hi, Mr. Cloak.
Just right. Slipping up on us in the middle of the night like this, thought you'd catch the post without anybody on duty, didn't you? Eh?
Yeah, I know there's always somebody on duty at this post. Swell night, isn't it?
Fine. Fine night.
Hey, how's hay?
Hay's good, if we can ever get it cut.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Can't hire farm labor, Lieutenant. Everybody's gone to work in the shipyards or the defense factories or been drafted.
Yeah. Any trouble manning the post these days, Mr. Cloak?
Well, we had some trouble.
Much?
Well, we have a good post here. People have the spirit, but they got to get in their hay.
Mm-hmm.
Most folks are working pretty hard in the fields, helping their neighbors, too.
What about the women?
Well, they got their canning to do, kids to take care of, and some of the women are even helping in the hay fields.
I guess you're trying to tell me a lot of your observers aren't showing up these days and nights, huh?
Well, for a few days, some of us were having to stand quite a few extra shifts.
A few days?
Yes. But things are running smooth again now. Nearly everybody's back on their shifts, even if they are pretty tired.
Well, what'd you do, Mr. Cloak?
I'll let my wife tell you about that. Come on inside the post.
Oh, is Mrs. Cloak around?
Yes.
Good.
Right inside here. Working a crossword puzzle. She's keeping watch with me this shift. Come on in. Lieutenant Runyon, Mother.
Oh, dear. And he caught me working my puzzle.
How are you, Mrs. Cloak?
Fine. Just fine.
Say, there's that old gray bobtail cat still hanging around, huh? Well, Kent.
Mother, I was just telling Lieutenant how we kind of flipped our observer's problem here. Show him Wally's letter.
I tacked it up over the desk, Elvin. Here, see?
Oh, it's from your son, Lieutenant Wallace Cloak.
Wally's with the Marines. Mother, you read in that one paragraph that counts, the part people talked about?
Oh, now, Elvin.
Yeah, I want to hear what convinced your post observers they ought to keep at this thing.
Well, here, Lieutenant, this part. This is what Wallace wrote to us. He says, say, Mother and Dad, don't underestimate the importance of you aircraft watchers.
That makes me a little sheepish. I wrote the boy telling him what we were doing. I guess I said it didn't amount to much.
Do you want me to read this, Elvin?
Pardon me, Mother. Go ahead.
Wally goes on. I imagine it takes a lot of patience to always be sitting there on the alert and just watching and listening. But tell the folks at home to keep it up. If you ground observers warn us when those Jap bandits are coming, we'll get our planes up in the air and do the rest. Leave it to us. Wish I was there to help with haying. Is Minnie the bobtail cat still hanging around the post? Well, this is all for now. Love, your son, Wally.
That's the part Mother showed around, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I guess that would kind of convince folks that they're doing a necessary job. Since it came from a boy who'll be knocking the Japs out of the skies, if he's warned ahead of time by his home folks. Yeah.
Last December 8, 1941, when the Ground Observer Corps was just being activated, a community in Douglas County, Oregon, found themselves faced with a different problem. The small and well-to-do farming community of Camas Valley is nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains. Winter. At the time, Camas Valley was supposed to support two observation posts. One atop Dutchman Butte, the other up on Live Oak Mountain. 3 feet of snow and ice made it impossible for observers to negotiate the daily trips to the posts. So an observers' meeting was called by the post organizer, John Stanley.
Let's keep the meeting in order, folks. It's getting late. How are we going to settle our problem now?
Well, John, I don't see how we're going to keep those posts running this winter.
What do we do? Call up the Army and tell them we're going to fall down on the job?
Oh, we got to find some way.
Yeah, but you can't even get a horse up the last 2 miles on Dutchman Butte now. Too much snow and ice.
Well, there's a road up the top of Live Oak Mountain if we can keep it open this winter.
There's over 2 feet of snow on Live Oak as 'tis, John.
John.
Who spoke up then? I didn't see.
Me, Ed Bushnell.
Oh, yeah. You any suggestion, Ed?
Well, I kind of think our community shouldn't fall down on this job for the Army. I hate to think other towns and communities were keeping their posts open and Camas Valley couldn't take care of ours.
Yeah. What do you think we should do, Ed?
I'm going to have some free time for a while this winter. I'll go up and live on Dutchman Butte.
Well, that's fine, Ed, but you think you can spare all that time?
I guess it's for a good thing, John. I can spare the time. Of course, maybe somebody else would put in some time with me. After all, a fella can't keep watch 24 hours a day.
Well, no, maybe we can get somebody else to go up there with you.
That night, as the town meeting progressed, others did volunteer to take week-long shifts, with Ed Bushnell, the man who offered to keep the Dutchman Butte post open throughout the winter. There were the Harding brothers, Jerry, 18 years old, and Jack, 20. And Vic Stanley, 15, offered to spend every third week up there with Ed Bushnell. But there was still the problem of how to keep Live Oak Mountain Post in operation. The meeting had gone on till nearly midnight when...
Now, let's keep quiet, folks. We've taken up a collection to maintain the two posts, and so far tonight we've got $380, and that's good. Now, what about Live Oak Post?
John?
Oh, yes, Miss Stanley.
Some of us women have been talking together back here. We'll man Live Oak Post this winter.
Oh, no, that's no place for us.
Now, look, if you'll get me up there, I'll go up and live this winter.
It isn't a job for a woman, Mrs. Stanley.
I said I'd go up there and keep the post open this winter. Now, my girls, Bonnie Jean and Dorothy, will come up for a week each. And Mrs. Elsie Baker and Mrs. Martindale say they'll come up when they can for a week.
Mother just said I could help.
Well, Quinta Cole has volunteered as a relief for you, too, Miss Stanley.
Well, fine. I'm glad to have Quinta. And anybody else who's willing. Now, I'll be ready to start up to Live Oak Mountain tomorrow morning.
On the following morning, two parties started out from the town of Camas Valley with winter supplies. The men went to Dutchman Butte. The other group, the women, Mrs. Phillips Stanley and her young daughter, Bonnie Jean, accompanied by a group of men to get them up to Live Oak Mountain and settled. Toward noon, the little party finally reached the wind-blown crest of Live Oak Mountain. Reached the little cabin there. Found the door jammed shut by ice.
All right, put your shoulder against the door, Jim, and push. That's it.
Girls, get in here. Come on. Oh, it's good to get out of that wind. Oh, I thought for a while we'd never make it, Mother.
Well, let's get organized here. Jim, you get the kindling, build a fire in the heater.
Yeah.
Miss Stanley, how about you and Bonnie making us some coffee?
Oh, I'll do that.
You and the men bring in the supplies, the food and the blankets and stuff.
Yeah, sure. John.
Yeah?
Look out of these windows here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We can see all over God's country.
Yes, Mrs. Stanley. You can see all over God's country.
Our country. It's beautiful down there, isn't it?
Got a little extra snow this year, didn't we?
It's little enough we can do coming up here to keep watch over a land like that down below us.
There, Mother, you mustn't cry.
Mrs. Stanley.
You're young, Bonnie Jean. You don't quite understand yet all that some of us do. But you're helping. Yes, you're helping, too. What am I doing standing here crying like an old...
Right.
Come on, now, let's get that fire built. Let's get some coffee brewing.
On Christmas Eve, Mrs. Phillips Stanley had served 16 days on icy Live Oak Mountain. At midnight, their telephone rang. Mrs. Baker, who was with Mrs. Stanley that week, answered.
Heavens, that startled me.
I'll get it, Mrs. Stanley. Hello?
Merry Christmas up there! Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas!
You see any planes yet?
Not yet.
Well, keep watching. Down here, we're all thinking of you.
Yes, we'll keep watching.
Oh, Mrs. Baker, hold the phone down so both you and Mrs. Stanley can hear something.
Well... Mrs. Stanley.
Yes?
Come up here, close.
What?
They want us both to hear something.
Well, what is it they want?
Hello, girls, way up there. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Well, some of the folks here in town, all of us who were observers till you took over, well, we've gathered here at the telephone office. We want to sing you a Merry Christmas. Now, just a second while we get started here.
Oh, isn't that Merry Christmas?
From December 9th to February 25th, for 72 long days and nights, Mrs. Phillips Stanley and her 5 relief observers kept vigil at Live Oak's post. And Ed Bushnell and his 3 observers kept Dutchman Butte post going. When the trails were again negotiable to daily travel, other observers came to relieve them and carry on the vital work. And mind this, not once in those 72 days did those courageous people sight or report a single airplane. Discouraging, they say not. Useless? No. They were ready, waiting, watching, on duty, ready to do their part to help warn the nation of the possible approach of the enemy by air. They saw to it that the two Camas Valley posts carried on according to routine schedule.
Each week, in cooperation with the Army Air Corps 4th Fighter Command, we present the beautiful Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some observation post or filter center for outstanding service performed.
Here in our Hollywood studios, Captain Russell Z. Smith, Ground Observation Officer of the Southern California region, will make the award to the Ground Observer Corps unit, selected this week to receive the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Captain Smith.
This week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to Camas Valley Post for solving a seemingly insurmountable community problem, for keeping that post in operation day and night as an integral unit of our national defense.
Next week at the same hour, tune in again for another thrilling human interest broadcast of Eyes Aloft. Good night now, and remember, Eyes Aloft. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army Flash. 1, multi-motor, high, scene, 15, Lucy 4, overhead, southeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with the West Coast radio stations, presents this new series of Monday evening programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight we bring you a gala second edition of Eyes Aloft. You'll hear the weekly presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award. Dramatized true stories about observation posts and filter centers. The orchestra and sportsman quartet will do a full arrangement of the lilting new Eyes Aloft theme song, which was written by Gordon Jenkins. And you'll hear from one of the 4th Fighter Command's most famous observers, motion picture star Henry Fonda. Here now, your Eyes Aloft narrator, the well-known radio, motion picture, and newsreel commentator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Do you like mystery yarns? Well, our first true story tonight comes from the state of Washington. We have titled it, The Strange Case of the Capitol Dome. The gray granite dome of the Capitol building in Olympia, Washington, rises 280 feet above the grounds below. Within the crown of the dome is a stone-pillared cupola. The cupola is open to the weather. In winter, icy gales drive constantly about the tower of this monument to government. Inside of the dark dome and leading up to the cupola is a winding spiral staircase of steel. On last January 13th, a man and a woman, bundled in heavy clothing, laboriously climbed the spiral steps.
176.
177.
Mildred, you're catching cold.
Go on, Phil. Go on. We're nearly at the top.
178. 179. 180.
Phil, you sneezed.
No, I didn't. Something just tickled my nose.
Of all the places to have a lookout post. Well, go on.
I gotta rest a second. Now, the country is one thing and the Army's another. But people won't keep on coming up here on the top of this dome to catch their death of pneumonia.
Well, somebody has to keep these watches. Go on. We're right here at the top almost.
181. 182.
Well, here we are at the top.
Open the door.
Yeah. Step out, Mildred.
Yeah.
Come on. People on duty up here can't even hear us on account of the wind.
Well, I'm sick of this whole useless thing. What do we do up here? Telephone to somebody about a lot of silly planes flying around in the skies.
Mildred.
Oh, I didn't mean that. But if a few more people would only help keep the watches.
Yeah. Too few are doing too much.
Well, don't try to take bows for what we're doing, Phil.
Gosh, it's cold up here. Oh, there they are. Come on. Well, we got here.
You're about 5 minutes early.
Well, it's windy, isn't it, Mr. Hedberg?
Good thing there's a railing. We'd get blown off. How are you tonight, Mrs. Travers?
I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Hedberg. Excuse me. I know some women can't climb those 182 steps up here, and some shouldn't be trying it. You've got to move this observation post, or it's going to fail.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right.
Carl Hedberg, service manager for Talcott Brothers, oldest jewelry store in the state of Washington, is the chief observer in Olympia. He knew after 60 days that the post was failing, would fail completely if it weren't moved from the Capitol dome. On the 1st of February, Carl Hedberg started promoting. He went to Thad Pierce, manager of one of Olympia's leading hotels.
Thad, your hotel here is 6 stories high. There's a good view from your roof.
Sure. What are you getting at, Carl?
I want to build a little observation shack up on your roof.
Oh. Well, you see, Carl...
And I want to start construction right away. It's for the protection of the community, you know.
I know, but I'm afraid my insurance rate would jump if I opened my roof to traffic.
You want to check on that point, Thad?
Well, sure I will, right away.
And if the rate doesn't increase, can we build our observation post up there?
Why, certainly. Only too glad to cooperate. Certainly.
Good. Say, if you're that willing to cooperate, Thad, I might give you the honor of taking over a regular observer's watch.
Next, Carl Hedberg called on the Nyack Lumber Company and the Washington Veneer Company. Presented his problem. Those two companies willingly donated the lumber for the little shack. The Carpenters Union agreed to supply free labor to build it. But one obstacle remained. The lumber had to be raised to the roof of the hotel. Carl Hedberg presented this problem to one of his most reliable and cooperative observers, local police judge Ray Ostrander.
Well, why don't we do it ourselves, Carl?
Well, I guess that's one way to get it done.
You know anything about hauling lumber up to the top of a 6-story hotel roof?
Oh, gosh, no, Ray. I'm a jeweler.
Mm-hmm. Well, guess first we need some ropes, block and tackle.
Yeah, I wonder where I can go to borrow stuff like that.
I'll get it somewhere. You've been putting in enough of your time on this job without any too much help either.
How about borrowing our block and tackle from Western Heating Company?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Haskett's a city commissioner. He can't very well turn us down on a deal like ours.
Yeah. Say, when will we do this lumber hoisting job, Carl?
How about tonight? This is Saturday. Going any place, Ray?
No, nowhere I can't cancel. This is important.
I can meet you in the alley back of the hotel at 9 tonight. How's that?
All right. We're all closed.
Sure. Say, suppose we need a city permit to do a job like that?
Well, let's do it. Find out later. I'll go and round up the tackle now.
Yeah, the lumber will be delivered this afternoon.
Well, see you tonight at 9 in the alley, Carl.
Okay, Ray. At 9.
Okay.
Too bad we don't have a light to see what we're doing, huh?
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing. There'll be a lot of people come to ask questions. Say, I feel like a second story man.
You look like one. There. I think that load's tied together tight now.
Well, I hope so. I'll go on back up to the roof now, Ray. Say, this is kind of fun, isn't it, Ray?
Well, I've spent less entertaining Saturday nights. Go on, get up on the roof. We'll haul our first load up.
Okay. Give me 5 minutes.
Right on.
Ready up there, Carl?
Let her come.
I'll haul. You handle the guideline.
Here we go.
Yep. Here comes the first load.
Ray, you better take it easy for a minute.
I'm not tired.
I think there's something wrong with the load.
What's wrong with it?
I can't see. The lumber's loose or else... Hey, look out. The load's come loose.
What?
Run, get out of the way.
Can't hear what you're saying.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You didn't get hit?
No. Don't look now, but we just broke the back window to Kepner's Floral Company. Hey, somebody's coming.
Hey, what's going on down this alley?
What's it to you?
Oh, Robert, breaking windows, huh? Oh, what's going on down there, Ray?
We've been apprehended. Shall I stay here and let the police take me, or shall I run and hide?
Alley, officer.
Here they come.
All right, buddy, we got you.
Okay, you got me. What are you going to do with me?
Breaking out alley store windows, are you?
Looks like it.
What's going on down there? Are those policemen?
They aren't senators, Ray.
Sergeant, he's got an accomplice up on the roof of the hotel. Hey, what kind of a job are you guys trying to pull? And quit laughing.
I can't. I'm too embarrassed. I feel like a schoolboy caught in the jam.
Come on. Let's get over to the station. You can tell the judge all about it.
You mind if I call to Jimmy Valentine up there on the roof?
Well, hurry it up.
Hey, Carl. Yeah? Drop over to the police station later and see how you like me behind bars.
Wait for me. I'll be right down.
Hey, wait a minute. Have you got a flashlight, Sergeant? I just went out and got it out of the car. Give it here a minute. Yeah, sure. Here. Turn this thing on and see what this man looks like. There. Hey.
Hello, officer.
Judge Ostrander.
Nice night for a murder, eh, boys?
Oh, but what are you doing back here in this dark alley? What's all this pile of lumber and junk?
Well, boys, Carl Hedberg and I are just trying to do a little something for the community, and so far we've kind of messed it up. Oh, we'll pay for the broken window. Now, look, officers, I think I can explain everything. Let's just keep this one off the record, shall we?
Yeah. All right.
Through the efforts of Chief Observer Carl Hedberg, Ray Ostrander, and a few others like him, the observation post was built atop the hotel. It is accessible and comfortable. 115 observers report regularly as three captains, Ray Ostrander, Ernest Miner, and Harland Graver, keep the crews flowing evenly. But had the post been left in the dome of the Capitol building, it no doubt would have been destined to utter failure. Tonight, we pay tribute to Carl Hedberg for being a wise and energetic chief observer. We salute all who have made Observation Post Olympia 57 an outstanding success.
Although Eyes Aloft made its initial appearance on the air lanes last Monday night, already we've had a great many inquiries about our theme song. It's a stirring song written especially for the 4th Fighter Command's Aircraft Warning Service by one of America's most successful writers of hits, Gordon Jenkins, who is also our orchestra conductor. Now, because so many have asked to hear it in its entirety, Gordon Jenkins and the Sportsmen present a special arrangement of Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Situated in the geographical center of the Pacific Coast area in Coos County, Oregon, is the tiny little town of McKinley. We feel that there's something about McKinley Post and the people of McKinley community that is typical of the spirit of the Ground Observer Corps. A gravel road winds through a beautiful and tight little mountain valley. In a forest-clad hollow, little more than half a mile wide, is McKinley. The post is a little frame building standing beneath a large old cherry tree. John O'Sullivan is chief observer.
There in the heart of the little community today stands a typical observation post, carrying on 24 hours a day, though very few planes are ever reported. On April 30th, someone brought a notebook and left it at the post. The book became the diary of the watchers. The things that are written in it are beautiful, sincere, inspiring, truly patriotic. Each week, we will read some brief entry made by a McKinley Post observer in this diary. Let's see. This is the way the little book begins.
An off-the-record diary of McKinley Observation Post, beginning April 30th, 1942, and ending who knows when. Darn those Japs. Page 1. A very sad beginning to our diary. Just heard that one of our most faithful observers lost 2 fingers in a mill accident. Our sympathy to you, Howard Koch.
We turn to another entry a few days later.
I am so glad to be a member of this little post, and thank everyone for their kindness during our misfortune. Howard is doing nicely now. I am watching from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m. Hope the Japs don't come tonight. Lucille Koch.
And one more entry. Monday, May 11th, 1942.
At 11 p.m., my son Forrest woke me and got into bed. As I got up, I called his attention to the strange light in the north and northeast. The aurora borealis. At 11:30, the electric power failed. I wrapped myself in a blanket and prepared for a night in the dark. The light in the north increased. At midnight, I easily could see the clock hands when I turned the face of the clock toward the east window. A cold electric heater reflected a spot of light. The star Vega in Lyra seemed to twinkle faster than I ever noticed before. At 12:26, the electric light came on, and the heater soon warmed my feet. I returned to reading the adventures of the Albee family in Yukon, as described in the May National Geographic magazine. At 1 a.m., the sky became cloudy, stars being obscured. Now, 4 a.m., a gentle rain on the roof. Here is a little poem I've written while sitting here tonight. When once more the dove of peace shall quiet the thundering guns of death, and we hear the songs of gladness pouring out in every breath, you will gain much satisfaction from belonging to the hosts of courageous men and women at our observation posts. Signed, T.S. Easton.
Now, here is Ken Carpenter to chat for a few minutes with one of the most famous observers in the Aircraft Warning Service. Star of the screen and observer at Brentwood, California post, Henry Fonda.
Well, Hank, how do you find time to make all the pictures you do and still serve as an observer?
Well, how does a farmer find time to do all his work and still serve as an observer, Ken?
Well, I see what you mean. You know, I think more people should be contributing their services to this fine volunteer civilian work.
Yes. Too few are doing too much. Of course, I think maybe a lot of people don't know about the Ground Observer Corps.
Well, it's about time some of them find out and offer to share the work.
I think it's an American privilege to be a ground observer, Ken.
When did you start?
Oh, sometime in the latter part of last December.
You've been at it almost from the beginning, then.
I remember I started on Christmas Eve.
Oh? And I suppose you missed having a Christmas tree with your family.
No, this year we postponed our tree till Christmas morning so I could handle my watch. You know, Ken, they nailed me to handle a New Year's Eve shift, too.
They really give you the big holidays, don't they?
That's okay with me. I'm not a nightclub boy. The Fondas always watch the old year out right in their own home.
Only this year you were at the OP. Say, about how many planes a month does your Brentwood Post report?
Well, I don't know how many a month, but during the day when the women are on watch, they report as many as 100 an hour.
100 an hour? Man, they must keep those lines to the filter center hot.
Of course, I usually take the night shift, midnight to 4 a.m. I'm sort of like some of the folks up in Northern California. Back in the hills, I don't get to report many planes.
Well, do you know about how many you have reported in the 7 or 8 months you've been on the job?
Yeah, about 4. But an Army officer once told me it's just as important to the system to turn in no reports as to turn in any.
How do you mean?
Well, I mean what counts is having somebody there on duty to make a report if a plane is sighted.
Well, gosh, Henry, if you serve from midnight to 4 a.m. and picture people have to be on the set at 5 or 6 in the morning, you don't get much sleep the nights you watch.
No, I usually just stop by home, have a cup of coffee, and then get right out to the studio.
Just one more thing before we wind this up, Hank. What do you think most important to the operation of a successful post?
Most important?
I mean, what pitfalls should observers watch for in this work?
Well, there's one thing that really burns me up.
Well, what's that?
The observer who won't take the trouble to learn how to call in a concise, accurate report of a plane.
Are there different ways to call in a report?
Certainly, a right and a wrong way. And if an observer calls in a garbled report, it sure confuses the poor girls on the filter boards. A report should be called in exactly according to the Army form. It's very important those reports are made right.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps a word of the wise is sufficient. Say, you're really all steamed up about this ground observer corps work, aren't you, Hank?
I think it's one of the most useful and vital volunteer jobs any civilian can do these days. I've been hounding my chief observer, Charlie Dye, to give me more shifts. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, thank you, Henry Fonda, for coming to our program today.
It was a pleasure, Ken. And remember, folks, eyes aloft.
Our last true life story today comes from the little community of Roosevelt, California, on the edge of the Mojave Desert. The Roosevelt Post has had a colorful career, but one with plenty of headaches and heartaches. And for all its trouble, it has maintained a high efficiency rating of nearly 99%. At first, the post was located in George and Billy Zazana's service station at the Roosevelt Crossroads. But after a few months, a change had to be made. The Zazanas talked it over with Chief Observer John Holdren and Ralph Austin and Alvis Williams one evening.
We can't go on leaving our little service station open night and day, John.
Well, I don't blame you, George.
You see, our place is getting to be a 24-hour-a-day hangout. Transients coming through at night see the only light in town, and they hang around here.
Well, I think we ought to build a little shack right across the street, on the corner.
You know, good idea come to me this afternoon.
What's that, Ralph?
Well, I knew we was going to have to move the post out of your service station here. So I got me the idea that maybe we could get an old sedan auto body and make it into a post.
Hey, that's not a bad idea, Ralph. You mean just take the wheels off and set her up on blocks over there on the corner?
This auto body I got in mind don't have any wheels on it.
Well, whose car is it?
Well, I went into Lancaster and I did a little chiseling this afternoon.
Yeah, what kind of chiseling?
I went to Clark's junkyard and I told him what we needed and what it was for. Clark said if we'd come and get it, we could have an old Model A Ford sedan body he's got laying there.
Say, well, good for you, Ralph.
Of course, it's a rusty old job.
Well, I got a spray gun. I'll get some paint and we'll paint it up pretty. Billy, what's your favorite color?
Well, you know me, Alvis. I like green.
Okay, we'll paint it green.
You know, I figure we can rip out the front seat and build a shelf for the phone. You know, people can sit comfortable in the back seat just like they was going somewhere.
You know, George, I think we should have them hook the post telephone right in our line here at the service station.
You mean when it rings in the post, it'll ring here, too?
Sure. And if for some reason somebody can't show up for a shift, I can take the call here. Help out all we can to keep this thing running smooth for the Army.
Yeah, that's right. Good idea.
The donated sedan body was mounted on a foundation there at the corner of the Roosevelt Crossroads. The body was painted a bright green. Telephone, lights, heater, magazines were installed. It was perhaps one of the most novel posts on the Pacific coast. And then an incident happened that aroused the sympathy of the entire community. Henry Nozick, one of the observers, has had a ranch near Roosevelt for years, has reared his family in the community. Henry Nozick was born in Russia some 50 years ago. One night, when Henry Nozick was on duty, a plane flew over, and Henry tried to report it.
I got to report. Now, how do I do? I ring the telephone ground handle. I wait.
Army, go ahead, please.
Yeah, now I say, Army flash 1 aeroplane.
You'll have to speak more plainly, please.
I say 1 aeroplane overhead flying.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't understand you.
Oh, I am Russian. I talk the best I can. I try again. You listen good. 1 Single motor. Low. Shin.
What?
Shin. I see it. It is so low.
Is there anyone else there who can place the report?
I go cross street, get girl over there, call. Goodbye. I am sorry. Do I talk so bad people can't understand me? I go over see Billy cross the street.
Single motor. Low. Scene. 36 Ralph. Northwest. Oh, there you are, Mr. Nozick.
They don't understand me on the phone. What will I do, Billy?
Well, when you call, talk slowly, Mr. Nozick. Speak as clearly as you can.
I do all that. That girl at that filter center, maybe she don't hear so good.
Now, Mr. Nozick, we have no idea how busy they are. Well, they're taking hundreds of calls an hour. They're on the edge. They have so much responsibility. They have a nerve-wracking job to do.
Some people don't have patience with foreigners.
You aren't a foreigner, Mr. Nozick. You're an American.
Sure. I am American. I have my citizenship papers long time, but I can't help. I speak with a Russian accent. That I can't help, even if I try so hard.
Now, you mustn't worry. You go on back to your post and watch for planes. Next time you call in a report, speak just as distinctly as you can.
All right. I try again, Billy. This job I want to do for my country so much. I want to help like other people in town here.
2 weeks later, and after Mr. Nozick had served several other watches, a request came from Filter Center that Mr. Nozick be relieved of his job as a watcher. When Mr. Nozick was told by the chief observer, he was stunned. He went back and talked to his friend, Billy Zarzana.
They don't want me, Billy.
I heard this morning. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Listen to me talk, Billy. Can you understand me? Now you listen. I speak for you. Army Flash 1 multi-motor high. You understand me, Billy?
Yes, Mr. Nozick, but maybe over our poor telephone it isn't easy for some people to hear real well.
I want to be observer, Billy.
Oh, I know, Mr. Nozick.
See, my wife, she go out and work in hayfield like man the days. I come to be observer. You know my boy Alex, isn't he in American Army for 2 years?
Yes, Mr. Nozick. Now, don't get upset, please.
My younger boy, Stanley, he says he's going to enlist soon now. He's 21. Everybody do something to help, but they won't let me.
Wait, Mr. Nozick. I think maybe you can help.
I can? How, Billy? Tell me how.
We'll work it out together.
Together?
Yes. I'll arrange in the future so that when you're on watch, I'll always be here at the service station.
Yeah.
When you see a plane, you just run over and let me know. I'll call in and make the report for you.
You will make a report for me? Oh, Billy, you are a wonderful girl. I watch, I tell you, then you call in and make my phone call nice and plain. That way, I help, I do my part. I be real American. Real American. I be observer, too. Observer.
Obstacles such as these, and more than we can tell you about, have constantly befallen Roosevelt Post. Still, the diligent little community has met and conquered each barrier. It is doing its noble part to help warn the nation of the possible approach of the enemy by air.
Each week, in cooperation with the Army Air Corps 4th Fighter Command, we present the beautiful Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some observation post or filter center for outstanding service performed.
Here in our Hollywood studios, Captain Russell Z. Smith, Ground Observation Officer of the Southern California region, will now make the award. Captain Smith.
This week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to the Roosevelt, California Post for keeping that post in operation day and night as an integral unit of our national defense.
At the conclusion of this broadcast, the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award will be rushed from this studio by Army Messenger to the community of Roosevelt, California. The handsome award will stand in the little green sedan post at the crossroads to remind all who have served that America will win. Gayne Whitman bidding the 150,000 aircraft warning service workers good night.
Next week at this same hour, tune in again for another thrilling human interest broadcast of Eyes Aloft. Perhaps you will hear your story or the story of your post or filter center dramatized on the air. Next week, our guest will be Major Henry Thorne, the last man to fly out of Bataan. Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Original music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army, flash. 1, multi-motor, high, scene, 15, Joe, 4, overhead, southeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of Monday evening programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 4th edition of Eyes Aloft, a gala program this evening, including the presentation of the handsome Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to an outstanding filter center or observation post. Dramatized true stories from the home front. The Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and Sportsmen give a musical salute to another branch of national defense. And you'll hear in person from a man and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Van Egan, formerly of Amsterdam, Holland. Here now, your Eyes Aloft narrator. A man who is helping Hollywood make educational films for the Army and Navy, the well-known newsreel commentator, Gayne Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let it be understood by those who care that a sinister and deadly evil is beginning to gnaw at the very heart of the Volunteer Ground Observer Corps. Beginning, yes. And there is time to stamp it out. We speak of the paid observer replacing the volunteer observer. In Washington, in Oregon, in California, isolated cases of the paid observer have cropped up. You who are responsible for conducting the great work of the Aircraft Warning Service must also serve as its physicians. You must recognize the diseases of morale and stamp them out before those diseases assume the proportions of plague. The practice of buying off one's patriotic duty must be blotted out in every case. In the beginning, it's all very insidious, apparently harmless, and seemingly the answer to a confronting obstacle. Here, in an imaginary case, the disease starts to attack something like this.
Well, John, you shouldn't have accepted the responsibility as chief observer in this community if you didn't intend to carry through.
Well, who says I'm not carrying it through?
You just said you were ready to give up the whole thing.
Well, I didn't mean it.
How do you intend to get more people to help take watches? Now, who's that?
Now, how do I know?
Shall I take it, John?
No, I'll get it. Hello? Yeah? Oh, George. What's wrong? He hasn't. Well, hang on a few minutes. I'll call and see what I can find out. If I can't locate him, I'll be right up myself. Okay, George. Sorry. Hey, you see, Mary?
Was that the post?
Sure.
Somebody hasn't shown up for a shift?
It's 8:15. Mace Copefield should have been there at 8 to relieve George Schaefer.
What's the matter with Copefield?
Oh, I don't know. He just hasn't shown up. Oh, brother, would I like to tell a few people off in this town?
Too few are doing too much.
And those that are worn out. Farmers are into the second cutting of hay. They can't get labor. The pear and prune crops ripen. They're trying to pick it short-handed. Oh, I don't know what the answer is.
Where are you going, John? I thought you were going to telephone Copeland.
Oh, what's the use? He knows he had a shift tonight.
You're going up to the post?
Yeah. It's a watch till 1 a.m. I'll take it.
This is the 4th you've taken this week. You shouldn't do it.
Well, somebody has to keep the post going.
Oh, well, I'll get my jacket and go up and sit with you.
Oh, well, thanks, Mary. I'll appreciate it.
Maybe you should tell this town what you think of it one of these days.
Yeah, maybe I'll lose my good disposition and do that someday. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Such are the first symptoms. Observers fail to report for shifts. The conscientious volunteers begin doubling and tripling their own service. Chief observers begin to fear that they are personally falling down on a community job.
Oh, Gayne, may I interrupt for one moment?
Certainly, Ken. What is it?
Well, so that there will be no misunderstanding whatsoever, may we explain that there are over 2,000 observation posts operating in the Pacific Coast area. Most of these posts are manned solely by volunteer civilian observers. However, because some areas are so remote or not populated or for similar reasons and must still be guarded just as any other area, then the Army has assigned observation work to Forest Service stations or, in a few isolated cases, the Coast Guard, Navy, and Army carry on. And in still rarer cases, paid employees who guard railway bridges or hydroelectric dams assume the role of observers. But the great heart, the very soul of the Ground Observer Corps, is the willing, patriotic, unpaid civilian volunteer observer. And that's the only way the system can work successfully. That's the way it must be. After all, what true American wants to buy his way out of community and national responsibility? All right, Gayne.
Now, let's return to the devastating problem which confronts our mythical chief observer. He and his wife have gone out in the night to make their way to the post.
Ooh, it's chilly tonight.
I think we'll have an early fall. Mind the step here, Mary.
Yes.
Oh, come in, John. Hello, Mary.
Hello
Hi,
there.
George. I'm sorry about you getting stuck like this, George.
Oh, that's all right. It's happened before, and I've lived through it. And you call Miss Copeland, John?
No, I didn't.
We'll take the watch.
Oh, now, John, Mary. Wait a second, quiet.
What?
Open the door.
Plane. Can you see it?
Oh, this is riding lights. Single motor heading east. I'll get it.
It's a good thing somebody was here.
Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't have left till somebody showed up to relieve me.
First plane over here this week, and Mace Copeland isn't here to have the honor of reporting.
Army flash. 1, single, low, heard, Angeles 51, overhead, east. You know, it makes a fella feel important to be calling right in direct to the United States Army about these things, doesn't it?
More people ought to feel that way about it.
I'm pretty discouraged tonight, George. I don't think I'm doing a good job as chief observer.
Oh, now, sit down. I want to tell you about a plan I figured out tonight. See what you think of it.
Well, I'm going to sit here by the stove. Nice and warm.
I'm getting to the point where I'd like to tell every slacker in this town what I think.
Well, that won't help you any.
I'm tired of begging them to help. Every other town in this whole county has well-manned observation posts. Look at ours.
Well, there's only a couple of hundred people in our burg, John.
Yes, and only 23 of them helping to run this post.
It irritates me so when I hear people laugh and say, oh, the Japs will never come and bob Midvale.
Yeah. Don't they know they're only part of a big system? Don't they know the world is bigger than just Midvale?
Now, you're upset tonight, John.
Yes, I am upset. And by thunder, I got a notion to go up to that lumber mill at noontime tomorrow and give those mill workers a little stump speech.
Now, you'll get in trouble.
Now, listen, John, here's my idea, and I think it might work.
Oh, what is it?
Well, the women are keeping the daytime shift pretty well manned. It's the night shifts that are hard to keep filled.
You're telling me.
Well, now, during harvest season, some of the men are working awful hours trying to get their work done.
Don't I know it?
You know that Mrs. Ibbott who lives on the edge of town with the 2 kids?
Yeah.
She's a widow, and she's been on relief since she came here.
Oh, what about her?
Well, why couldn't us observers all chip in, say, 50 cents a month and hire Mrs. Ibbott to take over the night watches? Help her and at the same time help us.
Hey, not bad.
Well, that's a wonderful idea, George.
Yeah, but wait. There are only 23 observers. Even if we all put in $1 a month, that's only $23. Mrs. Ibbott wouldn't work for that.
Well, the whole town ought to be asked to contribute.
By thunder, I know what I'm going to do.
Now, John, please.
I will go up to that sawmill tomorrow noon. I'll ask those men, as long as they aren't putting in any time as observers, to hand out a little money regularly.
Now, look,
I'll
John,
tell them what
you
I
don't
think
want
of
to
their
get excited
attitude.
about
It seemed such an easy way to solve the problem. Pay somebody to handle the watches. But what a black mark on a community fully capable of manning a post. Did they realize they were making a mercenary of Mrs. Ibbott and making of themselves no 4-bit patriots? True enough, they were sincere, but they were also short-sighted. So next day, well-meaning, blundering John went to the mill at noon, turned into a stump speaker, pouring out the things that were in his heart. Some of the more rowdy transient workers openly laughed at him.
Hey, it's for our homes. We're doing this work for the Army, for America. I'll vote for you, brother.
Shut up. Let John say what he wants. Go on, John.
I'm getting sore now. Some of you are laughing at what I'm trying to tell you. Well, when I look at your faces, I can pick you out, one by one. A year ago, those of you who are ridiculing me now were on relief, taking money from the government. Yes, and people like me were paying your way. Now the nation's at war. The mill is open, going strong, and paying you big wages. And you're spending your money like water. When the war is over, you'll be broke again. And men like myself will have to go back to supporting you again.
Why don't you hire a hoe?
You birds have no community spirit, no national loyalty.
What do you want us to do? Go around wave a flag?
No! I want you to spend some of your time to share the job of running our local observation post.
Now, when do you think the Japs are coming to bomb Midway? Give the man a chance. What do you want, John?
Since you birds won't put in your time, will you put in a few dollars of your money to help pay to hire a regular nighttime observer? Come on, boys. Here's a hat. Pass it around. Drop in your contribution. Come on. Come on, put something in.
Well, you can't buy this sort of thing any more than you can buy the loyalty of a soldier. The community who fails to look upon the aircraft warning service as an honorable, worthwhile venture, a link in home protection, is indeed a sad-thinking community. No, you can't buy love for country any more than you can buy mother love. There must be an intense, burning community spirit to carry on this work on the 100% volunteer basis, or the observation post in that location is destined for failure. By experience, this is what invariably happens. The first month.
Bill, we're hiring Mrs. Ibbott as a paid observer for night watches. You won't have to take a shift anymore if you'll give me 50 cents a month.
Say, that's great. Keep the post running, and I get my sleep besides. 50 cents a month, you say? Oh, well, that's wonderful. I'll go for that idea. Here you are, John. 4 bits.
The second month that the community has a paid observer.
How about 50 cents, Bill?
Huh? 50 cents? For what?
You know, the woman we're hiring as observer.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Here. Say, how long is this thing going on anyway?
History of the few such cases of paid observers that exist shows this community attitude the third month.
Well, Bill, I'm back again. First of the month. 4 bits, please.
Oh, now, look, John, I don't see why I should keep on dishing out. Why doesn't everybody?
Why didn't everybody help with the watcher shift?
Well, that's different, but I don't want to keep on shelling out 4 bits a month forever. You better just count me out from now on.
Okay, Bill, whatever you say. You're the 5th person who's told me that this month. Okay, Bill, we'll count you out.
What seemed to be a good idea turned out to be a bad one. Community morale was destroyed. Because of apathy, disinterest, bad management, the post failed. Every post that has resorted to the paid observer method is eventually destined to become a weak and inefficient link in the volunteer civilian army that protects the Pacific coast from the possible invasion by enemy planes. Of the several thousand posts in this area, fortunately, there are only a few which have resorted to the paid observer system. Those few must be stamped out before the disease spreads. To be maintained successfully, the aircraft warning service must come as a free contribution of service, right from the hearts of the people. May the watch cry ever be, Eyes Aloft.
Each week, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen present our stirring aircraft warning service theme song, Eyes Aloft, in medley with the official fighting song of some military force. And this week, we turn to our United Nations ally, Australia. We join thrilling Eyes Aloft with the song of the Australian Army, Waltzing Matilda.
Aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of a coolibah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of a coolibah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. One if by land and two if by sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
A feature of our show growing in popularity is the McKinley Diary. The centrally located McKinley, Oregon post seems to typify the true spirit of the Ground Observer Corps. The distant drone of a small sawmill finds its way down from out of the hills, and the drone loses itself among the trees of the Green Valley Hollow. There is the distant lowing of cattle, the call of a bawling calf to its mother across the pasture. An auto chatters tread-worn tires along the dusty gravel road that bends through the little valley. A tan-faced observer quietly sits in an old chair leaned back against the outside of the unpainted little frame shack that squats beneath the great old cherry tree. His ears have heard the drone of the sawmill, the bawl of the calf, and the whir of the passing motor car. But they are not sounds to concern him, for he is attuned to hear only the approaching whine of an airplane. Though the vigil is never broken, few planes are ever seen over McKinley Post. To while away the long hours, watchers record it in their diary. Each week, we read one or two brief entries, word for word, just as they were written by McKinley Post observers. Here now, let's turn to some page at random. June 7th, Sunday.
Just returned from the funeral of Cookie, Jerry's classmate and pal. I shall miss his cheerful face and quaint sayings if I drive the children to and from school this year as I did last. Mabel O'Sullivan.
And over here on the next page, June 8th, Monday.
A new page and a new day for us here in the peace and quiet of our homes. But there are other very sad events not caused by war that strike in our midst. I am taking the watch today in the place of Mrs. Cook, one of our most faithful watchers. She has just lost one of the most precious treasures given her by God. Cookie has been taken home by him to dwell forever in the land of happiness and peace. This is a little poem I've written tonight while on duty. I dedicate it to a dear little boy who is now gone away. Your little friends will miss you when back to school they go. They'll miss your smile, your face so fair, for Cookie won't be there. His desk is empty, his books are gone, but his words and smiles still linger on. And from above an angel fair whispers, fear not, for Cookie will be there. And when you gather in the playground beyond the shining blue, you'll find the loving master waiting there to welcome you. A look around that classroom at shining faces there, and in the midst of all that group, Cookie will be there. Mildred King.
Now here is Ken Carpenter to talk with a man and a woman who have come to make America their new home. The gentleman, a well-known lecturer, writer, and newspaper correspondent of Amsterdam, Holland. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Van Egan.
How long have you and Mrs. Van Egan been in America, sir?
We arrived in New York in 1939.
Yes, this coming November, we will proudly celebrate our third year in this wonderful country.
1939. Well, then, were you people in Holland when war broke out?
No, Mrs. Van Egan and I were in France. I was in that country at the time gathering material for a series of articles for the Amsterdam newspaper, The Telegraaf.
Oh, I see.
Alfred and I were in Paris when Germany attacked France.
Yes, we saw Paris experience her first blackout.
Well, how long did you stay in France after the outbreak of the war, Mrs. Van Egan?
We left at once for our homeland. You see, my husband was an executive member of the Netherlands Red Cross Committee, and he felt that he would be needed.
I am sorry to say that my fears were not completely shared by Hollanders in general. Few seemed to feel that Hitler would ever attack the Low Countries.
What'd you do after you got home to Amsterdam?
A newspaper commissioned me to go to America and write a series of articles about the American war attitude. After Mrs. Van Egan and I arrived here and traveled about, we found ourselves in love with America and its people.
Where were you when America entered the war?
Visiting friends in Encinitas, California. I was writing a book at the time, but when war broke out, my wife and I decided that writing should be secondary, that we must spend our every effort in trying to assist the nation we had grown to admire and respect.
Well, that's fine, but you're both Hollanders.
We have both taken out our first citizen papers now.
Oh, well, I didn't know. That's splendid.
We both went right to work, Mr. Carpenter, in the community that had accepted us. From last February on, we have shared the work as ground observers at the Leucadia post. 3 months ago, I was pleased at being asked to organize the local Encinitas Rationing Board. That takes 6 days a week, but I still have time to continue serving as an aircraft warning service observer.
Alfred and I intend to help all we can, as long as we are needed, in all of America's war efforts.
Well, more people should have the same appreciation and interest in doing for our nation at this time. Now, one thing, Mr. Van Egan. Do you know anything about any aircraft warning service that Holland might have had?
Well, in poor Holland, at the outbreak of the war, the Dutch army had an unorganized skeleton aircraft warning service.
Yes?
If Holland had been awake and prepared as America is today, the story might have been different.
Yes, Holland lost pretty quickly, didn't she?
Mr. Carpenter, Holland lost in the first half hour of its war with Hitler. Germans made a surprise attack at 4 a.m. 30 minutes later, the entire Dutch air fleet in Holland had been paralyzed.
That's fast work, horrible work.
That's why Americans must keep our volunteer civilian aircraft warning service in constant operation. When and if the jets ever come, this country will be prepared. America's fighting planes will be warned in time, They will be in the air to defend this nation.
Well, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Van Egan.
Our last true life story for today comes from an observation post in Grays Harbor County in the state of Washington. The post is located in the center of the picturesque town of Hump Tulips on the Olympic Peninsula. Early this summer, an amazing incident happened there. It proved the courage of the observers who operate Hump Tulips post. Mid-afternoon, two watchers, Mrs. Eleanor Randall and Mrs. A.K. Harris, were on duty. Miss Kraft was just arriving to relieve them.
Well, I'm here, lady. Yes, we saw you coming, Marjorie. You're 10 minutes early.
How are you, Mrs. Harris?
Fine, dear.
Randall?
We're fine.
Did you get to report any planes this watch?
No, we were just looking at the logbook. Hasn't been a plane reported from our post since last Friday.
Well, I think I'll go on home. Stop in at the store and get a few chops for dinner. You coming now, Mrs. Harris?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I hear something?
You mean a plane?
Shh, quiet. Listen.
I'm going out and look.
I do hear a plane.
There it is. It's flying low.
Well, come in and report it.
I think there's something wrong with its motor. Here?
Well, say, I never saw a plane like that before.
It does look strange.
It's a bi-motor. I'll report it right away. You people keep your eyes on it.
Yes, we will.
I think it's going to land somewhere over back in there.
Oh, hello. Army Flash. 1, bi-motor, low, seen, Aberdeen 124, northwest. Well, can you still
my heavens, do you see that?
Something fell out of it.
It's a man. There, look. See his parachute opened.
There's another one. And there's another one.
I'll bet this is what we've been watching for. A Jap attack by air.
Well, if it is, those paratroopers have probably got machine guns and bombs and everything to attack with. We've got to do something. Oh, dear.
I don't see a man anywhere on the street.
We've got to find somebody.
I thought I saw your husband go in the store down the street.
Let's go.
We'll get him if you can.
Somebody has to stay here and keep the post in operation in case of trouble.
Well, I'll stay. You two go. Get Lloyd Randall or somebody. Do something.
Flew over. Drop Jeff. Paratroopers. We're being attacked.
Where? What?
Come on, Lloyd. They're going to land in the cow pasture over there.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I'll just take this shotgun here. Yeah, and let's watch the shells off the shelf.
Hurry up.
Come on, girl.
All right, let's go.
Some Tulips observers ran out onto the street, a shotgun, their only weapon. They jumped into a truck that was standing outside. A few other men boarded the back of the truck. They sped off down the street. When they got to the edge of the pasture, these hardy guerrilla warriors plowed their truck through a barbed wire fence, bumped across the pasture, finally coming to a sudden stop with one wheel spinning in a pothole.
Boyd, we stuck? Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Get out, boys. You women stay on the truck.
Oh, be careful, Lloyd.
All three of them Japs are down on the ground now, boys.
Oh, look. Here comes one of them now.
Let me get a shell in this old shotgun. I'll show them what they're up against.
Somewhere or other, I don't think they're Japs.
Why, look. This man's coming is white.
Right.
Yeah, wait. I'll call to him. Hey, who are you? You better halt.
I'm not going to stop and put on that fool shotgun.
Well, he looks like one of our American soldiers.
I kind of think we made a mistake, folks. It looks okay to me. You shoot any holes in my hide, and Uncle Sam will sue you. Say, what is this?
Where'd you fellas come from?
Oh, me and my two buddies over there, we just dropped in.
We saw that.
We're Army Air Corps, Grays Field. Oh? Well, we're ground observers, Hump Tulips Post.
How'd you like that? We thought you fellas was Japs. We were about to let...
Week's winner and make the award, Captain Smith.
This week, the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award is presented to the Hump Tulips Washington Observation Post for courage, splendid morale, efficient operation, for outstanding service to the 4th Fighter Command of the Army Air Forces. We salute Hump Tulips.
Immediately at the conclusion of this program, the gold trophy will be flown by transport plane to the Northwest. Tomorrow afternoon, Lieutenant Joseph Caraher, Seattle Ground Observation Officer, will formally present the handsome trophy to his observers at Hump Tulips, Washington. This is Gayne Whitman bidding good night to the 150,000 aircraft warning service workers who keep 24-hour-a-day vigil of our home front. Good night.
Next week at this hour, another thrilling human interest broadcast of Eyes Aloft. This series is written and produced by Robert L. Red. The music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Next week, we will switch to Portland, Oregon for an interview with Ken Yarnstead, who is just home from China, where he served with the Flying Tigers. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, eyes aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes of...
Eyes Aloft has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.